Chapter 853. Is that all you can be proud of? Hua Yutong has fallen. Poor thing. In the outer world, countless people were looking up at the sky. The entire sky was showing everything that was happening in the purgatory battlefield. The 70-plus sky prides could see everything clearly. Of course, most of their attention was on the second dream. The second dream looked like a girl, but her speed in killing demons was terrifying. Young Master Tang is not weak either. All the sky prides who encounter him will die. There's also Zhong Lingshan. He's vicious and merciless. The crowd sighed inwardly, but they didn't think much of it. After all, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If you were weaker than others, you should just give up. If you dared to compete and fight, you couldn't blame others if you were killed. As time passed, more and more geniuses died. The crowd suddenly realized that this was actually a battlefield of slaughter. It wasn't about who killed the demonic beasts and made it into the top 20. Instead, it was about who survived until the end and became the 20th person. The sky prides in the purgatory battlefield also realized this and began to give up on killing demons. Instead, they chose to hide and wait for time to pass or assassinate others. These sky prides were very smart. Lin Ling. Many people's eyes suddenly fell on Lin Ling. They saw that Lin Ling didn't hide like the other sky prides and waste time. Instead, he continued to move forward with his sword in hand, killing demons everywhere. Lin Ling is dead for sure. Many people shook their heads. Lin Ling was very mysterious and no one could see through him. Therefore, some people guessed that Lin Ling should be invincible in the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. However, he was facing a late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm sky pride. If he continued to move forward so arrogantly, he would sooner or later meet his end. However, Lin Ling didn't know any of this at all. He continued to move forward slowly. The spectators saw that not far from Lin Ling was Shimin Qinshe. Many people looked at the sky and gradually understood. Lin Ling shouted. The six sacred grounds were about to welcome the heavenly purgatory battlefield. At that time, they could only hope that Shimin Qinshe was a girl and would let Lin Ling go. Sacred Palace has started nurturing the top sky prides. Even the Sword Elder and the others just happened to be in time. They guessed that he was invincible in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, with the sacred palace nurturing. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to still be alive. You will surpass many of the top sky prides of the older generation. However, at this moment, on top of a blood-red hill, let the rainforest figure appear, calmly looking at Lin Ling. Mother Earth tear said again. Lin Ling's many people nodded excitedly. Then he nodded and continued forward. They were lucky to be nurtured by the sacred palace for the first time. This meant that after they left, their strength would increase greatly. The strands of hair the older generation of sky prides would be jealous. Lin Ling paused and the final round of the competition 3 days later would be the strongest in the history of the rainforest sacred ground. The last 20 people will pass. The battle strength displayed in the competition would probably reach the peak of the Emperor Spirit. His eyes narrowed, and those present really didn't know about this. Prides who had been through many trials and tribulations. Thank you for the reminder. In themselves. No need. As long as they had enough resources, they wouldn't be afraid of the older generation of sky pride. Do you think I'm pretty? Compared to the second dream, who was cross-legged and began to cultivate. Am I the prettiest girl you've ever seen? The essence of the moon in the sky. Smile and gentle voice. After all, this was a once-a-year opportunity with a full moon. Many people outside were stunned, but those who knew Shimin Qinshe had cold eyes. Of course, before cultivating, they looked at each other and looked forward to surpassing each other in 3 days' time. But you're not the prettiest girl I've ever seen. Cross-legged and absorbed the essence of the moon. He didn't understand why she would ask such all his vitality to open the small worlds in his body. You must die. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Eyes finally Lin Ling already had a large amount of vitality and spiritual energy stored in his body. Previously, she had always imagined that earlier early bodies could have such a strong she realized that earth-shattering transformation. However, only those who knew Shimin Qinshe rumbled and Shimin Qinshe was a weak girl and she was ranked at the top of the prodigy. A great bottle shot towards after Lin Ling swallowed his 2 drops of body. He only had to say that Shimin Qinshe's small worlds awakened. However, the second dream spoke Tang Qinshu's expressions were ugly. Moreover, they were all in their hands and flown around. This allowed Lin Ling have any advantage to reach the peak, but she wanted only one in the world. There's no reason at this moment. If there's a reason, it's because the retard must die. Mother Earth dear, the strong woman walked to a higher stage quietly. You don't have to beg people saluted them respectfully. The final round, it seems that Shimin Qinshe's voice became colder and colder. The first batch of sky prides nurtured by the sacred ground as she walked down and attacked by Dantian's Dao. I know that your physical strength is strong, but your speed is your weakness about to begin. I have 100 ways to kill you Ling's eyes you can't escape from me. They were also puzzled. Finally,
although there were three
in the previous liquid seemed to have a Chinchilla rank behind the second. They were more dazzling than usual. A new vermilion strange for the sacred he won by relying on Lin Ling's king body. Now the sacred palace was many people nodded and they had imagined. Not only were they allowed to absorb the essence of Lin Ling was pitiful. They were even rewarded with chances to Bodhi liquid. First by step to watch the however there are many things that you don't get to know now. But at the critical moment, he stopped the vermilion bird. I'll just tell you Wuxia. The heavenly quality brings Lin to the next level immediately. At that time, after all, he was so sure the extraterrestrial demon Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. Therefore, he had to keep wanted to care for himself. So he wouldn't have any reason why on the surface. I've already said was still in the middle stage. She was about to begin. But in reality, at that time, her body sank to an after face a great calamity. This was the effect of so they would focus on nurturing. If it was any possible to fight Lin Ling wouldn't dare to be so bold. My imperial after all, she stopped at the critical moment. My martial hand and the starry sky fight with illusions. She was a great vitality voice was bearing Lin Ling's the eyes of the spectators narrow at any time. Preventing it from collapsing. If she made it to the next round of the competition, everyone broke out of their cocoons and became butterflies. However, at this moment, many people broke through to the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm. It was extremely fast, like a swordsman drawing his sword. A rare treasure. Legend had it that swordsmen didn't draw their swords. He wasn't nervous at all. However, the moment they drew their swords, body was like a thunderbolt that could decapitate. He could control the nine truths. However, what was terrifying was that it wasn't a sword that drew the sword, but this was the most frightening thing. A slender figure appeared with the rise of the 20,000 small worlds. A blood-red giant sword hung in front of Shimin-Shin's neck. 100% completion. After the person appeared in front of Shimin-Shin with the cold voice meanings of martial, it was faster than the sound waves. He was invincible. Is that something to be proud of? Others might have a stronger king body than him, but his true delicate body trembled stronger. She hadn't noticed Lin Ling's the 2 drops of Bodhi liquid. The only thing she could sense was that Lin Ling seemed to have applied in this trip to the ancient tree. He was the one with the greatest intent was only at 70%. In the semifinals of the strongest 3 days later, Lin Ling must have reached 80 or even 90%. After a long time, it was everyone stood up with deep smiles on their faces. Only my physical body is strong. My speed is my strength had increased, but they didn't show now. They wanted to give their opponents a shocking blow in the semifinals. Everyone had hidden their mouth, but no words came out. Everyone's strength could enter the top 100 of the prodigy role. Killing her was at the late stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. Was as easy as pie. After Second Dream stood up, she looked at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes and said anxiously. Lin Ling's sword was already hanging around her neck. But he nodded and walked forward. The cold gleam of the blade made her unable to resist and walked along the branches. You said before that there's no need to beg for mercy. The weak must die. The Second Dream was wearing a black cloak. Her hair fluttered in the wind as she looked into the distance. 54. It was a beautiful selection. Shimin-Shin stared to have a grudge against her. She had thought that Lin Ling's second dream was an innocent and eliminating him would allow her to advance to the next round. I'm sorry for what I did to your brother. However, she seemed to have chosen the wrong opponent. I don't have any grudges against you or your brother. Strongest field, I'm the disciple of the Mansion Master, so I have to follow his orders. Becoming the next person to be eliminated from the massacre battlefield. Lin Ling remained in the outside world. The second dream turned around slowly. The shocking scene in the purgatory battlefield was that Lin Ling as if she wanted to see the late-stage Emperor's spirit realm prodigy. I didn't want to say this to you. One had to know that those were not ordinary prodigies. But your strength and mysteriousness have gradually forced me to take you seriously. Which one of them was not strong enough. So, what I want to say is, why don't we stop being enemies and become friends? Lin Ling doesn't seem to be as weak as we thought. This was her goal. Many people very intelligent. Figure in blue and white robes. If Lin Ling was still enhanced, then she would still kill him. They seem to have seen the mad god Lin Ling rise in the purgatory battlefield. Even more terrifying. Many people thought that Lin Ling's speed was slow. The second dream had great ambitions and could endure the reason why Lin Ling was slow in the beginning was because the tyrannical song sword's 10 million power was suppressing any benefits. However, after removing the pros and cons of this battle, Lin Ling's speed decided that it was better not to fight, especially when he used the sword step. She had come to the same palace today and had reached 90% of the sword will. She wanted to go further. The only flaw of the sword step was that its speed was no longer her goal. It was not as complicated and varied as a movement technique, steadying his position. It was as straight as a sword and slashed in a straight line. The second dream frowned and asked, Lin Ling was able to defeat Shimin-Shin my family. He hid his strength very well. After attacking me, they turned from an enemy to a friend. Getting more and more interesting. A wrong is a wrong, and I wonder if he will be able to become one of the last 20. Lin Ling faintly glanced at the second dream and then turned and left. Lin Ling's cultivation was the weakest, but he had 2 trump cards. You're a rare genius. His strong physical body. Here. Second, maybe I don't want our battle to end too soon because it's not reached a climax. But you still want to fight. The weaker prodigies are hiding, but you will stronger ones are still killing the monsters. I tried to persuade you before because I didn't want you to die. The top 20 will be revealed soon. We have different positions, and that's why we hate each other. But I don't want to kill you. There was already smoke everywhere. To kill me. Heroes were fighting for supremacy. Into the distance. Other than Second Dream, who was still killing demonic beasts. I have before, and now I have even was already challenging the Second Dream side and prodigy of the older generation. On her delicate face, the battle between the two was earth-shattering and making anyone who looked at her young Master Tang was the youngest heavens chosen under the Second Dream. Her strength seemed to have greatly increased. Slightly older, so therefore you were no match for young Master Tang in terms of talent. Would be as easy as flipping her hand. Fanzi was like a reclusive scholar. You seemed to be aloof. But it was because of this confidence that she didn't want to fight with Lin Ling. You were incomparably powerful. She didn't want Lin Ling to die. The two of them were actually evenly matched. This ordinary youth, other than the two of them, Zhong Lingshan and Song Yang were also fighting. In her entire life, he was the person who had shocked her the most, causing the blood of countless people to boil. Admiring Leaf, they even imagined that they were the main characters of the battle one after another, receiving the attention of everyone. All of the great figures were still waiting. Has risen. As they watched, this person's king physique is very strange. Some of the powerful martial artists' into a demon. I think they could feel that these 20 people had undergone the rainforest Holy Land. Lucky chance they had encountered the best lucky chance. His opponent is a genius from the semifinals of the rainforest Holy Land will begin. The crowd stared at the degree of excitement will not be inferior to the proud Son of Heaven rankings finals. Even some of the top geniuses were frowning. These 20 newly risen proud sons of heaven had opened a new era. Late-stage Emperor 3 days geniuses were much stronger than them. The semifinals of the seven profound martial geniuses on the martial arts shocking genius ranking. Everyone knew the Emperor's 20 proud sons of heaven were the proud sons of heaven that had been raised by the same When geniuses faced off against geniuses, a lucky chance, there was no strength had greatly increased. Therefore, this semi-purgatory battlefield, a giant purple snake was fighting against just how dazzling emitting a batch of geniuses that had been raised by the same palace were displayed, causing a large number of monsters around them to die. The peak as for the weaker geniuses, they were all the major martial halls. They had no right to be arrogant. What they wanted to know the most was just which of these 20 people had surpassed them still a difference on top of their heads. Becoming the most dazzling geniuses for now. Let's go find the martial halls. Of course, this was only a range. The weaker geniuses believed that these 20 people had when they met geniuses who were stronger than them. This is the most lively tail and Son of Heaven rankings. When they met geniuses who were on the same level as them, but they weren't sure if they could win. The Second Dream, Tang Tianshu and the others have arrived. They were very smart. They knew to save their strength for the last round of the competition. Of course, there were also arrogant and overbearing geniuses who moved forward without any elimination fear. Round 20 person was stood quietly on the square. Among the late-stage standing on a divine geniuses, he was known for his viciousness and ruthlessness. Some were as destructive as his sister Hong, and some were as vast as the ocean. Since we last Every one of them had a different aura. As soon as he crossed a mountain range, it was as if 20 pillars of light had descended from the sky, beautiful figure making them exceptionally dazzling. He smiled faintly. These 20 people were no longer the same. She was an alchemist from the Ling Long Valley. Many people weren't even sure if the second Ling Long Valley the most dazzling existence, but because his attitude was too arrogant. After all, everyone had undergone earth-shattering changes. He had always been brooding over this matter, you can do it, but he couldn't afford to provoke an alchemist from the Ling Long Valley. So he had always held it in. A top genius, but now he didn't have to hold it in anymore. Nangong Xiong used to be his junior battlefield, and he had doted on him a lot. Those who dared to step in here had no one to blame for their deaths. Going to rise. Song Wuxia, and as his senior brother, he had to fight for his honor. Honger's beautiful eyes also looked towards the top of the mountain range. A top genius. There was a youth at the peak of the Emperor's with his right hand and his rank, a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Many people looked at the genius who spoke on his face, and his eyes were small. Senior brother Lu, as he smiled, he licked his comprehending 100% true naturally knew this person. Junior brother can give you a word of advice. He was one of the 36 apprentices of the origin of martial arts and learn all the monarch disciple of the South Central Tyrant. This will be beneficial to you. He had also received guidance from the great son elder once again will depend on your comprehension ability and diligence. Every proud son of heaven that could appear in the purgatory battlefield had their own background. Thin youth said lightly. If they didn't have the backing of the 5 great ancient countries, then they weren't the most favored disciples of the apprentice masters. Nangong Xiong was Lu Ru's junior brother. And Lu Ru often without gave him another word, Hong, but now took a step forward and ran to be giving advice to Lu Ru. With her understanding that Nangong Xiong had this person was arrogant and overbearing in the 60s, arrogant and unruly. Now that she saw him today, she knew that he wouldn't let her brother had become stronger, but he wasn't as respectful as before. Sneered and slowly chased after he was arrogant as if he had become his senior brother. Why are you running so fast? Ancient tree really make his junior brother so slowly followed. Maybe this is what he enjoyed was the refreshing feeling of dominating the lives of others. A rare treasure. The more anxious some of the stronger cultivators, the more he wouldn't kill them. They could sense the aura of a master he would chase them until their hearts finally collapsed. Obviously, the Bodhi ancient tree had opened his spiritual ocean, quickly crossed greatly increasing his comprehension. But there were many proud sons of heaven already like these mountains. Then the other geniuses must have gained a lot as well. The alchemist from Exquisite Valley was very unlucky. Everyone knew that he had actually run into Wuxia was also paying close attention to this battlefield, meeting the second dream where young Master Tang was good, but they absolutely could not meet and they wanted to know the results. This didn't mean that perhaps the genius who won first place would still be rewarded by the second dream would care about their reputation. Sacred palace. Thus they wouldn't easily attack. Just as this thought appeared in everyone's mind, this person's voice in the sky drifted over from afar, and he didn't care about those who enter the top 5 will be rewarded with another drop of bodhisattva. This disciple of yours has gone too far. Those who enter the top world, 3 will be able to head to the Bodhi help but angrily shout as he saw this scene in the sky. Many people were incomparably envious. Elder Long Dan's disciple. These 20 geniuses were really too lucky. Down. They had already received rewards before, and now the winners of the semifinals would also receive rewards. Now that Elder Shen was angry, this made people jealous. What would happen to Nan Tianba as the 20 geniuses' pupils shrank? Your skill is in fighting spirit, and their hearts began to boil. In the distance, they wanted to obtain first place and go to the Bodhi sacred palace that no one had ever gone to before. This person was one of the 36 apprentices of the 7 really mysterious martial house. Although I have a firm foothold in the 7 profound martial house, I still cannot freely move about. Didn't fear Elder Shen. So in this competition, I must obtain first place. Chapter 855. Lin Ling gripped his spiritual weapon. Sure, but you have to kill me first, said Nan Tianba expressionlessly. If he obtained first place, not only would he obtain a reward, but if he could obtain the favor between young geniuses, then you can't blame anyone for that. Skylin would if you want to kill me because of that, I can only say that as for the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Justice, the Duan family, and the Great Serpent Palace, he would not need to fear them. Nan Tianba was really overbearing. Token. He was accusing him of being overbearing. Lin Ling semifinal of the young geniuses list isn't the strongest. You have to go through blood and death. Finally, the ancient voice sounded out. I know that the entire square was in an uproar, and the blood of countless people boiled. At this moment, Palace Master Chenlin's voice rang out, and causing countless fragments appeared. They were gorgeous and colorful, forming a jade. The crowd began to discuss spiritedly. This space was the majority of them supported the palace, and there was a crystal glazed. After all, the battlefield was so cruel. The Nihility martial because he was Elder Long Dan's disciple. This was an eye-opener for many dare to make a move. This was a top martial platform. Some people with powerful identities knew that Palace Lord Tianlin had long disliked. It was very suitable for the semifinals. So how could he help Elder Long Dan? After all, then the strength of the semi-finals battlefield of heaven had already reached the peak of the Emperor's figures had already crossed more than half of the battlefield. Will adopt an elimination system. Face was getting paler. Losing a match will result in elimination. It was as if the Grim Reaper was constantly following behind her. Lots to choose. This was giving her a lot of pressure, and the winner will remain. She was slightly weaker than people remained. The rules will change. She had tried to fight back when she was running away, sounded out but most of her attacks causing everyone's hearts to fiercely tremble. Even the 20 proud sons of heaven had body was incomparable surprise. His true meaning of cultivation was similar to losing a match meant what was terrifying was his shield. There was no chance at all. Shield. The semifinals she didn't know what kind of beast the shield was also normal, but its defense was terrifying. They were the elites of the elites, and they had also saved my trump card for the final competition. Therefore, it was good that they survived. But I couldn't help but use it when I see Hong. But the elimination system also depended on luck. You will never be able to hurt me. The proud son of heaven that drew lots had the best weapon because he had the qualifications to choose his opponent. Honor was surprised. It's about to begin. She gnashed her teeth and asked, "What do you want?" She also stopped. It seemed like the disciples of the Martial Hall, millions of people, were watching the tournament in the holy city. Various playing with the white-bone shield in countries, the desolate way of the 9 inclusive experts were also watching the tournament in the holy city. Face turned dignified. There were restaurants and markets. She didn't believe that special memory stones to reflect everything that happened in the tournament. Rapidly as multicolored flames floated around her like sacred palace. She was an alchemist, but she was also a fire. As for the 20 proud sons of heaven, the firefly-like the voices gradually condensed into words. The side of the Nihility martial platform, and Jaral in front. They were prepared to replenish their energy so that characters were like characters from the heavens descending from the heavens. Depends on luck. Layer upon layer, they rushed towards in a corner. Each character was bigger than the previous one, nourished by the carried a sacred and majestic cultivation level had reached the peak of the Emperor's spirit flame. Furthermore, sister martial intent planning to use that body had increased accordingly. Good luck. It could be said that she had broken out of martial artists and Nimble Valley began to cheer. Trash like it was obvious that they all recognized this powerful flame martial art. Even if others were to draw already cultivated, they would not dare to challenge me so easily. Reaching 70% just as Lin Ling finished speaking, a prideful voice was heard. On the other side, was the great serpent manners sneered with incomparable confidence. This person had been humiliated by Lin Ling after the ancient flaming characters collided now with the shield. Now that he saw Lin Ling, a massive inferno would not give him any face, causing many people's eyes to flicker. This person is so rude. Hunger's strength was with a frown. It seems that those who could reach the semifinals, so what did it have to do with that person? Is that all you've got?
He's just a trash snake.
However, in the
bloodline.
next moment,
He hasn't
embarrassed
himself
enough
erupted,
before,
and the colorful
now he
flames
wants
were
to
all
embarrass
shaken
himself
away.
again.
Under
If I'm
countless
drawn,
gazes,
I'll be the first
a young
to fight
man
him.
in white armor
Lin Ling
appeared.
said without
This
even
person's
looking at
armor
Hui
had a
Yi.
large number of bone
He knew
spikes,
that Hui Yi was
and there were
deliberately
fangs on his
provoking him
shoulders,
to vent his
knees,
anger
and fists.
However, why would
He
the
was like a
current Lin
skeleton
Ling be
warrior,
afraid of him?
and the flames could not
Then
harm
if I'm
him at all.
drawn, my
Was
first
Song
opponent will
Wuxia.
also be you.
What a
Hui
terrifying
Yi's
spiritual
expression
weapon.
turned ugly. The
crowd's
Lin Ling
pupils
was even more
constricted.
arrogant than
A
he
half
was in the
spiritual
previous
weapon was
tournament.
really extraordinary.
All right, no matter
Nan
who is
Qianba,
drawn,
you really
our
dote on
first
Song
opponent will
Wuxia.
be each other.
You even gave him the piercing bone
exuded a
shield.
confident
It
aura
seems
as she
like in the
looked at Hui Yi
semifinals,
without fear.
even if Song
This
Wuxia
caused
can't
Lin Ling
compete
to be
with the
startled.
second dream,
His
his
ranking
ranking
won't
no
be
longer
too low.
afraid of Hui Yi,
said a
It
student
must
next
be
to
because
Nan
of the
Qianba.
trip to the Bodhi
Nan
ancient
Qianba
tree that her
smiled
strength had
proudly.
increased
He
by
really
several
doted on
times.
Song Wuxia.
He even treated Song Wuxia as his own son. Song Wuxia's temperament and appearance
Chapter
were very
870.
similar to his son
The
who had
second
died
dream,
in the past.
let the drawing of
The
lots
bone-piercing
begin.
shield is indeed
Countless
powerful.
discussions soared into
With
the
this shield
sky.
in hand, I
However,
dare to
in the
challenge
end,
the second
an
dream.
aged voice came
Other
from
than
the
the
sky,
second dream,
causing
all of
the
the
entire
entire
vast land to become
on the
silent.
battlefield,
It was
Song
time to
Wuxia
draw
looked
lots.
extremely aggressive.
I wonder
and
who's the
heroic.
luckiest to get the
On the
first
other
lot.
hand, Hong
The
looked
clouds in
gloomy.
the sky
He
rolled
was
and
too
quietly
strong.
formed three
Song
giant
Wuxia
names.
was probably
The
one of the
second
top
dream.
10 geniuses of
Good
the
luck.
late stage of
The
the
second
Emperor
dream
Spirit
is so
layer.
lucky.
Tell me
The
how
entire
you want to
square
die.
was silent for a
Song
moment.
Wuxia took
Then
a step
all sorts of
forward,
voices
looking at
rang
Hong
out.
mockingly.
The second dream
Actually,
smiled
there
and her
isn't much
beautiful
enmity
eyes fell
between
on
the
the two of
dozen or
us.
so geniuses.
It's just that I
The
rejected
geniuses'
your request for a
expressions became
medicinal pill in the
complicated.
past.
Some of
Because
them
of
had
this, you
confident
want to kill
smiles
me?
on their faces,
Hong
as if
said
they
with a
weren't
frown.
afraid of this battle.
Indeed.
Some of them
Song
had serious
Wuxia nodded
expressions on their
expressionlessly
faces,
and said,
as if they
"Since
still
I was a
valued the
child,
second dream.
nobody has dared
Some
to
of
go
them were
against my will."
uneasy, as if
Nobody
they were
has
afraid
dared
of
to
being
do that in
chosen
the
by the
past,
second
in the
dream.
present, and in the
No matter
future, so
what
you
kind
will
of
regret
expression
it.
they had, it was
A
clear
domineering.
that the second dream was still
His
the
voice
opponent that they
transmitted
did not want to
outwards.
meet the most.
The hearts of many
These
outside
geniuses
trembled.
want to get first
Because
place
they didn't
with such
follow
a
his
mentality.
wishes. He
If
found
there
an
was an
opportunity
exception,
to
it would
kill
be
them.
Lin Ling.
I can
He
see
looked
that
at the
you're
second
regretting
dream
it,
calmly,
and I've
was not
enjoyed your
afraid to fight
regretful
the second
attitude
dream in
before
the
your
first
death.
battle of the semifinals.
Now you can die.
Because
Song
he knew
Wuxia
that he would
shook
have
his
his
head
head
and
and
took
took
another
another
step
dream sooner or
forwards.
later. His eyes
Many
were
people
filled
looked
with
at the
killing
second
intent.
dream and wondered who
He
the
had made
second
Hong
dream
a
would
regret,
choose.
so he
Would
didn't
it be
intend
Lin
to
Ling?
keep her alive.
Very likely.
Because someone
Wu
dared
Fei.
to go against
The
your
second
will,
dream's
you
beautiful
hold a
eyes
grudge and
swept
killed him
across
for
the
fun.
crowd,
And she
At
took a
that
deep
moment,
look at
a
Lin
voice
Ling.
suddenly spread
However,
in the air.
end, her calm
Song
voice
Wuxia's
drifted out
eyes
of her
were
mouth.
filled with coldness.
She had chosen
He
her
looked
opponent.
towards the source of the
Lin
voice.
Ling smiled
In
and
the
sat
middle
down
of an ancient
cross-legged
mountain
again.
range,
The
a
second
slender
dream did not
silhouette
seem
was
to want to
holding a
fight him
sword.
so soon. He was walking
Perhaps the
towards them
second
step
dream
by
wanted to
step.
save the most
His
crucial
pace was
moment
neither
for the
fast
battle.
nor slow.
The other
but it gave
geniuses
people a
relaxed.
mysterious feeling.
Although they were confident
in the
and
outside
were not
world,
afraid of the second
many
dream,
people were also
it would be
looking
better
at the
if they
person
did
who
not
had suddenly
meet the second
arrived.
dream at the beginning.
Was a young man.
After all,
He had a
even if
sharp
they won,
face and a
it
sharp
would be
cheek.
a narrow victory.
However, his blue
if someone
and
else
white robe
challenged
gave
them in the
people an
next round,
incomparably
they would
clean
not
feeling.
be able to maintain
He had
their
a
best
gigantic
condition and would
blood-red
be in a
sword
very
in his
dangerous
hand.
situation.
It was dazzling,
These
but at the
geniuses
same
were all
time,
very smart.
it gave people a
They knew
domineering
that it was
feeling.
best to fight the
Sharp
strongest
chi, clean
geniuses at
chi,
the end.
domineering chi.
It was not
Three
suitable
strange
to
chi
fight the
combined in one
strongest at the
person.
beginning.
It seemed like there
Damage
was a
she chose
conflict,
me.
but at the same
Does she
time,
think I'm a pushover?
there was an incomparable
All I
harmony.
did was flirt with her
It's
behind
Lin
her
Ling.
back.
The
Today
crowd
she
finally
came for
reacted.
revenge.
Lin Ling slapped her 3
shouted
times
Hong
back
softly.
The second dream
Her
did
heart
not
was
eliminate
filled with
Lin Ling
calmness.
first. However,
The genius
Song
named
Wuxia's
Lu Fei's
expression
expression
was extremely
When Lin
ugly.
Ling had arrived,
He was
had
very
thought that it
unwilling
was
to
some
accept
powerful
this.
genius.
He thought that
However,
the second
when he
dream
got
would
closer,
eliminate
he
Lin
realized
Ling
that it
first.
was Lin Ling
In the end, it
who
was
was
him.
at the middle stage
Lin
of the
Ling was
Emperor
really
Spirit
lucky.
layer.
Even
Junior
though Lin
sister
Ling
didn't
didn't have
have
any
since you
enmity
want to
with
fight
him,
me,
he
then
had
don't
surpassed
blame me for
everyone
being
else.
ruthless.
That made
Today
many
you will die
geniuses
on the martial
unhappy with
stage.
Lin Ling. Song
Lu
Wuxia
Fei was one of
strode
them.
towards the martial
You have
stage.
a problem with that?
Since he could not
Asked
avoid
Song
it, then
Wuxia
he would
indifferently.
fight. Your shield
Fortunately,
seems
he
very
had
benefited
powerful.
greatly
Try
from the
my
trip
sword,
to the Bodhi ancient
said
tree.
Lin Ling coldly.
He was now 60%
Song
confident that
Wuxia.
he could defeat
defeat the
Before,
second
he had
dream.
killed many beasts
After all,
and
he
awakened three
estimated
small
that his
worlds and
strength
his
had
body.
doubled.
After that,
You will be
he had
defeated
seen
in
what was
one
happening.
move. The
After
second
all,
dream did not
Song
say
Wuxia
much.
had chased
Her
Tong
black dress
across
fluttered
half of
as
the
she floated
battlefield.
towards the
How
crystal
could Lin
martial
Ling not see
stage.
that? She
Xiao
placed her
Xiao.
hands behind her back and looked indescribably
Chapter
spirited.
856.
Daring
Lu
to
Fei
attack
was
Boom Boom
furious.
Boom.
He had
At
been
that
reborn
moment,
and
the
was
ground
not
started
afraid
to
of
shake.
any peak Emperor
It was
spirit realm
terrifying.
geniuses.
However,
But
the
second
spectators
dream
still
still ignored
ignored him and made
They
him
only
lose his
saw that
momentum
Lin
with a
Ling was
single
about to
sentence.
attack Song Wuxia.
Begin. But was
At
Lin
the
Ling a
same
match
time,
for
an
Song
ancient
Wuxia?
voice sounded.
Only Song
Make
Wuxia
your
could
move, or
sense
you
that
will not
Lin
have a
Ling's sword
chance.
was very strange.
The second dream
He
said
didn't
softly.
dare to fight against it.
Haha, I am at the
But how
same
was that
cultivation
possible?
level as you.
Lin Ling
Do
was
you think
only
I won't
at the
have a
middle stage
chance?
of the royal
Lu
spirit
Fei
realm.
laughed
Not
contemptuously.
only was he at the late stage of the royal spirit realm, he also had a semi-spiritual weapon. How
The
could Lin
second
Ling
dream
be a
still
match for
wanted to
him?
break his will
He
to
must be
fight.
overthinking things.
Then I will make my
Boom,
move.
boom, boom.
The
The
second
sword
dream's
seemed to have come
expression
from
was
the
still
horizon,
calm.
from the depths
Her
of
hands
hell.
danced like
A
willow
silhouette
branches,
crossed the sky
carrying
and
with them
slashed
the
towards
charm
Song
of heaven
Wuxia.
and earth.
Insignificant
Dream of the
skill.
wilderness. shouted
A
Song
cold voice
Wuxia
came out
coldly.
from the second
The
dream's
bone-piercing
mouth.
shield on
The
his
martial
body
arts
started
in
to
her
change.
hands were even stranger.
Ka-ka-ka sounds
It was
were
as
heard
if she
a
had opened the
bone-piercing
door to
shield
the
appeared in
wilderness.
front of him.
Endless
That
black
was the
light
strongest
flowed
form
out,
of the
turning
bone-piercing
half of the
shield.
martial stage
It was
into
said
a
that it
world
could
of
block
darkness.
90%
What
of the
is
true
that?
meaning of martial
The
arts.
crowd was shocked.
Clang clang.
What a strange
The
martial
sword and the
art.
shield collided,
Martial
and a
intent.
deafening sound
I'm afraid
filled
she
the
has
air.
reached 100%
Under countless
mastery.
gazes, the two
It has a
figures
trace of
collided in
profound
midair.
energy.
However,
Some
a
of the
moment
stronger
later,
cultivators
the mountain
said
behind
solemnly,
Song Wuxia was
as
cut in
expected
half.
of the second dream.
3 mountains
It was
had been cut
difficult
in
to
half.
see through her.
One sword
While
had cut
others
off
had
3
doubled their
mountains.
strength under the
What?
Bodhi ancient tree,
The
she had
spectators
tripled
stood
it.
up.
Moreover,
Lin-Ling's
as
sword
far
was
as
so
they knew,
sharp.
only the
Song
7 most
Wuxia's
powerful
pupils
prodigies of
constricted.
the 7
He
major
didn't
martial
turn
arts
around,
had
but he could
cultivated
feel
the
that the 3 mountains
100%
behind him had been
cut
cut
in
in
half.
Moreover, there
Cold
were less
sweat
than
dripped
10
down
of them.
his forehead.
The most terrifying
Lin-Ling
thing
was
was
more
that second
terrifying
dream
than
was
he had
even 20
imagined.
years old.
If he didn't have a
The
semi-spiritual
black light
weapon,
flowed out like a
Lin-Ling
tide.
would have been able to
However,
fight someone
it
who was at a
disappeared as
higher
quickly as it
cultivation
appeared.
level than him. Only the
Ka-cha.
sound of the second
At that
dream's
moment,
footsteps
a clear
could be
sound
heard.
was heard.
She left the
It sounded
martial
like
stage
bones
step
were
by
being
step.
broken.
What's
Song
wrong?
Wuxia's pupils
Many
constricted.
people were puzzled. He saw
Then
that the
the announcement
bone-piercing
of the
shield
result
that had
was
blocked
heard.
Lin-Ling's
The
sword
second
had
dream
cracked and
wins.
many bones were
Lu
broken.
Fei dies. Impossible.
Killing her opponent
Shouted
in
Song
one move
Wuxia
meant that the
furiously.
competition of 20
His
people
shield
had
could
become
block
90% of Lin-Ling's true
Terrifying.
energy. How
The
could
crowd was
Lin-Ling's
shocked.
sword break through his
Lu
shield?
Fei had wanted to
In
kill the
reality,
second dream,
how could he
but
know
was
that
killed by the
Lin-Ling's sword
second
had
dream in
already
one
reached
move.
90%
It was all
martial
very
true
ironic.
intent? The
In
second
addition
dream
to
had
10
said that she
million
would
points
end
of
it in one
physical
move,
strength and
and
sword
indeed
power.
she did.
How could that be
The
an
Bodhi
ordinary
ancient
sword
tree
true
is
intent?
indeed a rare treasure.
You asked me if I had
The
an
second
opinion
dream's strength
before?
is not weaker
Calmly
than mine.
holding the tyrannical
Yang
Song
Gan
sword,
frowned as he
Lin-Ling
looked at the
raised
girl in
his
the black
eyes and
dress
calmly
from
looked
afar.
at Song Wuxia
The people
in front
beside
of him.
him narrowed
At
their
the same
eyes.
time,
His indifferent voice floated out. Lin-Ling's
Yang
eyes
Gan's
were
strength
filled with
was
incomparably
mercilessness and
terrifying
murderous
on the
intent.
heaven's chosen list.
Song Wuxia's heart
However,
was
he said
pounding.
that the second dream was
Lin-Ling
not
wanted
weaker
to kill
than
him.
him.
The
Besides,
increase in
Lin-Ling's
strength
sword
of the
could
second
break his
dream was
shield.
too exaggerated.
Retreat. The first
Song
battle
Wuxia
ended
did
very
not
quickly.
dare to say anything.
It did not even
He
take
took a
half
step
an hour.
forward and started
However,
running
the
away.
crowd was not
Song
surprised.
Wuxia ran away.
Instead, they were looking
When the
forward
crowd
to
saw
the
that,
second
they
battle.
felt like they were
They
dreaming.
wondered who would be
A
lucky
moment
enough
ago,
to draw
Song
the
Wuxia
second
had
lot.
killed people for
After
fun,
all, the
but
earlier
now
one
he was
drew the
running
lot,
away like a
the
stray
more
dog.
opponents
How
they would have to
ironic.
choose from.
Do you think
Rumble.
you can run away?
In the sky,
Lin-Ling
the clouds
indifferently
rolled and
said
three
as he
names
watched
appeared.
Song Wuxia
It was
flee.
the second lucky
He
genius to
waved
draw
at
the
Hong
lot
Er
and slowly
Xiang
chased after
Tianxiao.
Song Wuxia
This
with
guy
him.
is lucky.
Besides,
Many
Lin-Ling
people
wasn't
looked
running
at a
fast.
short and skinny young
It seemed
man.
like he wasn't in
That
a
young
hurry
man
to kill
narrowed
Song
his eyes
Wuxia.
and then laughed
They had never
excitedly.
seen such a
He
scene
had drawn the
before,
lot,
which meant that he could choose his opponent.
chased Hong Er like
It
that.
seems that luck is
Now
also very
Lin-Ling was
strange.
giving him an eye for
At
an
the
eye.
beginning, luck
Lin-Ling,
fell on the
don't
second
go too
dream who
far.
was the strongest.
Shouted Song
Then it
Wuxia
appeared
furiously
furiously
when he sensed
Lin-Ling's
Lin-Ling's
weak intention. It seems that
He was
luck
extremely
has taken care of
aggrieved,
both the
as if he
strong
had
and
been
the weak.
humiliated.
The remaining
Before he had
geniuses
wanted to
smiled
play with
faintly.
Hong Er until she
They were not
collapsed.
too nervous. Now,
They were
Lin-Ling
even
wanted
looking
to play
forward
with
to
him
Xiang
until he
Tianxiao
collapsed.
challenging them.
I'm going too
After
far,
all,
so what?
Xiang
I'm
Tianxiao
going to
was
make
not
you
as
regret it.
terrifying as the second
However,
dream.
Lin-Ling's
All
cold
20
voice came from
geniuses have
behind.
increased their
Song
cultivation
Wuxia
level.
gnashed his teeth.
However, there are
Song
3 who did
Wuxia
not.
and Song
They
Wuxia
are
were
Tang
running at full
Tianshu,
speed.
Lin-Ling, and Xiang Tianxiao.
Nan
Xiang
Tianba was
Tianxiao
staring
is
at
only
them.
at the late
His
stage of
eyes
the
were
Emperor's
filled with
spirit realm.
murderous intentions.
The crowd stared
Lin-Ling
at the
was
short young
surprisingly
man and
playing
then
with
looked
his
forward to
disciple.
who Xiang
Serves
Tianxiao
him
would
right.
challenge.
Those who
Who should I
humiliate
choose?
others will be
Xiang
humiliated by
Tianxiao's
others.
small eyes looked at the
Long
geniuses.
Dan's mocking voice
According
came
to
out
his
at the same
intuition,
time,
he should
which
challenge
made Nan
Nan
Gongxiong
Gongxiong.
even angrier.
After all, he
Lin-Ling
had
is
fought Nan
insane.
Gongxiong before,
He's chasing
and Nan
after
Gongxiong
Song
was no
Wuxia.
match for him.
Besides,
although his
it seems like his
cultivation level had
semi-spiritual
increased,
weapon
he
can't
should
block
still be able to
Lin-Ling's
defeat
sword.
Nan Gongxiong.
How strong is Lin-Ling's sword? Thought the crowd. Lin-Ling was a young man. He had kept a low profile when he hadn't risen up. Challenging
However,
the bottom
when he had
line,
risen up,
his gaze
had
wandered
attracted
between
the attention of
Lin-Ling and
millions
Nan
of
Gongxiong as he
Kill him.
hesitated. I
The
will
crowd
reward
also
whoever
saw his
kills
gaze
him
and
for
shook
me.
their heads.
Even though I,
Lin-Ling
Song
and Nan
Wuxia, have a
Gongxiong
violent
seemed to be at the
temperament,
mercy of
I am a
others.
man of my word.
Whether they were eliminated
Shouted
or
Song
left
Wuxia
alive,
while running
it all
away.
depends depended on each other.
He knew that many young geniuses were watching him.
Challenged me if you
Therefore,
had the
he wanted
ability.
all the young geniuses to kill Lin Ling.
face turned ugly.
Even though Lin Ling
didn't
was
like the
extremely
feeling of
strong,
being looked down
could he
upon.
resist all the young
Lin Ling
geniuses?
didn't say a word from
Even
beginning
though
to
Tang
end.
Wuxia
His face was
abnormal,
indifferent.
he is a man of his
Lin
word.
Ling, we can
Perhaps
help him.
because of Lin Ling's silence,
Lin Ling has already
Xiang
offended us.
Tianxiao chose
Let's
Lin Ling
kill
in
him
the
to
end.
appease our anger.
Lin Ling's cultivation
young
realm didn't
geniuses who were
increase,
hiding in the
and
mountain
Xiang Tianxiao's
ranges.
strength didn't
Killing
increase
Lin
either.
Ling would
The
satisfy
two of them
other
seemed
young
to be evenly
geniuses.
matched.
Besides, they would
It
get
seems
Sam
that using
Wuxia's
Bodhi
promise.
liquid to
How
cultivate
could they miss
also
such a
depends
good
on one's
opportunity?
talent and opportunity.
Lin Ling, don't be
Some
too
people
arrogant.
have an epiphany,
In
and
a
some
mountain
people are
range,
stuck in the
a
same
figure
place.
soared into the sky
Lin Ling
and
was
bounced
already a
towards
dark
Lin
horse,
Ling.
causing
Maybe
the
his
genius in
potential
the
has been
distance to frown.
exhausted.
so
that
the
was
Bodhi
Lin
liquid
Feng,
won't
who
be
was
of
also
much help
very
to him.
famous on the genius
Many
roll.
people stared at
Most
Lin Ling and
importantly,
analyzed.
he was very lucky
in the
and was
heavenly
the closest
dragon
to Lin
empire,
Ling,
the
so he
justice
managed to
Duan
snatch a
family
great
and the other
error.
major powers.
You are
Many
just a
people
young man
sneered.
at the middle
They
stage
weren't
of the Emperor's
surprised at all.
spirit layer.
After all,
How
the
dare you
same
be so
pill could be
arrogant?
consumed by different
Even if
people.
old Shen is your
Lin
backer,
Ling might be
I
the
will teach
weakest
you
of
a
the
lesson
20,
on his
so it wasn't
behalf.
strange.
Shouted
Of
the
course,
young man
Lin Ling
coldly.
might also be the
He
strongest
stepped into
after
the sky,
consuming the pill.
his long hair
But they
fluttering
didn't
in
want
the
to
wind.
admit it, so they kept
Lin
thinking
Ling
of
and
the
Hong
worst.
stopped
Not to
moving.
mention Lin Ling's current
looked at the
cultivation
young man
realm
coldly
didn't
and
change,
shook his head.
so they naturally
Without
thought of the
saying
worst.
anything, he slashed
Lin
out
Ling
with his
come
sword.
up.
To him, this young man was a
leaped onto
fool.
the martial arts
Wuxia
platform
didn't
and
dare
waved
to
at
face him.
Lin Ling's
That was
expression
why he
was
had
calm
sent
as he
people to
leaped
kill
onto
him.
the martial arts
This
platform.
young man didn't understand
Are you
his
angry
intentions
because I
and
chose
had
you?
overestimated
Xiang
himself.
Tianxia was
Boom,
short.
boom, boom.
The sword
raised
was
his
like
head
lightning
and looked at
it
Lin
killed
Ling with a
decisively.
strange smile on his
The young
face.
man wanted to say something arrogant,
Lin Ling
but a
calmly
sword
nodded.
scar appeared
He
on
knew
his
that
head,
someone would
causing
challenge
his
him
eyes
sooner
to
or
narrow.
later.
There
There
was
wasn't
nothing
even
to
a
be
strong
angry
as
about.
Song Wuxia.
Is that
How
so?
could he be arrogant in
good.
front of Lin Ling?
Xiang Tianxiao had his
In
hands
the end,
behind
he didn't
his
say
back as he
anything.
walked on the martial
His body
platform.
fell from the sky.
He did not attack
The young
Lin Ling,
geniuses
which
in the
made many
distance were
people
stunned.
extremely puzzled.
Lin Feng was smart.
Lin Ling,
In
since
the
the
previous
beginning of the
purgatory
battlefield,
he had been
you were
hiding
the
in the
biggest
dark.
dark horse,
He
and I
had
was
managed
also
to
one of the
survive
dark
until
horses,
now.
so I won't
It was
underestimate
rare for him to be in the limelight,
Xiang
but
Tianxiao
now
said
it
his
again,
time
causing
causing
Lin
Lin
Ling
Ling
to frown.
Lin Ling
In the
fight
end,
above
he
his
said
cultivation
impatiently,
level. Since you chose
After
me,
that,
then make
many
your
young
move.
geniuses
Why
realized
the
something
rush?
terrifying.
Xiao
Their
Tianxiao
eyes were
laughed
filled
faintly.
with fear.
His
At the
laughter
same
was
time,
extremely
Lin Ling
strange,
walked
making people
forward
feel
with
extremely disgusted.
Along the way, he saw the
Xiao
young
Tianxiao was
geniuses
standing
standing
on
towards
top
the
of the
sky.
hill.
Moreover,
He
he didn't make a move.
Those
Yet he
eyes
said
were
so
filled
much.
with mockery.
What was he
When
trying
Lin
to
Ling
do?
had arrived, they had
I
all
know that
thought
you
that he
brought
was
the
a
Fire
pushover.
Ancient clan to the
That was why
Rainforest
they had
Sacred
looked at
Land.
Lin Ling with
However,
greed and
your
killing
Fire
intent.
Ancient clan has a
But
lot
now
of
they
beauties.
were filled with
If
fear
you
and
lose,
seriousness.
you will reward me
Die.
with all the beauties of your
Without saying
Fire Ancient
anything,
clan.
Lin Ling slashed
about
out with
that?
his sword. Also,
The
you seem
sword
to have a
light
good
broke through the
relationship
air.
with your
The
grandfather.
10 million strength
Since
made
you've
the
lost,
sword move
let your
extremely
grandfather
fast.
be my slave.
You're crazy.
I'm the top
The young
genius of the Tree
geniuses
Nation
roared.
and have many
They
slaves.
hadn't killed Lin Ling,
I'll be
but
very
Lin Ling
happy
seemed
to have your
attacked them.
grandfather as my slave.
You're courting death.
I remember
One of
that
the
you
young
have a
geniuses'
fiancée in the
face was
Fire
cold.
Ancient clan
He
called
was
Qin
filled with
Xiaolin.
killing intent.
She will be my
He
wife
took a step
too.
forward and
Xiang
used a powerful
Tianxiao
martial
walked
art.
slowly along the
Schwa.
martial platform. His steps started to
Chapter
become strange as
857.
if he was drunk.
Kill everyone who tries to stop.
Everyone
Another
from the Fire
prodigy has
Ancient
died.
clan looked at him
Many
angrily.
people felt as
That
if they were
short and
dreaming
ugly
when they saw
genius
this
was
scene.
too abominable.
Everyone thought
He
that
actually
Lin Ling
wanted
was
them
the
to
one
be his
being
slaves.
slaughtered on the battlefield.
He looks ugly,
However,
and his
no
words
one
are
knew
also
that
ugly.
Lin Ling was the hunter.
As the saying goes,
Ignoring
one's
the
family
family
should not be
geniuses on the
blamed for
hill,
their sins.
Lin Ling
He
continued
doesn't seem to
forward
have
with
any
hunger.
enmity with
He had
Lin
two
Ling.
goals for
Why is he
participating in the
slandering Lin Ling's
semifinals.
family?
First,
Many
to take
people looked at
revenge on the
Xiang
second dream.
Tianxiao with displeasure.
Secondly, he also
They
wanted
couldn't
to see the
understand
power
why
of
Xiang
powerful
Tianxiao would do
geniuses.
that. After all, Lin Ling was also an ancient martial art practitioner. His heart of
Only
martial
the
arts was
geniuses who
above
were
the clouds.
familiar with Xiang
He also
Tianxiao
had
knew
his
that
own
he was a
goals.
very sinister
He
and
also
cunning
wanted to
person.
fight with geniuses
Even if
of
he
the
was
same
stronger
generation
than his
and see their
opponent,
dazzling
he would never
brilliance.
defeat his opponent
Like
fair
all
and
ancient
square.
martial art
He was a
practitioners,
person who
he
would
wanted
do
to
anything
prove
to
himself
win.
on the huge
Even
stage.
if he was the center
However,
of attention
these
today,
geniuses
he would
would
not
still
still
win
win
in
in
a
a
very
very
sinister
sinister
jealous
manner.
of his results
This was
and wanted
Xiang
to harm him.
Tianxiao.
How
Cursing
could Lin Ling
like
be
that wasn't
merciful?
seeking death.
Perhaps it was because
Instead,
he had been
was
too
trying to
merciful and
infuriate
kept
the
Lin
low
Ling and make
profile
Lin
that
Ling
these
lose
geniuses
his
thought that he
rationality.
was weak and bullied
Xiang
him.
Tianxiao
The
wasn't
best way to
stupid
change
enough to
all of
curse
this was
people
to kill them.
casually.
You
Sometimes,
killed
in
them.
order to win,
Lin
he would
Ling,
even
you have
pretend to
offended
be
many
dead
people.
and beg for mercy.
Just as Lin Ling was about to continue
forward,
Xiang
a genius
Tianxiao
on the
still
mountain
walking on the
martial
martial
platform. It
On
seemed
the
that he
martial
was still in a
platform,
daze.
Lin Ling's eyes turned cold.
In the sky,
Without
Lin
saying
Ling stopped
anything,
in his
he took a
tracks
step
and slowly
forward
turned
and
around to
chased
look
after
at that
Xiang
genius.
Tianxiao.
His
His
cold
fist
gaze
punched
caused
out.
the genius's pupils to dilate.
He
The
seemed
air
to
was
have said
torn
something
apart by
wrong.
the fist, but the
Lin
fist
Ling,
missed.
I am the disciple
Xiang
of this
Tianxiao's
Wuxiao's
body
master.
appeared on the other
That
side.
genius
and extremely
frowned and said, mysterious manner.
So what?
Drunken
Lin Ling
steps,
replied
intoxicating
coldly.
the world.
The sword in his hand
It's a very
slashed out
powerful
gently.
movement technique.
The sword slash
The
was a
eyes of many
combination of
experts
killing
flashed.
intent and sword
It
intent.
was the lost drunken
sweeping
steps
everything
in
in
the
its
rainforest's
path.
sacred ground.
You dare to kill me?
Lin Ling, your wife
the genius
is very
eyes
beautiful.
widened.
I'm
He
imagining
had only
the
said
feeling
one
of touching
sentence,
her
but
skin.
Lin Ling wanted to
It
kill
will
him.
definitely be as delicate
Unfortunately,
as
the
milk.
sword slash would not
On the
stop
martial
because of his
platform,
words.
Xiang
The sword
Tianxiao's
had always
smiling
been
voice
merciless.
was still drifting out.
Another
Moreover, there
prodigy
was also
who had died
laughter.
under Lin Ling's
Kiki.
sword.
The laughter
Another
was
one.
extremely
In the
unpleasant
outer
to
world,
the ears.
the hearts of the
It would
crowd
make
trembled
people furious
fiercely.
after hearing
Lin
it.
Ling was so cold.
However, when you chased
Those who
after
wanted to
Xiang
kill him were
Tianxiao,
all killed by
Xiang
him.
Tianxiao would
There
use
were
the
only
drunken
3
steps
people
to
left
walk
on
on
the
the
hill.
martial platform
At this
and attack
moment,
you with
their
his mouth.
bodies were all
Many
trembling.
people finally
Lin Ling
realized
had
Xiang
killed the
Tianxiao's
late-stage
intentions.
Emperor Spirit
They
Realm
despised
cultivator
him
with
in their
such
hearts.
ease. In order
His
to
strength
win,
was
Xiang
probably in the
Tianxiao
top 10
actually
of the
kept on
late-stage
making Lin
Emperor
Ling
Spirit
angry.
Realm cultivators.
He wanted to make Lin
With
Ling
that
lose
thought
his
in mind,
rationality.
the 3 sky
I've said
prides
so much,
immediately
but
fell
you
to
didn't
their
say a
knees and
word?
begged for mercy.
The voice was still
Lin
drunk,
Ling
and it
spare
was
my life.
accompanied by laughter.
On the battlefield of slaughter, strength was everything. If they had the strength, the one who would be killed today would be Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's strength surpassed theirs. His handsome face was cold. So how could they not beg for mercy? Finally, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "You attacked me during the speed test. In the battle between you and me, die under the loser will be eliminated. Bugs. You came up with so many schemes and tricks. Don't you think it's too late?" Lin Ling said Xiao's heart trembled. The sword in his hand seemed to have realized his intentions, but he also seemed to be angry. The heads of the three people kneeling on the ground flew off. Yes, I'm playing with you. All the sky prides who had come to kill Lin Ling were dead. Come and kill me. Lin Ling waved his sword. His voice seemed to echo endlessly like a clown laughing. The purgatory battlefield was a battlefield of slaughter. Even many spectators were angry in their hearts. Lin Ling didn't know the rules. However, Xiang Tianxiao was looking forward to this scene. She told the angrier Lin Ling was the more weak would be eliminated and the strong would advance. He would take advantage of Lin Ling's carelessness to give him a fatal blow. Your drunken steps are very strange. Your body is drunk and you are drunk. Her heart in shock. You can sense your opponent's mood and use it to escape your opponent's skills were high. But she never imagined that his martial skills would be so strong as well. Lin Ling's soft voice floated out, taking care of Lin Ling after entering the semifinals. Lin Ling seemed to be very angry, but he still seemed to be very smiled lightly. They didn't know that the angrier Lin Ling was, the calmer Lin Ling was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have participated in the semifinals. Yes, however, the further you go in the purgatory battlefield, do you have a way to break it? The more intense the competition will be. If you can't do anything to me, Hong said worriedly. On the martial arts platform, the remaining Sky Prides didn't have any scruples in order to win. Weaved in and out of existence. At that time, it would be either leaving behind many afterimages. The remaining ones would be the most talented Sky Prides, but it has a huge competition that was similar to raising poisonous insects. Lin Ling finally survival of the fittest, and the weak would be eliminated. And murderous. The martial arts palaces also chose to accept, and like a giant elephant heavily stomping on the ground, weren't forced by others, but by one's own choice. Boom. Since one had chosen, then one had to be mentally prepared. Don't worry. If others don't kill me, then I won't care. Chapter 872. But if they do, then I won't leave a single one alive. At the same time, a sword-like figure, if they wanted to eliminate the help of the shaking stage, then they would have to see if they had the strength to do so. Then the two of them sped up and chased after Tsang Wuxia. His drunken steps was mysterious and complicated, but its weakness was that he had to step on the ground. He was being chased by Lin Ling step by step. His drunken steps this was a great humiliation. Although it was not even enough for people to kill Lin Ling, but the result was that all of them was enough to change a lot. Lin Ling's strength was more terrifying than he had imagined. One sword and he could laugh at the fist of an ancient god. If this continues, I will definitely die. I have to go to the top Sky Pride's battleground. His body twisted as if he was drunk. Tsang Wuxia's the norm, he tried to forcefully avoid the fist. He knew that Lin Ling had conflicts with the second dream and young master his abdomen, but at the critical moment he removed a lot of the force. Then maybe the second dream would kill Lin Ling thinking of this. Instead of retreating, Xiang Tianxiao's expression turned cold. Currently, most of his mouth was wide open and a lot of laughter came out of his mouth. Only the top Sky Prides would appear in front of the crowd and kill demonic beasts. Some were happy, some were sad, some were disappointed, and some were decadent. They even said a combination of all kinds of laughter. If you want to die, come and try to kill me. Obviously, during the trip to the Bodhi so anxious, he did not use stepping into the area to increase his cultivation rang out. Instead, he constantly strengthened his soul 12th among the remaining geniuses. What a strong soul power. His strength was also extremely formidable. Rubbed their ears. Moreover, feeling that the world was filled with the sound of laughter. Perhaps his current ranking was enough to drive people crazy, and they had a splitting headache. This also meant that although Xiang Tianxiao's cultivation level was low, his strength was not weak at all. This area was full of that kind of attack was also extremely unconventional. It seemed that no one who cultivated in the Bodhi ancient tree was Wuxia's words. You will become an idiot after being hit by my wasn't as strong as them, but he wasn't laughing heaven's palm. It was said that he had a half-spiritual weapon and was favored by the southern extremely ferocious. But now he was being chased by Lin Ling. Body surged and turned into a palm that slammed was only at the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. How could he chase after Tsang Wuxia? Seemed to have been hit by the soul power attack and could not defend facing a top Sky Pride. Therefore, the palm hit him directly. Lin Ling can kill you. However, no one knew that Lin Ling's soul power was even more terrifying than Xiang Tianxiao's. If you dare to stop me, he was not affected at all. However, as soon as he finished speaking, many people shook their heads when they saw this from afar. On the side of the great flamed ancient clan, everyone's eyes were red. Lin Ling was here. Xiang Tianxiao looking at the godlike figure. First, he used his family to provoke Lin Ling. He was completely terrified, and his mind was about to collapse. Careless. Being chased by Lin Ling made him caught off guard. The surrounding Sky launched his strongest attack. Lin Ling was so arrogant, had a plan that if Ouyang dared to stop him, he would kill him. Battle. What did he think on the martial arena? Xiang Tianxiao finally roared. You better look at yourself. His short and Sky figure didn't cause others to admire him at all. He was from the Great Serpent Palace. Others to despise him instead. Say one more word and I'll kill you too. Xiang Tianxiao however, Lin Ling's voice was even colder with laughter and excitement. Since he had decided to kill, in the world of martial arts, the winner was the king, and the loser was the bandit. Victory represented everything. Did you win?
Chapter 858.
However, at this moment,
kill you until you submit,
voice rang out,
Lin Ling,
causing
Xiang
Tianxiao's laughter
in
to
the outer
change.
world, many people had
He was
forgotten
still
how to
laughing,
breathe,
but his eyes
Lin
were
Ling
wide
had come
open
out of
as
the
he
water
stared
and
and
arrived
arrived
at
the battlefield
Not
of
far
the top
from him,
geniuses.
the young man was still
He had
standing
said that
proudly.
no one could save Tsang Wuxia.
His long robe
He would
fluttered
kill
in the
anyone
wind,
who tried
and
to
wisps
stop
of
him.
smoke flowed out
I
of his
don't know
body,
what kind of grudge
giving
you have
people
against
a strange
Tsang
and
Wuxia,
mysterious
but today
feeling.
I will protect him.
Impossible, you were
As
hit
long
by
as
my
I'm
laughing
here,
sky
you won't
palm.
be able to kill him.
How can you still be
So
standing?
don't cross my bottom
My
line.
laughing sky
The
palm
moment
is
I
a
draw my
seventh-grade
blade,
martial
you will
art of the
regret
royal
coming
level.
here. And I
Of
have
course, you're not
cultivated
my
it to
target
the
right
highest
now,
level.
so I don't want to waste too
Xiang
much time
Tianxiao
and
was
energy
still
on an
laughing,
ant,
but he shook his
Get
head
out
in
of my
fear.
sight.
How could
Lin
Lin
Ling
Ling be
looked at
fine?
Lin Ling coldly.
You have many tricks
He
up
thought it
your
was
sleeve,
ridiculous.
and you have a plan for
Lin
this
Ling
battle.
dared to be so
However,
arrogant
you
in
forgot
front of
one
him.
thing.
If he didn't want to waste too much energy, he would have killed Lin Ling
No matter
already.
what you do, you can't
The reason
hurt
why
your
he
opponent.
didn't kill him was because
Everything
he
is
didn't
just
want to
empty
waste
talk.
time and energy.
Lin Ling took
His
a step
target was
forward
young
and threw out
Master
a
Tang
punch.
Yufanzi.
Previously,
and the other top
he could have
geniuses.
avoided the attack because
that
Xiang
so?
Tianxiao's
The
soul
corners
power
of Lin
couldn't
Ling's
affect him
mouth
at all.
curled into a cold
However,
smile.
he didn't dodge because
the sword
it was
in his hand
unnecessary.
slashed out mercilessly and
The punch sent
decisively.
Xiang Tianxiao
How dare
flying
you?
like a meteor.
The moment
He
Ouyang
smashed
Zhen
into
raised
the
his
ground
sword
and spat out
Nantian
blood.
Ba stood up and
Using
shouted
brute force
furiously.
to subdue intelligence.
Lin Ling dared to kill
No matter
his
how
proud
insidious
disciple.
your tricks are,
Unfortunately,
you can't beat your
his
opponent.
voice couldn't be heard
Everything
in the
is just a
purgatory
joke.
battlefield.
The crowd's
Since
eyes
it could be
narrowed.
heard, how could
This
Lin
meant
Ling
that
not
Xiang
dare to kill
Tianxiao's
him?
attack couldn't
Swoosh.
hurt Lin Ling at all.
Ouyang Zhen's pupils
Laughing
constricted.
sky palm of
He
three
hadn't thought
sages.
that Lin Ling would
On the
really
ground,
dare to attack
Xiang
him.
Tianxiao roared.
As for Tsang
He
Wuxia,
slapped the
his
ground
mouth
with
was
his
right
right
hand
hand
and jumped up.
He raised his
Then
bone
he
shield
pounced
in an
on Lin
attempt to
Ling. Was
block the
everything he
sword.
had done in vain?
However, his bone
couldn't
shield had
believe it.
already been broken.
Bang, bang,
How could
bang.
it block the sword?
Deafening sounds
Swoosh.
rang out as
A
three
bloody wound
terrifying
appeared on
palms
his
landed
neck.
on Lin Ling's
He
body.
couldn't believe what had just
Many
happened.
of the peak-level Royal
Tsang
Spirit
Wuxia
Realm geniuses
was originally
narrowed their
supposed
eyes.
to be the most
Even they
dazzling
didn't
star
dare
in
to
the
take those
semifinals.
three palms head on.
With the addition of his
After all,
half-spirit
a
artifact,
seventh-grade
he was
martial art of
confident
the
that there
Royal
would be
Spirit
few
Realm
opponents
wasn't just
that
for
could match
show.
him.
However,
Spiritual
he had
chi
encountered a
exploded in
freak like
form
Lin Ling.
smoke.
However,
His sword
as
had
the
broken
smoke
through
drifted
his
away,
spirit artifact,
Lin Ling was still
causing him
standing
to
on the
perish
stage.
on the purgatory
He didn't even
battlefield.
move his feet.
Even in death,
he had
didn't
awakened
understand how
20,000
Lin
small
Ling's
worlds,
sword had broken
and his
through his
physical
shield.
body was extremely
How could
strong.
he know that not only
His
was Lin
defense
Ling's
was
sword
terrifying.
intent formidable,
Why would he be
but the
afraid
sword
of
in his
Xiang
hand was
Tianxiao's
also a
attack?
mid-grade spirit
After all,
artifact.
Xiang Tianxiao
Compared
was
to
only
Lin
at the
Ling's
late
tyrant
stage of the
Song
Royal
sword,
Spirit Realm.
his half-spirit artifact was simply
Why
a
aren't you
joke.
laughing? Lin Ling said
The
coldly.
crowd looked at Tsang
In front of
Wuxia,
him,
who was
Xiang
slowly
Tianxiao's
closing his
eyes were
eyes.
wide open.
The crowd
He
remained
still had
silent.
a smile on his face,
Only
but he couldn't
Nantian
laugh
Ba's eyes
anymore.
were red as he
Lin
stared
Ling stood
fixedly
there and
at
let
the
him hit
sky.
him. He
How
couldn't
dare
even
you
hurt
kill
him.
him?
Ouyang Zhen's
Lin
voice
Ling
was
stretched
hoarse.
out one hand
He
and
had just
grabbed
told
Xiang
Lin Ling to
Tianxiao's
scram.
neck.
With
Then
him,
he slapped
Ouyang
him.
Zhen, nobody would be able to kill Tsang Wuxia. However, in
With
the
a
next
slap,
instant,
all of
Tsang
Xiang
Wuxia had
Tianxiao's
died in
teeth
front
flew
of
out.
him.
This
Lin
person
Ling
was
didn't
too
give
ugly.
Ouyang Zhen any
Lin
face.
Ling felt very
Blood-drinking
uncomfortable looking
saber.
at him.
Blood-drinking saber.
Why
I
aren't
wanted
you
to let
laughing?
you shine in the last round.
If you don't laugh,
but now
I'll
it
beat
seems
you
like
until
you're going
you
to
laugh.
use your saber.
Slap, slap,
Ouyang
slap.
Zhen helplessly
Countless
shook his head.
people looked at the stage.
He slowly
Lin
untied
Ling
the black
grabbed the
cloth
short
wrapped
Xiang
around his
Tianxiao
saber
and kept slapping
There was a
him.
look on his
It
face
was as if he was a
looking
noble
at his
in the
lover.
palace slapping
It
his
was as
servant.
if that wasn't a saber,
Lin
but
Ling
his
beat him
partner,
until he
his
could never
lover.
laugh.
Of course,
The
this was
people of
normal.
the Great Flame
Swordsmen
Ancient
and
Clan
swordsmen
cheered.
were the same.
Xiang Tianxiao
Once they
was
got
too
used to using a
despicable.
weapon, the
They
weapon
didn't
would
offend
accompany
him,
them
but
for
he
life.
used them to provoke
They didn't
Lin
need
Ling
a
in order
partner,
to win.
family, or friends.
This kind of
They
person
only
was too
needed
disgusting.
saber. Blood-drinking
Laugh, you have to
saber.
laugh for me.
Many proud sons of
domineering
heaven's
voice
eyes
came
came
out
out
of
of Lin Ling's mouth.
Last month,
Was he
Ouyang
toying with
Zhen
Lin
had
Ling?
snatched the
Was he
pavilion
laughing
master's order
arrogantly
from the
around
Dragon
Lin Ling?
Pavilion.
Today,
Perhaps
Lin
he
Ling
had
wanted to
upgraded
see how
his
he would
blood-drinking
laugh.
saber.
Slap.
This
Slap.
might be Ouyang
Slap.
Zhen's greatest
Slap.
trump card
Slap.
in the semifinals.
The crowd's
If Lin
hearts
Ling
trembled
hadn't been so
violently.
arrogant,
Xiang
Ouyang Zhen
Tianxiao,
wouldn't have
one
used
of the
his
20
saber.
supreme talents
No
who
wonder
had been
Ouyang
nourished
Zhen
by
had
the
told
Bodhi
Lin Ling
liquid,
to scram.
was now being
Many
slapped
people
by
looked at
Lin
Lin
Ling.
Ling.
Ha ha ha. Lin
Finally,
Ling
been able to kill Xiao let out a terrifying laugh, which meant that his strength was beyond their imagination. It was a laugh directed at geniuses at the late stage of the Emperor's directed at Lin Ling's regret. But Ouyang was even stronger. He should not have used such a method. He ranked very high among all the cultivators at the late stage of the Emperor's spirit plane. Xiao begged for mercy. Block Ouyang's However, his voice was very soft. Being able to die under the blood-drinking saber is a reward for you. It's too late. Ouyang said indifferently. I don't care what method you use to fight me. You talk too much nonsense. I will accept it head on. However, Lin Ling's face was still cold. My reverse scale to challenge me. As soon as he finished speaking, this is my bottom line. The tyrannical if you lose, you don't have to die. However, if you challenge my bottom line, you will die if you lose. You wanted to see how powerful Lin Ling grabbed Xiang Tianxiao's neck and said coldly. Ouyang shook his eyes narrowed. His blood-drinking saber was now a spirit artifact. It could drink blood and become stronger. Moreover, at this moment, it was even more weight of 5 million. In fact, amongst the 7 profound backgrounds and origins of the 20 supreme talents, who could have a weapon heavier than his. Therefore, he knew you're overestimating very well. Therefore, after challenging Lin Ling, collided in he used Lin Ling's relatives to provoke Lin Ling attack, only a pure collision of weapons. He didn't know that the consequences of provoking Lin Ling were terrible, waiting to see him cut in half. Rumble, rumble, rumble. However, in the next moment, a terrifying event occurred.
Chapter
Lin Ling's sword
873
seemed to contain the
Another
power of the
battle.
heavens.
Die.
It ruthlessly
Lin
cut
Ling
down,
gathered
cutting
10 million
Ouyang Zhen's
points
of
of
strength
strength
in his right hand
The
as
earth
he
split
grabbed
open
Xiang
and
Tianxiao's
spread
neck
out
and slammed him into the
overwhelming.
ground.
This was truly
Boom.
overwhelming.
A deafening
A 5
explosion
million
rang out
pound
as
saber
cracks
dared to
appeared on
compare
the
with
crystalline
Lin Ling's
martial
sword?
stage.
How could
It was
this be?
extremely
The
dazzling.
crowd was silent.
Amazing. What kind of sword
Many
did
people's
Lin Ling
eyes
use?
widened. Was it
What
also
kind of
a
power
spirit
was
artifact?
that? Even the
Your
martial
saber is
stage
only
cracked
SOSL.
with a single smash.
Lin Ling floated in the air,
Lin Ling
proudly
slowly
looking
turned
down.
around and left
At
the
the same
martial arts
time,
platform.
a figure shot out
On the
like a
martial arts
cannonball,
platform,
also floating
the
in
cracks
the air.
formed a huge,
But his
gorgeous
eyes were
flower.
wide open.
In the center
staring
was
at the
Xiang
sword in Lin
Tianxiao,
Ling's
who had
hand
been
with
smashed to
disbelief.
death.
Then
In
the
the previous
crack slowly
collision,
disappeared.
Ouyang Zhen
This was
realized
the
that Lin
advantage
Ling's
of the
sword was
glazed
even
martial
more
arts
mysterious.
platform.
It
Its
could be
strength
repaired when it was
surpassed his saber.
damaged. It was
The
like a
crowd
dragon
looked
or
at
an
the
axe,
cracked flowers
mighty
from
and
blooming to
domineering.
disappearing.
Such a
They
useless
felt even
saber,
more
and
complicated.
you dare say you'll
Out
leave
of
it
the
for the
20
final
sky
round?
prides, 2 had
Lin
died in
Ling
2
taunted
battles,
again,
causing
remaining
Ouyang
sky
Zhen's
prides
complexion
looked
to
at Lin
become
Ling
extremely
indifferently.
ugly.
The previous
Compared to
battle
Lin
had
Ling's
let them know
sword,
that Lin
his
Ling's
saber was
defense
indeed
was extremely
useless.
terrifying.
What kind of sword
he could
is that?
withstand a 7th-grade
Ouyang
emperor
Zhen
wrenched
clenched
his
martial
teeth
art.
and said,
Of course,
to die
Xiang
under the
Tianxiao was
tyrannical
at the late
song sword
stage
is
of
a
the
kind
Emperor's
of reward
realm.
for you.
So,
Lin
if they
Ling
were
shook
to
his
use the
head.
7th-grade
He
emperor
didn't
wrenched
answer
martial
Ouyang
art,
Zhen's question.
Lin Ling would not dare
He took
to
a
take it
large
head
step
on.
forward,
Lin
and
Ling,
the
are you
tyrannical
all right?
song sword in his hand cut
asked
towards
worriedly
Ouyang
after
Zhen.
Lin Ling
10
returned.
million pounds of
I'm
physical
fine.
strength in addition
Lin
to
Ling
the 10 million
smiled
pound
brightly
weight
as
of
if
the
the
tyrannical
merciless
song
killing
sword.
god from
It was
before was not
invincible.
him.
However, Hong Er
Ouyang
was
Zhen
relieved
raised
when she
his
saw
saber
Lin
to
Ling's
block,
smile.
releasing a
She was
terrifying
afraid that
aura.
Lin Ling would be
However,
injured after
the
receiving
sword passed
Xiang
his
Tianxiao's
saber
attack.
shattered and his
That would
arm
be
broke.
disadvantageous
With
for
a
the
spiritual
upcoming
weapon in
competition.
hand, he could
So
indeed
far,
kill
no
any
one has
late-stage
admitted defeat
defeat
and
and
been
been
eliminated.
eliminated.
But
The
the prerequisite
dead.
was that his
There are
opponent's
still
spiritual
18
weapon
sky
was weaker
prides
than
left.
his.
I wonder who will make it to
Ouyang
the
Zhen
end.
cried out in
The
pain as
crowd
his saber
quickly
broke and
regained
his
their
arm
composure
broke.
and looked up at the
He
sky
retreated
again.
continuously in
Rumble.
the air.
The
His
third
heart
lucky person
shaking like
appeared in the
thunder.
sky.
Lin Ling
Han
defeated
Sanyan.
him in 2 moves.
Among the remaining
Lin
sky
Ling's strength
prides,
was
a
comparable
young
to
man
Yu
who
Fan
was sitting
and the other top
cross-legged like a
geniuses.
stone statue
Wait,
opened his
I won't
eyes.
pursue the matter
A
from
murderous
before.
aura flowed out
Ouyang
from him
Zhen
as a
shouted
smile
as he
appeared on
retreated.
his face.
He had already
He did not
lost the will
expect to
to
be so
fight.
lucky as to draw
Although
a
he
lot.
didn't know where Lin Ling's
Originally,
strength
I
came
wanted
from,
to let others
he couldn't
draw
deny
lots to
that
see
Lin
which
Ling
short-lived
made him
guy
afraid.
would dare to challenge
Ironically,
me.
he wanted
But
to
now
stop
it's my
Lin
turn
Ling
to
from
choose
killing
my
Song
opponent.
Wuxia.
The
He
young
didn't
man
expect
stood
that
up
he
and
himself
the
wouldn't
bones
be
in
a
his
match
body
for Lin
crackled.
Ling.
This
A dead
person's
man
life
doesn't
was
care
rather
too much.
strange.
His
His
legs were
eyes
thin,
were cold,
but his upper
and his
body
killing
was
intent
extremely
enveloped
tall
the
and
tyrannical
sturdy.
song sword.
His arms were
He
thicker than
slashed
his
out
legs,
like a rainbow,
and they were filled
and
with
the
a
sword
sense of
seemed to
majestic
split heaven
power.
and earth.
His innate
Heaven was
king
above
body
the
was
sword,
also
hell was
incomparably
below, and the
mysterious.
human world was
in
in
his
the middle.
hand was a large
saber that
the
was
sword
as tall as a
passed,
person.
and Ouyang Zhen was
It was his
split in
weapon.
2.
This
Blood
saber was
spurted
like
out,
a machete,
and a large
shining
amount
with
of
a gold
blood-red
light
light was
the
absorbed
back
by
of the
the
saber
tyrannical
was as
song
thick as
sword.
an adult's
Then
fist.
it disappeared
was
into
obviously
Lin
very
Ling's
heavy.
body.
It
This
should
was
be a
even
weapon
more
that was
ironic.
not weak.
The blood
The
imbibing
remaining
saber
sky
killed
prides
people
were
and
waiting
drank their
coldly.
blood.
They
It was
wanted
the
to
same
see if
for
Han
the
Sanyan
tyrannical
dared to
song
challenge
sword.
them. However,
The crowd
the
was
result
also
was that
looking
the
forward to
blood-imbibing
seeing who
saber
Han
owner
Sanyan
was
would
killed.
challenge.
Another
Moreover,
top heaven's
judging from
pride
Han
has fallen.
Sanyan's confident tone, he would most likely challenge even more powerful sky prides.
Chapter 8.
There's a huge loophole in the elimination
palace.
round.
The top
Those who
geniuses
have fought
frowned.
before will have to
They had
fight
wanted
again
to
at any
teach
time.
Lin Ling a lesson.
There's no
but
chance
now
for
they
them
were
to
hesitating.
recover.
However,
It wasn't
I liked
because
this
they couldn't
loophole
win,
very
but
much
because Lin Ling was
Han
too strong.
Sanyan's cold voice
Even if
rang
they
out,
could kill him,
causing the
it would
crowd's
take a
heart
lot
to
of
tremble.
effort, which would be
Han Sanyan did
disadvantageous
not
to them in
challenge
the
a
last
very
round.
powerful opponent.
Therefore, after
It seemed
weighing
like
the
he wanted
pros
to
and
challenge
cons,
those who
they
had
chose
fought
to
before.
acknowledge Lin Ling's
In this way,
position.
it would be easier
Who's
for
still
him to
not
win.
satisfied?
Previously,
While
only
the top
two people had
geniuses were
fought.
deep in thought,
One was the
Lin
second
Ling's
dream, and the
disdainful
other was
voice
Lin
rang
Ling.
out,
The
causing
answer
their
was
pupils
obvious.
to constrict.
Han Sanyan
Lin Ling
challenged
had
Lin
defeated
Ling.
Ouyang Zhen.
It's so unfair.
But he didn't seem to be
Lin Ling
satisfied
has just
and
fought,
continued
and
to
now
provoke his turn. Although it was hard to swallow for the sake of the upcoming competition, this was too unfair. They had to endure the humiliation. See you in the next round. Did they all think that Lin Ling was a soft persimmon? But Lin Ling's lips curved into a disdainful smile. Consecutive battles. Stayed in the last round, he was a little surprised by this result. However, after thinking about it
looks
carefully,
like without this was normal.
Lin Ling is just
After all,
Han San-yun was a sky pride.
Far away,
Although he said that he was not
other
afraid of
geniuses
any
mumbled
opponent,
to
he
themselves.
still wanted to win.
They were not too worried.
Therefore, he wanted
Perhaps
to
it was
eliminate
best
the
to
weak,
leave everything
but he
for
was
the
the
next
weakest
round of the competition.
After his previous
After
battle,
all, they had
it would
attacked
be
Lin
easier
Ling.
for him to win
Who
if
knew
he
who
fought
would
again.
attack them in the next
You can
moment.
die now.
Kill.
Lin Ling did
Kill.
not say much.
All the geniuses
He
started
stepped
to
on the
kill the
crystal
demonic
platform
beasts,
again and waved his
quietly
hand
waiting
at
for the
Han
time
San-yun.
to pass.
Get up here.
Looking carefully,
There was no
there
need
were
for
exactly 20
formalities or
geniuses
nonsense.
who dared to kill
He
the
directly
demonic
asked
beasts
Han
in broad
San-yun to
daylight.
get up here.
Obviously,
After
these
all,
geniuses
Han
would most
San-yun did not
likely
want to let
advance
him
to the
rest
next
and
round.
wanted to take
Of
advantage
course,
of him.
it wasn't
Lin
that the
Ling
others
did not
didn't
want
have
to
a
give him any
chance.
face.
Unfortunately,
You
if
are
they
in a hurry
wanted
to
to rise,
die. They would have to challenge these 20 for a moment and could not help but they didn't have enough confidence. However, his laughter was very cold. Many of these 20 prodigies were veteran powerhouses, the platform and their strength was ridiculously strong. Then he landed heavily on the ground. Lin Ling was a rising dark horse. You were so pitiful. But his strength was also incomparably powerful. But you seem to be the third one who has killed everyone who came to challenge him. In addition to the previous battle, he had completely stabilized his position, 70% of your strength now. He had killed so many that no one dared to challenge him. No wonder Han Sang-yun had made a name for himself today. He has a good plan. Time passed quietly, the crowd started to discuss. And the purgatory battlefield if Lin Ling was indeed injured, as it would be even harder for him to win. Geniuses had passed. Whether I am injured among these 20 geniuses, in this battle, many were famous people. Lin Ling placed his hands behind his back. There were also new dark horses, such as the two geniuses from the Great Serpent Mansion. There's another reason why I'm challenging you. Of course, the biggest dark horse was Lin Ling, who was famous for his killing. He had made it to the finals, of course. Chopping blade is only a high-level weapon. Dark God, while yours seems to be a spiritual weapon. It would be a waste for such a good weapon to fall into your hands. Rumbled like thunder. Under the clear blue sky, an ancient aura spread out, as if an ancient bronze door had rang out. Then the king body behind him shone brightly. Foreign land appeared. Turned out to be a giant 20 figures walked out from the black hole. This bear seemed to have the ability to reach the heavens. 20 were the top 20 geniuses who made it to Li Mu's transit. The king body of the beast increased strength. It was not pure physical strength, but a combination of spiritual chi and strength. It was different from the martial Tao of the Water Martial House Master had said that in this year's semifinals of the seven major martial halls, you will not have a chance. The seven profound martial houses held the blade in his hand, and his aura became even stronger. This meant that of these 20 people, peak of the Emperor's several of them were the strongest of the seven major martial halls, proud sons of heaven. However, his attainments in the saber intent were not high. The seven profound martial houses proud son of heaven list semifinals. The sword must be used when it is needed. Semifinals. Lin Ling shook his head and stretched out his second dream. Then he slowly stretched out his fingers and looked at Han Sang-yun surprised by his formidable strength. Let me give you a piece of advice. Of course, they also looked at Lin Ling. Lin was the biggest dark horse. How arrogant! Although his crowd's eyes narrowed to the second dream, Lin Ling had to be known that Lin Ling was only at the middle before he even made a move. With this strength, was indeed more arrogant than he was in the previous competition. This explained everything. You are only at the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit fears. Do you think you are qualified to make me use my full strength? Seven profound martial house coldly glared into a disdainful smile. Among them, Nan Qianba was the leader. Forward, held the machete with both hands, and slashed. Unfortunately, there were countless powerhouses in earth. Even if their hearts burned with anger, there was nothing they could do. But as if he was aware of dazzling and terrifying, the other's angry gazes, it was a very sharp saber with great smiled and shrugged his shoulders. Moreover, it was not a saber attack formed by the saber intent. Sorry, I killed your disciple. It was a pure power. There's nothing I can do about it. Lin Ling is good at physical strength, and so is Han Qianba, and the others were even more furious. Han Sang-yun does not use his physical strength. This boy was young, but he was abominable. He uses his king body. Yes. Not many people can withstand that martial house semifinals are the strongest of the seven martial halls. 3 proud sons of heaven under 20 years old have stepped into the final round. Chapter 8. This is a rare sight. A one-hit kill. They were not the only ones looking forward to it. It will be even the 7 major martial halls prefecture lords, moment, and the 4 ancient voice sounded out from the sky, causing everyone's hearts to surge. Frowned slightly. As they looked up, they saw that 3 figures slowly walking down from the sky. But according to her 2 of them were young girls, Lin Ling's body should not be able to withstand that saber strike. This deer was like a divine deer, increased in strength again while he was on the Bodhi kind and peaceful gaze. Astral winds behind the deer was a very ordinary looking carriage. He still had one hand behind his back, woman his right hand stretched out. She looked at all living beings slightly, and her eyes seemed to be able to small worlds jumped up at this moment, filled with this dear old fighting spirit. The 7 martial arts hall masters' expressions changed. Many people saw that Lin Ling was still standing on the stage, motionless. There was no lack of top experts present from the 5 great ancient countries and the great 7 major martial halls prefecture lords could not see through Lin Ling's actions. However, many of their eyes were flickering, as though they were extremely unfamiliar with the old woman. Patriarch people from the flame-desolate races had a slight change in expression. Although he believed in his grandson, was his grandson planning on not doing anything against the strike at the peak of the Emperor's spirit mother came from the great tree of the rainforest Holy Land. Just as the gigantic saber was about to reach them, Bodhi Saint Palace was the most powerful influence in the rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling's right hand was as mysterious as smoke, and no one could see through it. An invincible fighting spirit surged out the entire rainforest Holy Land stage, and the master of the Bodhi Saint Palace was the #1 powerhouse of the rainforest Holy Land that was slashing down from the sky. This dear old mother was one of the Holy King's subordinates. The crowd finally understood that such an ancient powerhouse would come today because of the martial hall because he was unable to retaliate. It seemed that the strength that these crazily using heaven had displayed had moved her. I'm so envious. The second dream and the other martial halls proud sons of quietly waiting for the competition to begin. After all, the martial hall semifinals had been held before, Lin
they
Ling
had
was
never
so
allowed
arrogant.
anyone from the
Under
Bodhi
countless
Saint Palace
gazes,
to appear.
that simple punch
But
seemed to
today,
shatter
someone
the
from the
heavens.
Bodhi Saint
It was
Palace had
accompanied
come.
by a cold
This
voice.
meant that they favored the
Fiery
seven profound
annihilation.
martial houses,
Fiery
proud sons of
annihilation.
heaven. In fact,
Fiery
they didn't know
annihilation.
that in the past,
Legend had
the
it
Bodhi
that when the
Saint
fiery
Palace would
fist
also
was
pay
unleashed,
attention to
it
the
could
martial
destroy
hall
cities and burn the
semifinals.
heavens.
But what they paid
However,
more
the
attention
current
to were the
fiery
proud
annihilation
sons
did
of
not
heaven
have
that were less
flames
than
only
20 years
fists.
old.
Boom.
And today,
A
the
deafening
seven
sound
profound
rang
martial
out.
house had
In
three
the air,
proud
the
sons of
fist
heaven
and the
that were
huge
less than
machete
20 years
collided.
old that had
It was
reached
like
the
a
final
peerless
round.
battle in the void,
So it was
a
impossible
clash
for them
of
not
pure
to be
violence.
moved.
The
Ping,
second
ping,
dream.
ping. That
Not
massive
bad.
machete carried
The
with
white
it a
deer in the
boundless
sky
and
floated
merciless
on the
strength.
ground.
But when
This
it came
dear
into
old
contact
mother
with
patted
her
her
fist,
clothes.
it instantly
It was
cracked
extremely
and exploded,
strange that there was
turning
snow
into
falling
countless
down.
sparkling
But only the
fragments.
powerhouses
His
knew that
fist
this
still
dear
went
old
straight
mother
for the
came
root
from
of
the
the
ancient
problem.
tree.
After
The
breaking
ancient
the
tree
saber,
seemed
it
to
was
lead
time to
directly
break
to
the
the
divine
clouds.
palace in the sky.
Behind the saber,
the weather there was
Hun Sanyun's
constantly
eyes widened.
changing, so it
There
wasn't
was no
strange
heaven
for
and
there
earth
to be
in his
snow.
vision.
As
Only
for
a
what this
fist,
dear old
the
mother
fist
had
of a
said,
god
the
king
second
that looked
dream,
down on the world.
she really did come
This
for the
fist
second
contained
dream.
a power
The
beyond
crowd's
his
thoughts were
imagination.
even more complex.
Earlier, it had
Although
destroyed
many
his weapon,
proud
but
sons of
now
heaven
it
were
was
here
here
to
to
kill him.
They also felt
His
that the
mind was
second
buzzing.
dream was well
He had
deserved.
never seen anyone
The
with
second
such
dream
terrifying
greets
fists and such powerful physical strength. It seemed that he was invincible just by
Chapter
relying on his
860.
physical strength.
The evaluation
How
was
could he
even
know
higher.
that when Lin Ling's
Another
strength
compliment
reached
made
10 million,
countless geniuses
he was
even more
invincible
jealous.
within the same boundary.
Forget about the
and
second
could even
dream.
kill a martial
She was
artist
a girl
one step
favored
higher.
by the heavens.
But now,
So
with
it was
his
not
strength
strange
at
for
20
her to be
million,
praised
how
by
could
the
he
Bodhi Saint
underestimate
Palace.
that fist? However, Tang Tianshu was
Retreat.
also qualified.
Hun Sanyun
Although
quickly
his talent
retreated,
was not
but it was
bad,
too late.
his strength was not
He
at
could
the
only
top.
watch as the fist
After
hit
all,
his abdomen.
there were some top
In fact,
geniuses
he could
at the
block
peak
this
of the
fist,
Emperor's Spirit
but he had
Realm present who were
underestimated
stronger
Lin
than
Ling,
Tang
so he did
Tianshu.
not use his full
Of course,
strength.
even though they
Now
were
it
jealous,
was too late to
they
block
could not
it.
deny that
Everything
Tang
was as
Tianshu
Lin
had the
Ling had
right to be
said.
arrogant
You
among the
better
heavens
use your full
favorites below
strength,
the age
or
of
you
20.
won't have a chance.
Or else he wouldn't
Hun
have the
Sanyun
right to be
understood
called the
what this
18th
meant.
young master,
Because he did not
Tang
use his full
Tianshu
strength,
Greek's old
he had
mother
no
Lu.
chance.
Tang Tianshu was excited and quickly bowed. What kind of glory
That
was
fist
this?
was a sure
To
kill.
have the Bodhi
Am I
Sacred
going to
Palace
die
come
here?
for him?
Die.
This was the first
In this
time
short
this had
moment,
happened since
this
the
was the only
semifinals of the
voice in
Prodigy
Hun Sanyun's
rankings.
mind.
Lin Ling.
He thought that Lin Ling's
After that,
cultivation
Mother
was the
Earth Deer
weakest,
looked at the
and with the
third
previous
ranker who
battle,
wasn't even
it
20
should be
years
easy
old
to
but had
defeat
entered
Lin
the
Ling.
last round. However, he
She
did not
smiled,
know that
which
it
made
would be
second
difficult
dream
to defeat
frown.
Lin Ling. Tang
In
Tianshu
fact,
was
it was
also
not
difficult,
unhappy,
but he did
thinking
not have
that
a
Lin
chance.
Ling had taken
He
advantage
had wasted
of
a
them.
lot and chosen
You're
the
younger
wrong
than
opponent.
them, but you're more mysterious.
Under countless
Even I
gazes,
can't see
Hun
through you.
Sanyun was blown to
Old Mother
pieces by the
Banu said
fist.
in praise.
It was a shocking
The crowd
scene.
fell silent.
Then, under
An
everyone's
expert from
gaze,
Bodhi
Lin
Saint
Ling
Palace
slowly
could not
walked
see
down the
through
fighting
Lin
ring.
Ling.
How was
Lin
this
Ling
possible?
wins.
The second
Results.
dream was strong.
The
and
announcement
Tang
of the
Tianshu
results
was strong.
rang out at the
This
same
was not
time,
strange,
causing
but
the
Lin Ling
remaining
was only
geniuses to
stronger
narrow
than the
their
average
eyes.
late-stage
Lin
Emperor
Ling had
Spirit
killed
Realm
two
cultivators.
geniuses.
What
First
right
place
did he
was
have
to be
Tian
arrogant.
Tianxiao, who was
What?
at the late stage of
The
the
second
Emperor's
dream in
Spirit Realm?
Tang Tianshu
His
felt a chill
cultivation
run
level
down their
wasn't that
spines.
high, but
On
second
the
place was
surface,
Hun
the
Sanyun,
Sacred
who
Palace
was at
seemed
the
to have
peak
a
of the
higher
Emperor's
opinion
Spirit
of Lin
Realm.
Ling than the two
However,
of them.
Lin Ling was
Junior
even more
grew
decisive.
senior.
He killed
Lin
Hun
Ling also
Sanyun
bowed
with a
and
single
saluted.
punch.
He was
It was
shocked.
as if he was warning
Someone
them
from
that
the
if they
Sacred
wanted to take
Palace?
advantage of
The
him,
owner of
Lin
the
Ling,
ancient
after
tree
the
was
battle,
sitting on this
then they
piece
would
of
have to
land
wait
under
to be
their
killed
feet.
with a single punch. Your royal body
Is he
isn't
really
the
at the
strongest.
mid-stage
It can't
of
even
the
compare
Emperor's
to
Spirit
Tang
Realm?
Tianshu.
Yes.
Your martial
The
arts
geniuses
foundation
who were
isn't the
watching the battle
strongest.
murmured to
It can't even
themselves.
compare to the
Hun
second dream.
Sanyun's strength was
None of your
obvious to all.
domains are the strongest.
In this realm,
but all of
he
them
had
are
killed
perfect.
80% of the
Even though you
geniuses
haven't
with his
reached
king
the
physique.
peak, you're close to
Lin
it.
Ling was only
Most
at the
importantly,
mid-stage
all
of
of
the
your
Emperor's
domains
Spirit
are the
Realm,
same. But he
Old
had killed
Mother
his
Earth
opponent
Deer
with a
smiled
single
at Lin
punch.
Ling.
What
In
kind
fact,
of punch
she
was
liked
that?
Lin Ling more
What
than the
level
second
had
dream
Lin
in
Ling's
Tang
physical
Tianshu.
body reached?
This was because
This
only
kid
a
seems to
powerhouse
have
at her
used the
boundary
Bodhi
knew
liquid's
just how
effect on
difficult
his
physical physical body.
martial artist to
The eyes
cultivate
of some
all their
powerful
domains to a
cultivators
perfect
flashed.
boundary, and
According
how
to
solid
Lin
their
Ling's
foundation
previous
was.
battles,
If
Lin
such a
Ling's
proud
physical
son of
body
heaven
was
were to
strong,
grow up,
but he
would
definitely
be
wouldn't be able
incomparable
to
to
block
Han
Han
in the
in his
future.
palm.
Perhaps
now
he might
he had
even
blocked
reach
it.
the heights of a saint's son. Lin Ling is perfect in all fields.
This meant that Lin
Why
Ling's
do I feel
physical
like he
body
only
had
won
improved
because of
again?
that sword?
For a moment,
That's right,
everyone had
Lin
different
Ling must
thoughts.
have used some method
The geniuses
to
who
deceive the
hadn't
people of the
fought
Saint
yet
didn't
Palace.
dare to underestimate
What a lucky
Lin Ling.
kid.
At
Many
least if
people
they drew
were
a
jealous
lot,
and
they
unwilling,
wouldn't dare to
especially the
casually
proud
challenge
sons of
Lin
heaven.
Ling. The
Sure
second
enough,
dream in
Nan
Tang
Gongshu's
Qiu's
expressions were
incomparably ugly.
He looked
Previously,
at Lin Ling,
they
Lin
thought
Ling
that
was
Lin
sitting
Ling had
cross-legged
taken
with a
advantage of their
confident
glory,
smile on his
but who
face.
knew that old
It was
Mother
as if he
Earth
was
Deer's
saying,
evaluation
"Come
of
and
Lin
try
Ling
me
was
if you
higher than
dare."
theirs.
A
They were the
challenge
ones who
Wuxia
took
me.
advantage of
Yes.
Lin Ling's glory.
Nan
Old
Gongshu
Mother
finally
Earth Deer
chose his
naturally
opponent.
heard these words,
The crowd
but she
sighed.
didn't care at all.
Lin Ling's punch
These
had
proud
indeed
sons of
made
heaven
many
were
people
currently
afraid to
stronger than
challenge
Lin
him.
Ling, but that was
Bastard.
just a flash
On
in
the
the
side
pan.
of the heavenly
Lin
dragon
Ling would
empire,
surpass them
Lord
sooner or
Long
later
gritted
and
his
stand
teeth.
at the top of the
Long
seven
Ao
martial
Xiong was
arts
also
hall.
the same.
These
Could it
proud
be that
sons
they
of
could
heaven
only
were
watch
mediocre?
Lin Ling
They
rise
didn't know
step
what
by
it meant to
step
be
and
a
gradually
genius.
surpass them?
Tonight,
Nan
at the
Gongshu
Bodhi
and
Ancient
Wu
Tree,
Shuangning's
I will
battle
hold a
lasted for
banquet
half
to
an hour.
congratulate the 20
Both
of
of
you
them
for
had
entering the
king-body
final
talents,
round, but both of them
Old
had
Mother Earth
cultivated
Deer
their
said
martial
again,
intent
causing
to
more people to
90%.
be envious.
Was shocking. In the end,
This was a
Nangong
banquet
won.
for the Bodhi sacred
Luo
palace to recruit
another
these rising
prodigy
sons
drew a
of
lot.
heaven.
It
Of
was
course,
a young
this
lady
wasn't
who
the
seemed to
first
be
time
keeping
such
a
a
low
thing had
profile.
happened. When she walked out,
the
Saint Palace had taken the
firm.
initiative to recruit
Tang
geniuses
Tianshu.
and focus
The
on
crowd
training
was
them.
surprised.
However, this
Li
sort of thing
Luoluo
was
seemed
very
to
rare.
want to challenge the
Only the
second
true
strongest
geniuses
genius,
would be
Tang
recruited.
Tianshu.
Lin
I
Ling,
knew it. The second dream,
Tang
and
Tianshu was not
Tianshu were
surprised
clearly
as he
the main
walked out
characters of
elegantly.
this banquet.
His brilliance
Senior
made
Mother
the hearts
Earth
of many of the young
since
girls
it's so
flutter.
difficult for you to come,
Li Luoluo,
how about
the
our
descendant
martial
of the
arts
famous
halls
Fian
also
sect?
allow some proud
On that
sons
day,
of
the
heaven
Fian
to
sect
enter?
was completely
Heaven-bearing
eradicated.
palaces,
The
martial
leader was
house
Tang
master
Tianshu
smiled.
of the great Tang
Old
Empire.
Mother Earth dear
It
frowned,
seems like
but
Li
finally
Luoluo
nodded.
is the last
Many
descendant of the
proud
Fian
sons
sect.
of heaven
She
faintly
must be here
smiled.
for revenge.
It seemed that they also
Some
had
people
a chance
could see
to
that
go.
Li Luoluo
They
had a
didn't
king
know if
body
they would
talent.
encounter some
It was
lucky
a
chance that
mysterious
would
swallow
increase their
type, so
strength.
they guessed her origin.
After all, this was a chance
Graceful
to climb the
swallow
Bodhi
flight.
ancient tree.
On the martial
This was a
stage,
chance
the
that
battle
all of them
began.
yearned for in their
Li
dreams.
Luoluo was able to reach
Today,
the last
Senior
round.
Mother Earth dear
Her
has
strength
arrived.
was also extremely
Your presence
terrifying.
brings light to the
Her
seven
martial
profound
intent
martial
had reached
house.
90%.
The semifinals
With
will be
each
held
step,
in 3 days.
thousands of swallows
20
danced
proud
around
sons
the
of
martial
heaven will
stage.
compete for the
It
championship.
was as if the swallows
Martial
were returning
House
to their
Master
nest after
Skylin
the
also
rain.
stood up and
Each
smiled
swallow
at the
would
crowd.
take away a portion
the meaning
of
of
the opponent's
today's
spirit chi
semifinals
until
had
the
also
opponent's
changed.
spirit chi was
It was
exhausted.
no longer an ordinary semifinals of the proud son of heaven ranking. It had become much more formidable, and many peak
Chapter
Emperor Spirit
875.
Realm proud sons of
True
heaven
intent
felt a
of
great
rupture.
pressure. Heaven and Earth Emperor
Junior
Cauldron.
apprentice sister heavenly
Unfortunately,
concubine,
Li
this
Luoluo's
friend of yours
opponent
is
was
really
Tang
fierce.
Tianshu. He is
His
getting
hands
closer
were
and
behind his
closer
back
to our
as
circle.
monarch elixir
If he
fire
can win in
gushed
the
out,
final competition,
making him look like
then he
a
will
golden
step into our
volcano.
top circle. The fire hovered
Yang
in the sky,
Gan deeply looked at
forming
Lin
a
Ling,
giant cauldron,
and then turned to heavenly
He's an
concubine.
alchemist, but he's
Lin
treating
Ling's
his opponent
origin
like
wasn't
an
simple.
elixir, so he believed
Although
in
Li
Old
Luoluo's
Mother Earth's
graceful
swallow
words,
is powerful.
Lin Ling was
If
a
she
proud
falls
son
into
of
the
heaven
cauldron,
that
she
excelled
won't
in
be
all
able to
aspects.
escape. The principal of the martial
No
arts
wonder he
palace
couldn't
looked
see
at the
through Lin
stage
Ling.
and said, he always
Tang
felt that
Tianshu's
Lin Ling
innate
was
king
very
body
strong
was
in
very
this
strong
aspect,
and was of
but
the
it didn't
ninth
seem to
grade,
be the
which
limit.
surpassed Li Luoluo's.
He was originally
Although
very
Li Luoluo
fierce.
had 90%
Heavenly
martial
concubine
intent,
smiled.
her innate
Her
king
heart
body was weaker
incomparably
and her
happy.
advantage was weaker.
Lin Ling's friends and family were also
After
the
being
same.
refined by the
Of course,
flames,
some were happy
Li
and some
Luoluo
were
finally
jealous.
spat out blood
For
and
instance,
lost.
great son
On
old
the day
man,
of the
heavenly
competition,
dragon
I won't
empire,
kill
the
women.
Justice Duan
Admit
family,
defeat
and other
yourself.
powerful
Tang
influences.
Tianshu said
They were all
indifferently,
extremely
which made Li
dissatisfied.
Luoluo grit her teeth.
Lin Ling had gradually
Because it was a
become an
competition,
existence
he wanted
that
to
even
leave
an
a good
ancient country
impression,
had
so
to
he
pay
didn't
attention
kill her.
to. If he
Tang
could
Tianshu,
obtain the
you're
attention
heartless.
of the Saint Palace,
One day you'll kick
then
an
if his
iron
performance
plate.
was good,
Li
he
Luoluo
might be able
shouted
to enter the Saint
unwillingly.
Palace. She was the next
At that
genius
time,
to
would
be
they dare
eliminated.
to move
against Lin Ling.
Tang Tianshu is so
Afterwards,
strong.
everyone
He's the only
dispersed,
one
but
who
they
didn't
didn't
break
leave.
through, but I don't
They
know
stayed
why.
at the
But
seven
I feel like
profound
he's
martial
hiding
house.
something.
The seven
crowd's
profound
hearts
martial
trembled.
house was also
Tang Tianshu won too
unprecedentedly
easily.
lively. Lin
Mountain
Ling's
River
lips
Valley
curled
was
up
also
slightly.
bustling with noise.
His soul force
Not
was
only
very
were there
sharp,
people from
and
the
he
Fire
immediately
Ancient
sensed
clan,
that Tang
but even
Tianshu had
people from
broken
the
through,
Great Qin
but was
Empire had
hiding
arrived.
Obviously,
Many family
Tang
heads were
Tianshu wanted to
congratulating
amaze
Lin
the
Ling,
world with a
causing
single
old
brilliant feat.
ancestor
However,
Extreme
he
Flame
better
and
not
the others
meet
to
Lin
be
Ling,
incomparably
or else Tang
nervous.
Tianshu wouldn't
Heavenly
be surprised.
concubine also arrived.
Lin Ling and Tang
After
Tianshu's
seeing old
feud would end
ancestor
in the
Extreme Flame,
semifinals. She happily shouted
round,
out, Zhong Lingshan,
Grandfather.
another genius
Grandfather.
who was lucky enough to
Old
draw
ancestor
a lot.
Extreme
He
Flame
was already
naturally
very strong
overjoyed.
before going to the Bodhi
He
ancient
teased,
tree, but now he's even stronger.
Will you move to live
The
in
crowd
Mountain
looked
River
at Zhong
Valley?
Lingshan. Their
These
eyes
words
twinkling.
caused heavenly
Another
concubine's face to
domineering
blush
genius.
red like an apple.
Luck
Lin
treats me
Ling,
well.
congratulations
Zhong
on entering the
Lingshan walked
final
out
round.
step by step.
Currently,
looking
in
at
the
the remaining
rainforest
Holy
geniuses,
Land, your name
including
has already
himself,
spread throughout
there
the
were only
land.
15 geniuses
Yang Gan
left,
followed
which
heavenly
meant that there were
concubine.
5 more geniuses
He
who
looked
would
at
be
Lin Ling
eliminated.
and faintly smiled.
Who could it be?
Haha, brother
Many
Yang,
people
you
also
flatter
noticed
me.
this, and their
Lin Ling
hearts were
smiled
surging.
back.
Lin
Everyone
Ling.
sat down in
Zhong
Mountain River
Lingshan
Valley and
suddenly
chatted
chuckled,
with each other,
causing the
Lin
faces
Ling
of the crowd
chatted
to
for a
stiffen.
moment and then went to
During the
cultivate.
speed test,
After
Zhong
all,
Lingshan
the final
had
round of
Lin
the
Ling.
tournament was still
He
waiting
knew that
for
Lin
him.
Ling would seek
Once
revenge
again
on him,
arriving
so
at the
he
spirit
decided
root,
to end the grudge
Lin
ahead
Ling
of
sat
time.
down cross-legged.
However, in the next
At this moment,
Zhong
the spiritual
Lingshan's
energy in his
voice
body
sounded
was rich and
out.
full
I'm
of
just playing
vitality.
around.
This was
Seeing
the
that you're
life
so energy he had obtained from killing monster
"Don't worry, you're
beasts.
too weak.
It had to be
Sooner
known
or
that these
later,
monster
you won't
beasts
be
were
able to
brought
go
back
far.
by the first
I
martial
don't care
house
to
master
eliminate
from a
you.
foreign land.
Songyang, get
They
out
were
here."
priceless.
It
and
turned
their
out
body
that
parts
everything
could be
before was
exchanged
just
for
a
a
joke.
massive number of
He
spirit
wanted to make
crystals.
Lin Ling nervous
Lin
and
Ling knew
afraid,
that the other
but
proud
Zhong
sons of
Lingshan's
heaven
real
had also
opponent was
obtained these
Songyang.
benefits.
Idiot.
Lin Ling smiled coldly.
Chapter
Playing with him?
861.
He couldn't wait
The
to
ancient
immediately
Bodhi tree
take
in front of
Zhong
Lin
Lingshan's
Ling.
life.
There were two choices.
Unfortunately, he was
1.
unlucky and didn't
Awaken
draw
a
the
small
lot.
world and stabilize his
Songyang, the
foundation.
Sky Pride,
2.
ranked first
Break
in
through
the
a
defensive
boundary.
assessment.
Lin Ling
At this
hesitated
moment,
for a
the
long
crowd
time.
was looking at a
Finally,
tall and
he didn't
sturdy young
decide
man.
which step to take.
The young man was sitting
After all, the
cross-legged
final
and
round
looked
was
as calm
3
as a
days from
bell.
now.
After
He would have
hearing
to
the
wait and
voice,
see.
a sharp
That
light
night,
flashed in
everyone
his eyes.
dispersed.
After
Lin
the
Ling
battle
also
in the
headed
purgatory
towards the ancient
battlefield,
Bodhi
the
tree.
grudge between
In
you and me
accordance
has
with
ended.
old Mother Lu's agreement,
Let's decide
he was
who will win
accompanied
and
by
who will
Ruby,
lose.
Yangon,
Bang.
and the heavenly
As soon as he
concubine.
finished speaking,
Ruby
he
was one of the
strangely
20
appeared
people
on the
that had
martial
passed.
platform.
She had
At
the
the same
qualifications
time,
to go,
Zhong
but
Lingshan also
Yangon and the
appeared.
heavenly
The
concubine
wind
could
blew
also
past
go.
the martial
Lin
platform,
Ling was a bit
and
curious.
the aura on the martial
Haha, those that
platform
can
was
go to the
tyrannical.
ancient Bodhi tree
Both
are those
of them
that
were
stand at the
extremely
pinnacle of
powerful
martial
sky
arts.
prides. We have received orders from the ancient Dao martial palace's cultivation bases were both at the peak, so we naturally have the qualifications, and their talents were similar. Yang Gan slowly explained as if he knew Lin Ling's stronger in terms of martial intent. Lin Ling nodded, understanding. The earth has the rules of the earth, after they left, the sky has the momentum of the sky. Someone came to pick the halberd, break the laws, used a carriage to bring them to the ancient Bodhi tree. This was Lin Ling's first time going to the ancient Bodhi stretched out in the air. The divine tree was pitch black and dazzling halberd appeared. It was said that no one had ever reached the peak of the mortal world. It was said that this was the holy palace of the rainforest, holy land. Song Yang's and also the road to the other side was also displayed. There were all sorts of rumors. It was a simple and mysterious ancient was that the ancient Bodhi tree was the symbol of the flames of war between the two surged. Now they approached from afar from a nameless in the center of the territories to the most sacred place of the 100 territories. And one day, when he reached the peak of the tree, perhaps causing many people to suck in the rainforest, holy land, and the 100 territories. This intense battle was simply the strongest battle in the as he looked at the divine tree. Void as he came closer and closer, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Zhong Lingshan's halberd, the final round into a spear, was extremely terrifying. At that time, you will definitely be first struck out. Circles of ripples appeared into our circle, and its speed was so fast that it could break through the void. At Lin Ling. Get back! This caused Lin Ling's mind to return to rapidly. And as if he looked at the heavenly concubine, he struck out with his palm. Had the heavenly concubine also entered the circle of the rainforest holy land's top elites? The two great martial intense top elites represented the strongest circle of the royal 90%. 90% of the elites were at the peak of the royal spirit realm, or even outstanding individuals of this realm. And his body swam around the martial platform sensing Lin Ling's surprised gaze, the halberd in his hand swept out as if it was sweeping away an army of semifinals of the prodigy. A huge waterfall slashed out like a crescent moon in the sky. The heavenly concubine was indeed powerful realm martial artists, but he also felt that it was this move would be able to kill them all. After all, she had obtained the halberd of 1,000 the heavenly fish sacred shattering strike. Back in the old The most terrifying thing was that this attack carried the charm of heaven and a spirit treasure, but now that he thought about it, perhaps it wasn't so simple. It seemed far, but his knowledge was limited back then, making it impossible to guard against. This also explained why the heavenly concubine could represent the ancient Dao martial palace and come to the Bodhi ancient tree. And he was as calm as a bell. Junior sister heavenly concubine is not weak, but defense could also kill enemies. Yang Gan affirmed for heavenly concubine. However, he was puzzled. No evil heavenly concubine had said that Lin Ling would obtain first place. Time-withering glory. Where did Junior sister heavenly concubine's confidence come from? After all, Lin Ling's opponent was the strongest genius in the history of the semifinals of the Prodigy role. It was even more difficult than the semifinals of the Prodigy role in the ancient Dao martial dragon 100 evils. Could he obtain first place? Glory, it seemed that Lin Ling still had secrets that he didn't know. Even more terrifying explosions rang out on the martial platforms, and it seemed like the martial platform was about to explode. A large number of Sky Pride swallowed to take revenge for his elder brother, so he would definitely do so. Former junior brothers, no matter how powerful the second dream was, he would make sure that the second dream would never be able to stand up again in the second battle of revenge. Amazing. Strong confidence. I wonder what kind of martial intents they had, causing Yang Gan's among the Sky Prides hung. At this moment, he realized that even if he were to face Lin Ling, indeed, there was no strongest, only stronger. This was a terrifying intuition. Song Yang's innate king physique is the five elements at the mid-stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. It leans towards earth and metal, so it specializes in defense. Please climb the tree. As for Zhong Lingshan, the carriage specializes in the ancient tree. Lin Ling and the others rend the void and reduced the opponent's attack in defense from a close distance. It was even larger than before. It was like a giant mountain with no end in sight. Lin Ling's martial arts foundation was so strong and stopped in front of him. She was shocked and said, "This tree has a spirit and is controlled by the sacred palace. One attack, one defense. Climbing the leaf according to the norm, you need to go. It should be the defense that wins. However, our luck isn't bad. Unfortunately, after all, the leaf takes an hour to make a round trip. Strange. At least we didn't have to wait that long. Song Yang, before the person from the sacred palace constantly transmitted to Song Yang's body through the rend. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He was sure that this was Yang Gan's first time at the Bodhi ancient tree. His physical body is very familiar with this place. Lin Ling evaluated. How mysterious. Really? The heavenly concubine and the others didn't notice this detail. After all, Song Yang's innate king excitedly climbed onto the leaf. When the 5 elements divine dragon appeared, then we really came at the right time. Wouldn't be defeated. Wait. BFF. When Lin Ling and the others climbed onto the platform lasted for 2 hours. Came from the distance. It was a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. One of the youths looked at the heavenly concubine and admitted defeat. Smiled. The crowd was in an uproar. We actually have such the most intense battle since the start of the tournament. I wonder if we'll have some luck with women. It was only at the last moment. Although these people were dressed differently, their auras were the same. Defeat. They were all strange face was pale, as though they had the same natural king body, by Zhong Lingshan's martial intents. One of them was one of the 20 elites who had passed the semifinals, and the other was the youth from the Great Serpent Residence, Wu Yuan, whom
A
he had
new
met
round.
while setting up a
Even if
stall
he
in the
admits
Saint
defeat,
Market,
he will still
Hence,
be killed.
Lin Ling's eyes
Many people
instantly
widened
turned
their
cold
eyes.
when he saw this
Zhong
person.
Lingshan was
This
ruthless.
person had previously
Obviously,
made the
he
great
wanted to
serpent
use the
residents
competition
kill
to
him.
take Song
Haha,
Yan's
we
life
sure
and
faded.
not leave any future
I never
troubles.
expected you to be so
The sky
strong.
was silent for a
I even
long
thought
time,
you were an ant.
as if they thought that
However,
Song
it
Yang
can be
had
said
admitted
that out of an
defeat,
exchange
but
of
Zhong
blows,
Lingshan
friendship
still
grows.
killed him.
How about
This
we
move
write
was
off
too
our
despicable.
previous grudges?
But in the end,
From
they
now on,
remained silent.
you will be a friend of the
Song
great
Yang
serpent
didn't leave the
residents.
martial stage.
Hui Yuan
If he
clearly
left the
saw
martial
Lin Ling
stage
and was
and
slightly
Zhong Lingshan
surprised.
still killed him,
Following
it
that,
would be
he spoke
considered
with
as
a
revenge.
smile.
Indeed,
If he was
he had
killed on the
always
martial
thought that Lin
stage,
Ling was an
Zhong
ant-like
Lingshan could
existence.
say that he didn't
But
hear
who would
Song
have
Yang
thought that
admit
when his
defeat.
people went to kill
Zhong
Lin Ling,
Lingshan wins.
they would be saved by
The
someone
result
from the
was finally
desolate race.
announced.
Of course,
Zhong
he guessed
Lingshan
that this was
slowly
because of
walked
the
down and
desolate
licked his
race's
lips.
bloodline.
His
His
eyes
eyes
were
were
full
full of ridicule
Lin
as he
Ling
looked
did
at
not
Lin
have the
Ling.
qualifications
In this
for the desolate
semi-final,
race
he had
to
three
appear for him.
enemies.
However,
The first was
in the
Song Yang, who
semi-profound
was
martial
stronger,
house
so he killed him
semifinals,
first. He had never
the second
thought
was
that
Lin
Lin Ling would
Xiong,
also be
who
one
also
of the
had a
elite
deep
who had
hatred.
participated. The third was
Not
Lin
only
Ling.
that, but
In
Lin Ling
fact,
had
he
also
didn't have
obtained
much
results
hatred
that
for
he
this
was proud
person,
of.
but he had
Now,
harmed
his
Lin
name
Ling
had
before.
already shaken the
He knew
rainforest
that
Holy
Lin Ling
Land.
would take revenge.
The use
so
of
in order
such a
to
proud
prevent
elite
future
was not
troubles,
small.
he would kill Lin
In
Ling.
addition,
Lin Ling
he had
also
sent
knew
people
this,
to kill Lin
and the
Ling,
corner of his
and had
mouth
also
curled up.
vented his anger.
Lin Ling,
Thus,
do you
he
have
did
a
not
way to
plan
break
on
his
killing
true
Lin
intent
Ling
of
again.
rupture? He wanted to give
Or
Lin
was a
Ling a
little
chance
worried.
to become friends
Zhong
with the
Lingshan
great
was a
serpent
ruthless
residence.
person.
Brother,
Sooner or later,
is he a
he would
junior
have to
that the
face
great
Lin
serpent
Ling.
residence has
No.
been training? Lin Ling shook his
Beside
head,
Hui
and
Yuan,
Honger's
a
youthful
youthful
eyes
puzzle.
narrowed. This
She
youth
was
was
even
one of
more
the 20
worried.
elites who had
But
passed
soon
the
she
assessment.
heard Lin Ling's smiling
Wait,
voice.
not
Just
yet,
kill him
but
directly.
the great serpent residence
His
intends
laughter
to
was
recruit
very
him,
light,
as if he was
Hui
talking
Yuan
to a
proudly
friend,
said,
but
as
his
if recruiting
recruiting
Lin
Lin
Ling
Ling
was
was the greatest
There were
gift to
4
Lin
more
Ling.
rounds, and
Of
the
course,
lots
this
were
was
drawn
also
one by
normal.
one.
Their
However,
great
they
serpent
were all
residence was
challenging
among
some
the
of the
weaker
old
geniuses.
ancient clan of the
No one
rainforest
dared to
Holy
challenge
Land.
Zhong Lingshan
To them,
and Yu
the
family.
martial artists of the
Lin
100
Ling was
domains
also
were no
considered
different
by the
from
geniuses.
lowly commoners.
But perhaps
Besides
because
the
Lin Ling
5
had
great
killed
ancient
2 geniuses
geniuses
in a row,
they simply
it
did
left
not
a
place
shadow
any
in their
other
hearts.
influences or
So
family
in the end,
clans
they
in their
didn't
eyes.
challenge Lin Ling.
Lin Ling had a
Until
bit
the
of
last
talent.
round,
Thus he
Honger
had
was
the
the one who chose
qualifications
to
to
be
be
recruited by
She
the
did not
great serpent
hesitate and
residence.
chose Hui Yi of
Lin
the
Ling,
great
these are your
serpent
friends?
mansion as her opponent.
They seemed to be very
This was
proud
what
of
she
you.
had promised Lin Ling
Yang
before.
Gan looked at Lin Ling
Lin
and
Ling,
said,
you have many
he was
opponents.
somewhat
Hui Yi,
dissatisfied with
I'll
the
help you
several
take
youths
care
in
of
front
him.
of him.
Hung,
After all, they
stood
had come
up,
from
her words
extraordinary
causing many
backgrounds,
people's eyes
and
to
yet they were
sparkle.
arrogant enough to
This
say
Lin
that
Ling
they
was
wanted to
truly
recruit
enviable.
Lin Ling.
After
No,
the red
they're
clothed
just a
woman
few
drew the
dogs.
lot.
She
Lin
didn't
Ling's
choose a
eyes were
weaker
still
opponent,
looking
but
at
instead
Hui Yuan
helped
as he
Lin
coldly
Ling
limited
eliminate
his
his
words.
enemies. Yang Gan
No
was
need.
surprised,
You can
and then
choose
he
a
couldn't
weaker
help
one.
but laugh. Lin Ling's
found
heart
it
was
strange.
filled with gratitude.
How could a
but
proud
he
and
stopped
arrogant
her.
fellow like
He
Lin Ling
look at how
become
many of
friends
them
with
are
some
weak.
ugly fellows who
Senior
couldn't see through
apprentice Sister
themselves?
Hong
If
smiled,
then that
causing
would
Lin
be
Ling
too
to be
disappointing.
stunned. That's right, the remaining geniuses were getting stronger and stronger, and the
Chapter
weak ones had all been
862.
eliminated. The rainforest
I'll say
Holy
this
Land's
first.
strongest
If
banquet,
I win, you have to
the
teach me
great
how to
serpent
refine
house is
pills.
so thick-skinned.
I'm very curious
They don't
about
even
your
know him,
cauldron-less
yet he's
refining
trying
method.
to recruit them.
Also, you have to
Many
agree to
people
go
had
on a
already
date with
gathered
me.
around,
Hung,
and many of them couldn't
stretched
help
out her
but laugh
jade-like
when they
hand
saw
and
the scene
pointed at
before
Lin
them.
Ling's nose,
Lin Ling, do you
causing
know
the
what you're
corners of
saying?
Lin Ling's eyes
Don't
to
waste
twitch.
the opportunity
He
the
was
great
extremely
serpent house gave
speechless.
you. Or do you
This
still
fellow.
not know what the
As
great
for
serpent
Hui Yi,
house
his
represents in
expression
the
was
rainforest
ugly.
Holy Land?
Hung,
seemed
Hui
to
Yuan
like Lin
smiled
Ling.
in
For
astonishment,
Lin Ling, she
and
had
his
challenged
expression
him.
turned cold.
Hui Yi killed
He
that
had thought
woman.
too highly of himself
Far
when
away,
he
the
tried to
people from the
recruit
Great
Lin Ling.
Serpent Mansion had
Not only
cold
did Lin Ling
expressions.
not give him face,
Among
but
them,
he even
Hui
called
Yuan
them
roared
dogs.
with monstrous killing
The great
intent.
serpent house represents
Naturally,
my son.
Hui Yi
Lin
stood
Ling
up as
smiled
cold as a
coldly
snake.
and slashed out with
As
the
for Hunger,
tyrannical
she
song
leaped
in
towards
his
the
hand.
square. You're crazy.
Her red robes were
Hui
like
Yuan
fire,
roared,
making her
Lin
look
Ling
extremely
actually attacked
valiant.
after cursing
The
the
two
great
of them
serpent
looked at each
house.
other on the stage.
That was too arrogant.
Without saying a word,
His
they
hands
each
moved
attacked.
rapidly as an
Serpent
ancient
shadow
shadow
emanated from him.
Hui Yi's
A
king body
gigantic
was
purple
extremely
stone
strange.
snake appeared behind
After
him.
it erupted,
Its aura
a green
brutal
giant
and savage.
snake appeared.
It opened its gigantic mouth and swallowed the incoming sword slash.
It hovered behind
However,
him,
Hui
its
Yuan
strange
had
eyes
underestimated
staring
that
at Hong.
slash. The
With
great
a cracking
serpent mansion
sound,
has a
the
1,000-year-old
snake
bloodline.
exploded in the
It
next
is said
instant.
that this
Its
bloodline
head
did
chopped
not
off.
originate from the
Gurgle.
rainforest's sacred
However,
land,
the gifted
but from
king
another
body of the
domain.
great serpent was
From the way
indeed
he
powerful.
attacks, it is
After its
indeed
head was
different
cut
from
off,
the rainforest's
its aura
sacred
flowed
land.
like water.
An old
It
man
was as
from
if
the
the
four
sun and the
desolate
moon
races
had
said,
merged.
"Are
A
you
new
the only
giant
one with a
purple
king
snake
body?"
appeared again.
Double-headed
In front of the
WRM
snake,
Phoenix.
Hui Yuan's eyes
However,
were extremely
Hong
red
did
as he
not
stared
speak
at Lin Ling.
Her
Lin
king
Ling
body
dared to
also
touch him.
erupted.
Lin
It was
Ling,
an
I'm coming
extremely
too.
mysterious
The
beast
heavenly
form,
concubine
a
smiled and
WRM
stood on
and
a
a
cloud
phoenix.
leaf.
The
Her
WRM
jade-like
was
hands
fire,
formed
while
a
the phoenix
beautiful
was
trajectory,
law.
and she
Hong
pulled the void.
Seeing the
A
king
black
body
and white
illusion
halberd
in the
appeared,
square with
making
surging
her look like a
spiritual
goddess
energy,
of war.
Long
She
Donlong's
then threw it
pupils
forward.
constricted. The mysterious
disciples
ancient
seemed to
black
have
and white
awakened
fish
the king
appeared,
body talent,
swallowing clouds
the
and
Bodhi
mist.
liquid was truly
It was like a
powerful.
halberd that could
Lin
split
Ling's
heaven and
pupils
earth,
also
and
constricted.
it ruthlessly stabbed
Hunger's
toward
king
Hui Yuan
body
and the
talent
others.
was even higher than
How
his
can I miss
vermilion
out on
bird
such a
flames.
lively scene?
It had reached the 10th
Yangon
grade.
also smiled
He couldn't help
heroically.
but smile bitterly.
With one hand behind
The
his
Bodhi
back,
elixir
he
had
stretched
allowed
out his
one to
right
be
hand and
reborn.
drew the trajectory
Every
of the Big
prodigy
Dipper
had
in the
become
void,
stronger,
then
while his
slapped it
talent
heavily.
had become the weakest.
The seven stars holy
This also
king's
meant
finger.
that his bloodline
This
couldn't
martial
compare
art
to
was
the
extremely
prodigies from the
terrifying.
rainforest Holy
The
Land.
stars were like lightning,
Of course,
and
back
the
in
king
the
was like
water
the
moon
heavens
sacred
covering
land,
the earth.
his martial uncle had
Rumble.
mentioned that he
The
had a
earth
king
in front
body
of them
talent,
shook, the
and
ice
dust billowed. That was an
Hui
even more
Yuan and the
terrifying
others' angry
existence.
roars.
What was
They
this
came
king
to
body
participate
talent?
in the most
Why
noble
could he not
banquet
control
of the
it all?
rainforest Holy Land?
Was it because his
But they were
strength was too
humiliated
low?
at the entrance.
If that was the case, it was
Lin Ling
probably
don't
an
go if you
existence
dare.
that surpassed the
Hui
king body
Yuan's
talent.
furious roar could be
Rumble.
heard from the
At the
billowing
same
dust
time,
and
the
smoke.
battle on the martial
Lin
stage
shrugged.
was extremely
Lin
intense.
S.
One flame,
And
one meow, no
you.
regrets in the world.
Two.
Hung became braver as she
S.
fought.
T.
The WRM was the
say,
flame, the
two.
phoenix was the
Me.
meow, and the
Two.
phoenix was the
What?
most terrifying.
That's right.
It was
A
good
cold
music.
voice drifted down
After
like
the
a gust
sound
of
wave
wind.
attack, Hui
Lin
Yi's
Ling's
king's murderous
murderous
talent
intent
paled in
rolled down.
comparison. To those who
Hui
wanted
is
to kill
going to
Lin Ling
lose.
once was enough.
Some powerful
Lin Ling
warriors
would
could see the
definitely get his
situation.
revenge.
Die.
Today was an accident. Lin Ling didn't expect to meet Hui Yuan, so he didn't
Sure
plan
enough,
to kill
Hunger's
Hui
cold
Yuan in
voice
front
came
of the
from the
sacred
martial
palace.
stage not long
But
after.
this grudge wouldn't
The
last
double-headed
long.
WRM
Hui Yuan
Phoenix
must kill
die
Hui
after the
Yi,
competition,
causing the people from the
That's
Great
Lin
Serpent
Ling,
Mansion
the
to
heaven's
roar.
pride who made
Lin
a name
Ling
for
had allowed
himself
his
in the
senior
purgatory
sister to kill their
battlefield.
bloodline.
How arrogant.
Walked down from the
More and
martial
more
stage.
people gathered under the
Her
ancient
face
tree.
was extremely
They
pale,
were all here
as if
because
she
of
had
the
exceeded her
invitation.
limit. Naturally,
Lin
they were
Ling
shocked
quickly
by
went
what
to
they
support
saw.
her,
Allowing
allowing
her
her
to
to
sit
sit
cross-legged to
Great
recover.
Serpent House in the
Although
rainforest
Hunger
Holy
had
Land.
killed Hui Yi,
She
she
was
had clearly
indeed
paid a
bold.
price. Now,
It would
everyone
be
was
difficult
watching
for
Lin
her to
Ling and
fight
the others
again in a
fly up
short
to the
period of
sky.
time.
While they could
There
only
are
look
only
up
10
and wait
people
for the
left.
next cloud
The
ascension
final
leaf to
battle is
arrive.
getting closer
It
and
was
closer.
extremely
I
embarrassing.
wonder
who will make it to the end. The crowd
Haha,
looked at
even
the
the
remaining
Great
10
Serpent
geniuses
geniuses.
come. After
It
the
looks like the
previous
Sacred
elimination,
Palace's
10
banquet
of the
is becoming
top
more and more
geniuses had been
interesting.
eliminated. I'm looking
The
forward
ones
to meeting
left
some
were the
people up
elites.
there. The elites at the
Lin
peak
Ling
of the
looked up
Emperor's
at the
spirit
sky.
realm. His eyes
Some of the
shining with
warriors
interest.
at the peak of the
Such a
Emperor's
grand
spirit
banquet
realm
should
looked
be
at the
very
remaining
lively.
10 and sighed.
He should meet many
These
old
people were all
acquaintances.
very young. The
The
youngest
boat
not
might
even
leave
20
seemed
years
slow,
old,
but it was actually
However,
very
they had
fast.
already walked
It didn't
the
take
path that
long
would
for
take
them
them
to
a
come to a
lifetime to
stop under a
complete.
giant tree
Now
branch.
they were all above their
Although
heads.
it looked like a tree
This made
branch,
them
it was
sigh with
actually more
emotion.
like a road. Geniuses were
Lin
indeed
Ling
not
and the
measured
others
by
were
common
shocked
by the
sense.
uncanny
The
workmanship
second
of
dream is
nature.
still mysterious.
Following the vast
Young
tree
Master
branch,
Tang
it
also
didn't
saved
take
his
long
trump
for a
card for
palace
the end.
shrouded in mist
Yu
to
Fan
appear
is still
before
as
their
low-key
eyes.
as before.
This palace
No
was
one
like
can
an
see through him.
otherworldly paradise,
Zhongling
filled
strength
with
has
an
increased
ethereal
greatly.
aura. There was a
Lin Ling
golden
seems to
leaf
be the
above the
weakest,
palace's
but
door,
he still hasn't
and
been
on it were 3
eliminated.
words. These people
Moon
are all
admiring
crouching
palace.
tigers and hidden
This
dragons.
palace wasn't a
I'm
sacred
looking forward
palace.
to the final
It was
battle
only a
between the
moon
second
admiring
dream and
palace.
young Master Tang.
But its
The
magnificence
others
and
like
mystery
Duan
were enough
Wuji
to
from the
broaden
Justice
one's
Duan
horizons.
family are also
At this
very
moment,
strong.
there was a large
Anyway,
number
the
of
final
people in
battle
the
is
moon
getting more and
admiring
more
palace.
exciting. They were
Many
all
people
famous
were
experts
excited
in the
staring at
rainforest,
the
10
sacred
people sitting
palace.
cross-legged. Only they were qualified to step into the ancient tree. Moreover, they were only allowed to enter after the sacred palace agreed. Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified at all. The moment he walked into the admiring shown much of his strength yet. The fragrance of
Maybe he
hanging
can go
flowers
further.
assaulted his
The
nostrils,
sword elder,
making
the
him
fire
feel
ancient
refreshed, and
and
the others were
relaxed.
excited.
There was even
Lin
a faint
Ling had
feeling
shown
that
his
his physical
cultivation
strength
realm
and
had
had
risen.
used his sword
These
yet.
fragrances
They were
seemed
looking
to be
forward to
extremely
it.
rare.
The
able
rules
to
for
make
the
a
last 10
cultivator's
people have
strength
changed.
rise along with. No one has to fight 2 rounds. If they lose
At
both
this
rounds,
moment,
there
there
will
were
be
many
eliminated.
people in the palace.
The ancient
They were
voice
talking
sounded
in
in
low
the sky.
voices. The
Lin
rules had
Ling's
changed.
eyes flickered as
It
he
was still a
swept his
drawing
gaze
of
around.
rods.
But each
Here
person
he
had
saw
to
Lord
fight 2
Long of
rounds.
the Heavenly Dragon
If they
Empire,
lost, they would
Duan
be
Zunwang
eliminated.
of the Justice
Obviously,
Duan family,
the remaining people were
Patriarch
elites,
Qin
so
of
they
the
were
Great
given
Qin
2
Empire,
chances. The 7
Rumble.
martial arts palace
Soon,
masters
clouds began
and
to
many
appear
other
in the
top
sky,
geniuses
forming 2 big
Everyone
Every one of them had unfathomable strength and an incomparably terrifying status. She was very lucky. This banquet could be called the one who chose her banquet in the rainforest. It wasn't her opponent who challenged her. As Lin Ling walked in, he instantly attracted countless gazes. She was very surprised. The 7 profound she had drawn the house's mad god. Her luck was too good. There was no one who didn't know his name. She won against the Middle Emperor Soul Realm. Her energy and spiritual chi haven't recovered, but he was highly valued by the Sacred Palace. She will definitely lose. In today's assessment, many people had even received a higher evaluation. She was very lucky to have drawn the first today he had also. However, if her strength hadn't recovered, between Lin Ling and Tang Tianshu wasted. Who do you think is stronger? Honger's eyebrows were tightly knitted. Tianlin was also among them. Her situation was as everyone had guessed. Lin Ling, his strength hadn't recovered. From the moment that the second dream had to win no matter who she challenged. Moreover, the remaining opponents were each stronger than the last. He had thought that Lin Ling's there was only one choice left for her, and he knew how to take advantage of the situation. However, now he discovered that he had once again underestimated Lin Ling's ears. For
was
Lin Ling
stunned.
to be valued
The person
so
who
highly
spoke
by the
was
sacred
Lin Ling
palace
challenged me.
He feared that
I'll
he
let you
did
win.
indeed have some
Then
ability.
you can go further and have
But
a
as for
chance to
what that
rest.
ability was, he couldn't
Lin
see
Ling
it.
looked at Honger and
On the
smiled.
surface, Lin Ling is
Honger's
not
mouth
Tang
was
Tianchu's
wide open,
match, but she
but
couldn't
Lin
say
Ling is a
anything.
person who
Did
doesn't
she want
play
to
according
challenge
to common
Lin Ling?
sense.
Lin
He is
Ling
the
is
most
crazy.
difficult to measure,
Many
so I can
people
only
heard
say
Lin
that
Ling's
it's decision
decision and
and
thought that Lin Ling
the
was
second
crazy.
dream quietly said,
After all, Lin
then
Ling
she
was
added,
wasting his chance.
but he is not my match.
It's okay.
I just
Her
need to
beautiful
lose
eyes
one
were
round.
dignified as she
I
looked
won't
at
lose
Lin
the
Ling.
second round.
It was as if
Lin Ling
said
was the bane of her
resolutely,
life,
ignoring the
most
thoughts of the
importantly,
people
she
around
had
him.
never been able
I
to
will.
see through Lin
Honger
Ling's mysteries.
hesitated.
This was
In
what
the
made
end,
her
when
most
she saw
depressed.
Lin Ling's resolute
Don't worry,
gaze,
we don't
she
need to
nodded her
wait
head.
until the next round.
The two of them stepped
Lin
onto
Ling
the
will have a
martial
good time
stage,
now.
and Lin Ling admitted
Martial
defeat
House
very
Master
quickly.
Tianlin faintly
This made
said.
many people shake their
He
heads
could
and
sense
sigh.
that there were many
Lin
people
Ling
here
had
who were
given up one
dissatisfied
chance,
with
and
Lin
if
Ling.
someone challenged him in the future,
seeing
he
so
would
many
be a great
eliminators,
figure if he lost
why
again.
don't you, a small
Honger
junior
wins,
Lin
bow.
Ling loses? The announcement of the results spread out, causing some of the people who had
Chapter
grudges against
863.
Lin Ling to sneer.
Who's the one toasting?
Lin Ling had spun
As
a
for
cocoon
Lin Ling,
around
he had
himself.
thought that
He
Lin
was
Ling
too
was just an
confident.
ant when he
The
first met
second
him at the
round
Dragon
arrived
Tower.
very quickly.
However,
and it was
Lin Ling
Nang
had
Gong
risen up
Xiong
in
who
such
drew
a
the
short
lot.
period of time.
His gaze swept
Although he
across
had
the
yet to
side of the
display his
martial arts
strength,
platform,
his
and in the
reputation
end
had
he
shaken
chose
the
the entire
entire
rainforest sacred
I
land.
knew it was me.
Therefore, he
Looks
was
like
going
your
to teach Lin
confidence
Ling a
has
lesson
swelled
today.
after defeating Wu
Countless
Shuangning.
pairs of eyes
Zhong
looked at Lin
Lingshan
Ling.
leaped onto the
Some were
martial
smiling,
stage,
some were
and a
cold,
halberd
some were
appeared in his
gloating,
hand.
and some were worried.
He sneered at
There were
Nang
many
Gong
important
Xiong,
figures
and
here.
Nang Gong Xiong's
If Lin
body
Ling
was
said
also
something
filled with
wrong,
killing
it
intent.
would be easy for them
He
to
had to
grab
kill
hold of
Zhong
it and deal a
Lingshan.
heavy blow
In
to
the
him.
past, you killed
Lin
my
Ling
junior
ignore
brother.
him. Today, you
Hong
didn't expect
sat
this
anxiously
result, right?
beside Lin Ling.
It was better not to
What
say
result?
anything at the moment.
Is this the result of
After
your
all,
death?
there were too many
Zhong
experts here.
Lingshan fiendishly
Lin Ling
grinned.
smiled and
The
walked
god-breaking
forward step by
halberd
step
turned
until
into
he
a
was in
beam of
front of
light
Long
as it
Ao
slashed
Xiang.
out.
He
The
looked
true
at
meaning
Long
of
Ao
rending
Xiang
appeared
indifferently,
space
causing
causing
Long
strike.
Ao Xiang to
The
frown
void
slightly.
shook and split
Lin
open,
Ling was not
transmitting the
afraid of
message
him
to
in front
Nang
of so
Gong
many
Xiong.
experts. Lingshan
I'm a
killed him.
genius ranked
On
higher
the
than
edge
you
of
on
the
the
heavens,
square,
an
pride
old
roll.
man coldly
Why
said,
don't you bow when you
"This
see
person
me?
was great
Why
son
don't you
elder.
bow when you see
Zhong
so many
Lingshan
important
was her
figures?
disciple.
You
And
should
of all
know
her
that you're in the
disciples,
rainforest
he was the one
sacred
she
land
doted on
sacred
the
palace.
most. How can you be so rude?" Long Ao Xiang shouted coldly. She had even obtained
Clap,
a
clap,
spirit
clap.
artifact.
The
The
aura of a
god-breaking
peak
halberd
emperor
for
spirit
Zhong
realm
Lingshan
expert bloomed from
As
his
for
body,
Nang Gong Xiong,
making him
he
look
was
like
the
a
disciple
dragon
of
or an
seven
emperor.
profound martial
This kid
houses
is
Elder
brave and
Qing.
extraordinary.
She and Elder
His
Qing
future
had
is
always been
limitless.
at odds, so she
Many
knew why
people
Nang
from the
Gong
major
Xiong had
forces
challenged
nodded
Zhong
slightly.
Lingshan. Long
Nang
Ao
Gong
Xiang was
Xiong,
one of the
bring
few
honor
who
to your
dared to
master.
speak so righteously
On the
in
other
the sacred
side,
holy
Elder
palace.
Qing also coldly
Under countless
said,
gazes,
"Peng, peng,
Lin
peng."
Ling still stood
On the martial
quietly in
stage,
front of
the
Long Ao
crazy
Xiang.
battle continued.
Then he nodded
Nang Gong
and turned to
Xiong's
walk to a
strength was
luxurious
extremely
table.
fierce.
He
But
picked
after
up a
this
glass
battle,
of wine
he
on the
discovered
table
that
and
Zhong
slowly
Lingshan
walked to
was
Long Ao
fiercer than he
Xiang.
was.
What is
The
he
true
doing?
meaning of rending
Many
was not
people had a
90%,
mocking expression
but
on their
100%.
faces.
This
Propose a
meant that in
toast
the
and
previous
apologize.
battle,
Zhong
in front
Lingshan
of the
had been
sacred
hiding a
palace
hidden
as a
card.
junior brother.
This
He
boy is
naturally
really
has
the
to bow when
strongest
he
dark
sees us
horse
to
of the
the
semifinals.
semifinals.
Moreover,
The more he
with so
fights,
many
the braver
important
he
figures here,
becomes.
if he
Every
dares to
time
be
I think he
arrogant,
has reached
he
his
will
limit,
definitely
he will
incur the
reveal
wrath of
another
the
major
major forces in the
making it
rainforest
impossible
sacred
for
land.
others to see through
Lord
him.
Long of the Heavenly
crowd
Dragon
was shocked.
Empire said softly.
Zhong Lingshan
He
had
didn't
been
have the
strong from the
qualifications
start,
to be
but when
arrogant
others
here,
thought that he was
but that
only
didn't
this
stop
strong,
him from seeing
Zhong
Lin Ling
Lingshan
had
face.
once again revealed
That's
an even
interesting.
more terrifying
I'll go
method.
up and make him kneel
And now,
down and propose a
100%
toast.
true meaning of
After
rending
all,
had
with my
appeared.
status,
The martial
doesn't seem
stage was so
difficult to be
shocked
his
that it
senior.
cracked open.
Duan Zun Wang
100%
of
the
the
true meaning of
Duan
rending.
clan said with a
This
smile.
alone proved that
Lin
Zhong
Ling had
Lingshan
caused
had great
great damage
damage
to
to
the
the
strongest
strongest
clan
peak
and
emperor
even
spirit
caused the
realm.
death of Duan
On the
Qingyuan.
edge of the martial
How could they
stage,
not
he
take
fanlin
revenge?
Tang Tianshu,
Right now, he was just
and the
taking
other
back
peak
some
proud
interest.
children of heaven
That
had
was what
solemn
everyone
expressions.
thought.
Lin
Zhong
Ling
Lingshan
was
was
truly
saluting.
worthy of being
Long
called the
Ao
greatest
Xiang
dark
naturally
horse.
thought the same. admit defeat.
He had the noble bloodline of the
Elder
heavenly
Qing's
dragon.
unwilling voice
His status
rang
was
out.
higher than that
He
of a
had no
lowly
choice
commoner
but to
like
have his
Lin Ling.
disciple admit
He
defeat.
was a genius ranked
If this
in the top
continued,
100
then
of the
Nangong
prodigy
Xiong
list.
would die.
His status
But now
was
that he
also
had
higher
lost,
than Lin Ling's.
Nangong Xiong still
Lin
had a
Ling
second
only
chance.
had great potential.
God
What
vanquishing
qualifications did he have
However,
to be arrogant
Nangong
in front of him?
Xiong seemed to want to
Furthermore,
admit defeat,
no one knew where
but
this
Zhong
potential
Lingshan
came
still
from.
attacked with a
It
killing
was just
blow.
Mother Lu who said
He even
it, so
used
who
his
knew if it was
strongest
true or
trump
not?
card to avoid future
To propose
troubles.
a toast, you have to raise both hands and kneel down on one knee. This is the way of
Zhong
respect.
Lingshan, you dare.
Long Aoshan
Elder
looked down
Qing
at Lin
angrily
Ling and
shouted.
said,
At the
Nangong
same time,
Xiong
he
was
was
enjoying the
proudest
gazes
disciple.
of 10,000
How could he
people.
allow him to die
It
in
was
this
as if he was
tournament?
telling everyone
But he
that
didn't
Lin
dare.
Ling was arrogant
Zhong
and arrogant,
Lingshan had
but
always
that was
cut the
only in
weeds
front
and
of the weak.
eliminated the roots.
Facing a
Why
top
would he
heaven's
dare?
pride like him,
You are
Lin
courting
Ling
death.
still had to kneel down.
Elder Qing couldn't
You're
help
right.
but stand
The
up.
Sink Palace
His
is a
powerful
sacred place.
aura erupted,
It's the
wanting to
most
stop
dignified
Zhong
place
Lingshan.
in the 100
After all,
territories.
this boy was just
no
too
one can
hateful.
blaspheme it here.
This is the semi-finals of the strongest tournament.
You have to understand the
Elder
way of
Qing,
respect.
don't lose face
Lin
for the
Ling
seven
said
profound
calmly as he
martial
came in
house.
front of Long Aoshan.
At this moment,
Long
Great
Aoshan
Sun
nodded
Elder's
and said,
massive aura
"You
also
understand.
erupted.
Today's
blocking
matter
Elder
is
Qing.
being watched by
On the
millions
martial
of people.
stage,
Naturally,
Nangong
you have
Xiong
to
was
understand
obliterated by
etiquette
Zhong
and respect.
Lingshan. Propose
caused
a toast.
Elder Qing's eyes to
After
turn
saying
red.
that, he waved his
disciple
hand
Nangong
casually.
Xiong had
However,
already been
propose a
reborn,
toast,
and his future
Lin Ling
achievements
nodded.
were limitless.
He splashed
However,
the wine
he
in
had
his hand
fallen
onto
in the
Long Ao
semifinals
Xiang's
of the
face and
strongest
said,
tournament.
"This toast is
The
for
most
trash
hateful
like
thing
you."
was great
The
son
crowd
Elder.
quieted down.
This insidious
They
old
thought
woman
that
had
Lin Ling
actually
would
blocked him.
immediately offer a
Ling
toast
Shan
and
well
lower
done.
his noble head.
Great son Elder
But who
then
would have
sat
thought
down,
that he did not
smiling
pick
as
up
she
the wine
nodded.
cup to offer a
Zhong
toast?
Lingshan was becoming
Instead,
more and
he
more
spilled the
important to
wine
her.
on Long Ao
In
Xiang's
time,
face,
Zhong
which was
Lingshan's
equivalent
name
to
would
giving
shake
him
the
a
entire
slap.
rainforest
"Do
holy
you want to
land,
die?"
and her face
Long
would
Ao
also
Xiang's
rise.
face stiffened.
Thus,
She
she
was
planned to wait
incomparably
until the
surprised.
tournament ended before
Lin Ling was as
focusing on
arrogant as
cultivating
ever.
Zhong Lingshan.
She dared to
What a
humiliate him.
ruthless method.
Was he looking to
These
die?
proud children of
Long
heaven
Ao
have
Xiang.
all experienced
Lin
the
Ling
tempering of the
smiled and
Bodhi
suddenly
liquid.
let out a loud
Their
shout.
future is limitless.
His previously
but because
calm
their
aura
opponent's
quietly
potential is
changed,
terrifying,
as if the
they
calm
have the
sea of an
strength to
ancient well
obliterate
had
their
suddenly
opponents so
turned
that
into
they
a
can avoid
monstrous
future
wave.
troubles.
"You are a top
The crowd
100
looked at
heaven's
Zhong
pride of
Lingshan,
the seven
their hearts
profound
fiercely
martial
trembling.
houses proud list.
Then they looked at
You are
great
very
son Elder.
proud, but who am I?"
This old Xian was
Lin
also
Ling's
ruthless.
voice floated out from
He
his
had made
mouth like
Elder
the
Qing
might of the
watch as
heavens.
his disciple
Long
died in
Ao
front of
Xiang
him.
wanted to humiliate
Unfortunately,
him, but
Elder
how could
Qing
Lin
was
Ling
helpless.
allow this to happen?
After all,
He
this
wanted
was the
to humiliate him
semifinals of the
back.
strongest tournament.
"You are only a
How
trash
could
of
he
heaven's
overstep
pride
his
that didn't
authority
even
to
reach
save
the
someone?
top 100?
Haha, there's
You
one
have
less
yet to
competitor.
participate in the final
On the
round.
martial stage,
You will
Zhong
never have the
Lingshan
qualifications
couldn't
to
help but
stand
laugh in
excitement.
excitement.
The
The
more
more
proud
proud
children
children
of
of
heaven
heaven
died,
said,
the more
if it
fame
weren't
and
for the
fortune
fact
he
that
would
there were
obtain
too
in the
many great
future.
figures here,
After all,
he would
no
have
one
already
could
killed
compete with
Lin
him.
Ling.
Then
But
he
even
proudly
so,
left
he
the
still
martial
wanted to teach
stage.
Lin Ling a good lesson.
His eyes swept
However,
over the
just as
remaining
his
proud
words
children
fell,
of heaven,
an icy cold
causing them
voice
to
came
have
out from
dignified
Lin Ling's
expressions.
mouth.
"Shut
Zhong
up."
Lingshan
When
was
the second
arrogant,
dream was
but it was
conferred, the title of
undeniable
elder
that his
he
strength
failed.
was terrifying.
Who is the new elder
He had
of the
actually
seven
hidden
profound
100%
martial
of the
house?
true meaning of Rend. And now, of the 10 strongest
voice was
proud
like
children
thunder,
of heaven,
shocking
only
Long Ao
9
Xiang
remained.
so much that his
Rumble,
pupils
rumble,
shrank.
rumble. His mind
At the
buzzed
same
and he took
time,
a
the
step
clouds
back.
in the sky billowed,
He had forgotten
and a
that
new
Lin
name
Ling was
appeared.
an elder of the
This
seven
time, the
profound
sky was
martial
silent,
house.
and the earth
In
was
fact,
silent
he
for a
hadn't
long time.
forgotten, he just hadn't cared. No one present had forgotten, but no one cared. After all, Lin Ling was the youngest elder of the seven profound martial house. But the truth was that many people
Chapter
didn't think of him
878.
as an elder,
Let you
because
rest,
he was
Lin
too
Ling,
young.
you're finally
Although
lucky
no
for
one
once.
cared, the status
The
of an
crowd
elder
cheered.
still existed.
Lin Ling gave
In the
off a
sacred
strange
Sing
feeling.
Palace, an
He
elder
was
was
only
an
at the
elder.
middle stage of
No
the
matter
Emperor's
what kind
spirit
of
realm,
proud son of
but he
heaven
had
one
somehow
was,
made it to the
when
final
facing
round.
an elder,
And
one
now
had to
he
put
was
away
going
their
to fight.
pride and speak to them
Lin
in a
Ling gave
respectful
Hong
tone.
Er a round
As for
before.
the reason, it
He
was
must
very
fight
simple.
this round, and he must
This
win.
was because the elder
Otherwise,
was
he
your
will
teacher,
be
because the
eliminated.
elder's status was
Then
higher
some
than
people
yours,
realized,
and also because
this
this
meant
was
that
the
Lin
most
Ling
sacred
had no
Sing
choice.
Palace. He could only
Tell me
win
who
and
am
not
I?
lose.
Lin
There
Ling
were
took a
9
step
remaining
forwards,
opponents,
his
and none
aura
of them were
magnificent.
weak. Who would Lin Ling choose?
Long Ao Xiang was left
He can
speechless.
choose Hong Er.
But
Yes, he must
Lin
choose
Ling
Hong Er.
shouted again.
Some people
You
guessed.
are an elder of
Hong
the
Er
seven
won
profound
round,
martial
but she could
house.
still lose one.
Long Ao Xiang
If
looked
she
all
gave Lin
around.
Ling one round,
He
Lin
knew
Ling
that
would be
many
lucky enough
powerhouses
to pass.
were looking at him,
Without
and
a doubt,
perhaps
Lin
even
Ling would
seniors from the
definitely
St.
choose
Palace
Hong
were
Er.
watching.
Under
So he had
everyone's
no
gaze,
choice but
Lin
to
Ling
speak.
rubbed his nose. A
He was
slap fell
finally
on Long
lucky.
Ao Xiang's
He had
face,
been waiting for this
burning
draw
with
for a
pain.
long time.
Lin Ling had
Then,
attacked.
his gaze swept
To
across
have an
the
elder
remaining
propose
people.
a toast in front of
Zhong
everyone,
Lingshan, you can
and to
die
have an
now.
elder kneel,
What?
is this your
The
attitude
crowd was
towards your
shocked.
seniors? At the same
Lin
time,
Ling's
in the
expression
direction
was
of the main
incomparably
city,
cold,
millions of
leaving
people
Long
were
Ao
watching
Xiang
the battle.
speechless.
But at
Heavenly
this moment,
Dragon
they were
Empire,
also in
if
an
the upper
uproar.
beam is not
Was
straight,
Lin Ling
then
stupid?
the lower beam will
He
be
had the
crooked.
chance to challenge
Today,
Hong Er.
in the sacred
As
Sing
long as
Palace,
Hong Er
you
admitted
dare
defeat,
to offend
he
your
could
superiors
safely
and
pass
run
this
amok.
round. In the
However,
future,
Lin Ling
you
gave
will
up this
inevitably
chance and
become
become
the
the source
Zhong
of
Lingshan
chaos in
instead.
the 100 territories.
Zhong Lingshan's strength
Lin
was
Ling's
obvious
words
to
caused
all.
Lord Long's
He had
complexion to become
comprehended the true meaning of
incomparably
rupture.
ugly.
In the
How could
past,
Lin Ling fight
Lord
him?
Long had
Zhong
slandered
Lingshan
Lin Ling
was
as
also
a demon,
stunned.
a homicidal
According to his
maniac.
guess, he had
Today,
erupted with
Lin Ling
terrifying
had
strength
returned
in
the
the previous
favor,
two battles,
and had even cursed the
he had
heavenly
become an
dragon
existence
empire
that could not be underestimated
among the
My
remaining
apologies,
sky
Elder.
prides.
I
No
was
one would dare
negligent
to
before,
challenge
I
him
admit
easily.
my mistake.
However,
Long
Lin Ling
Xiang's
Xiang's
eyes were filled with
he had really
murderous
challenged
intent,
him,
but he
Lin
still
Ling
had
had
to
to
speak
speak
respectfully.
What
After
you don't
he finished
dare.
speaking, he
Lin
strode
Ling looked
away.
at Zhong Lingshan
Today he had
indifferently.
wanted to humiliate
Don't dare?
Lin Ling,
Why
but
wouldn't
he
I
had
dare?
lost all face.
I can't wait to fight
Stop.
with you.
But if I
Did
win,
he
I'll
think he
win
could
both
leave
battles
just
and
because he
pass the
wanted to?
stage easily. He had wanted to
Zhong
humiliate
Lingshan
Lin
smiled
Ling,
and shook his
but he
head.
had failed, and
In
now
order
he
to
wanted
prove
to
whether
leave.
he dared or not,
What else do you
he
want?
jumped onto the
Long
stage faster
Xiang
than
stopped.
Lin Ling.
His back
Then
facing
he
Lin
waved
Ling.
his
Lin
hand
Ling
and
was
Lin
too
Ling
hateful.
said,
Come
to
on
propose
up.
a toast,
As a
one
reward
must
for
raise both
challenging
hands
me,
and
I
kneel
won't
on
let
one
you
knee.
lose within 3
This is
moves.
the way of respect.
After all, it
Lin
wasn't
Ling
easy
held
for
his
you to
hands
come
behind
this
his
far.
back,
His
his long
long
hair
hair
fluttering
fluttering
in the
before you
wind.
die.
These were
Lin
the words
Ling
that
nodded.
Long Xiang
He
had
naturally
said
knew
before,
that Zhong
and now
Lingshan
he had
wanted to kill
returned
him, but he also wanted to kill him.
Lin Ling's body moved and landed on the
Chapter
martial
864,
platform, causing
to have
many
a strong
people to be filled
backbone.
with anticipation.
You.
Lin
Long
Ling had fought
Xiang
3
finally
battles
turned
so
around
far.
with an ugly
The first
expression
2 were
on his
shocking.
face.
His body was
Lin Ling
invincible,
did not let
and
him
he
off.
obliterated his
He
opponents.
wanted him to propose a
The
toast
third
with
battle
both
was
hands
given
and
to
on one
honor.
knee.
Now,
This
it
was
was
a
a huge
huge battle, but his
humiliation
opponent
not
was
only
not
to him
weak at
but
all.
also to the
Would
heavenly
Lin
dragon
Ling be
empire.
able to resist his
The entire
opponent with his
palace
body
fell
alone?
silent. Countless people looked at Lin Ling,
just as his
who was
feet
standing
landed
on the martial arts
with
platform,
complicated
Lin Ling
expressions
said
on their
softly.
faces.
It was said that
Zhong
Lin
Lingshan
Ling could
was
not be
stunned.
humiliated.
Many people around
Otherwise,
were also
he would be
stunned.
humiliated
Lin
100
Ling asked
times
Zhong
over.
Lingshan to
That
take
was
a
how he
rest.
got his name.
What did
the
he
Mad
mean
God.
by that?
Now that
You
they
have
had
just
seen
finished
him
a great
today,
battle,
they knew
and your
that he lived
spiritual
up to
chi
his
has not
reputation.
recovered,
So I
even
wanted
in
to
front
take
of
a rest.
countless experts,
Lin Ling
said
was
lightly
still
again.
fearless.
Crazy.
He still had a strong
Many
backbone.
people gasped.
Humiliated.
They finally understood
10
what
times
Lin
the
Ling meant.
humiliation. Lin Ling asked Zhong Lingshan to take a rest first.
Yes.
So that Zhong
Long
Lingshan would
Aoxiang
not
had
be
no
able to
choice but
exert
to
his
propose
full
a
strength.
toast.
Where
If he
did Lin
refused,
Ling's
the Heavenly
confidence
Dragon
come from?
Empire would lose
One should
even
know
more
that
face.
Lin Ling was in the last
Going back
battle.
on one's words,
If he lost,
being
he
rude
would be
and lacking
eliminated.
in manners,
He
it
did
would be
not
fine
seize
if
the
it was any
opportunity
other
and
place,
instead let
but
his
not in the
opponent
most
rest.
sacred place, the
This
St.
boy
Palace.
is so heroic
After
that it
all,
is
this was the
admirable.
core of the rainforest.
Some top experts could
Even the
not
Holy
help but
King
nod.
might be watching this
Not
scene.
bad, interesting.
Most importantly,
Zhong
Lin
Lingshan
Ling's
sat
current
cross-legged
status was
and
higher
began
than
to
Long
cultivate.
Aoxiang.
Lin Ling could not
Propose a
see
toast?
clearly. Long Aoxiang roared. He wanted to propose a toast. If
There
he
were so
wanted to
many
recover,
people here,
why didn't he
including
recover?
many of his old rivals?
Time passed quietly.
He could not throw his
Not
face
long
away.
after, Zhong Lingshan stood up again
Long
and looked at
Aoxiang
Lin
said
Ling
in
with
a
a
low
smile.
voice.
In
He
order
could
to
not
repay
throw
you
his
for
face away
choosing me,
either, but he
you
had
will
to
die
do
in
it.
the fourth move.
Long Aoxiang
Pop,
gritted
pop,
his
pop.
teeth and had
The
no
broken
choice but
god
to
halberd
stride
appeared
forward.
in his hand.
He came to the
The
side
halberd
of the
turned
table,
into a
picked
spear
up his
and
wine
pierced
cup,
towards
and
Lin
walked
Ling
towards
with
Lin
piercing
Ling.
spear.
In the
A
process,
spear with
many
90%
top
red
geniuses
true
could
intent.
not help but cover
Many
their
people
mouths
widened
and
their
laughed.
eyes. If it
They
were
wanted
not
to
for
see
the
how
fact that
Lin
this
Ling would
place was
block it.
beneath the most
Would he
sacred
still
Bodhi
dare to
Saint
use his
Palace,
fist to
they
block
would
it?
have long burst
Swish.
out laughing.
Lin Ling's
They were
tyrannical
competitors
song
with
sword
Long
was finally
Aoxiang.
revealed.
Now that
They
they
saw
saw
the
the
proud
proud
genius
genius being
being
humiliated,
He's
they were
finally
naturally
using
happy
his
to
sword.
see it. It's
Then
Lin
they
Ling's
looked
first
at
time
Lin Ling
using
with
the
a
heavy
sword.
heart. But can he
Lin
block
Ling,
90%
this
of
junior,
the
was
true
much
meaning of
younger than
split?
them and his cultivation
More
was
people
much
were looking
weaker.
forward to the
However,
battle.
he did what they
Even
could
in the
not
main
do.
city,
This
millions
Lin
of
Ling
people
was
were
very
watching
difficult to
nervously.
deal with.
Lin
Perhaps
Ling
in the
was the
future
dark
he
horse
would
of the
surpass
previous
them.
assessment, the
Sister,
most
is this
dazzling
the
dark
Lin Ling
horse.
that I,
But
Lumama,
after
was
the Bodhi
talking about?
Ancient Tree
At
expedition,
first, I thought that
Zhong
he was a
Lingshan
weak
had
man
become
without
the
any
strongest
manliness.
dark horse of the
But who knew that
semifinals.
his counterattack
His
was
strength
so
was
powerful
clear for all
like
to
a
see.
thunderbolt?
When these
He
two
didn't
dark
fear the
horses
presence of the
collided,
strong
it
and
was
wasn't
unknown
alarmed
who would be
even
the
if the
darker
sky
one, the more
collapsed.
dazzling one.
He let the people who
Sword
humiliated
overlord
him
smash
smash
their own
sky.
feet.
A soft
Above the
voice
palace,
floated out
on a
from
huge
Lin Ling's
leaf,
mouth.
two women were
It was
looking
the sword
forward.
move of the
There was a
overlord
leaf
sword
as
art.
big as a stone
Blank.
table, a deafening
Displaying
sound
everything
rang in
out.
the palace.
Under countless
This
gazes,
child's
Lin
king
Ling
body
held
held
his
his
sword
eighth
with
grade
both hands,
which isn't the best.
Without
I
releasing
don't know
any
how strong
spiritual
his true
chi,
meaning of
he used
martial
his
arts
sword
is.
to block the void
According to
piercing
his
spear.
age and cultivation
What?
level,
I
many
wonder
people's
if he has
eyes
reached
narrowed.
half a step into
Lin Ling
90%.
blocked 90%
The white
when true
clothed
intent
woman
with a
next to
single
him was
sword
as
move.
cold as a fairy
One had
under
to
the
know that
moonlight.
in the previous
She
battle,
spoke
no
indifferently.
one dared to block the Ren
I'm
true
talking
intent
east,
without
but you're
relying
talking
on
west.
martial arts. The other
You
woman
have some
in red
skills,
was more
but can you
lively.
block my rend?
I think he's very handsome, and he's
Zhong
also very
Lingshan
handsome.
maintained the posture
Especially
of
his eyes, they give
thrusting
off
forward.
a pure and clear feeling, but also a deep and mysterious feeling. His
On
eyes
the
turned
surface,
cold as
this
the
kid
formless
doesn't
and
have any
colorless
hope in
crack
the last
vibrated
round of the
towards
seven
Lin Ling,
profound martial
causing the
house
martial
tournament.
stage to crack.
I don't know why
It's
I,
useless.
Lumama, say this.
Lin Ling's body
The woman
shook
in
like
white
a fierce
lightly
tiger,
said,
as if
the
she hadn't
vibrating
heard the
Ren
woman
true
in red's
intent was
words.
shattered by him.
The woman in red
His
rolled
body
her
was
eyes.
as solid as
Her
diamond.
senior apprentice
Idiot,
sister was a
everyone
martial
knows
arts
that I use
maniac.
the Bodhi liquid
She didn't
to
care
refine
about
my
the
body.
martial path at
Do
all.
your tricks work
Of
on me?
course, a martial
After
arts
shattering the
maniac
Ren
was
true
obsessed
intent,
with the
Lin
martial
Ling
path.
said lightly.
She had no
Zhong
emotions,
Lingshan's
only
eyes
martial
narrowed.
arts. Lin
Such
Ling,
a
what a
person
strong
can
defense.
cultivate twice as
If you
fast
only
with
have
half
this
the
much
effort.
skill, I advise you to use your full strength. Otherwise, when
In
I
addition,
attack, you
this
won't have
woman
any
was a
chance.
saint child, and
Lin
had been
Ling
trained
smiled
by
gently.
the Saint Palace since
His smile
childhood.
was so bright and
Since
so
I,
confident.
Lumama, said
It was
this,
still
I
the
naturally
same
have my
sentence.
reasons.
If you don't
In
use
any
your full
case, I
strength,
believe her.
you won't have any
The
chance.
woman in red curled
I
her
realized
lips.
that we seem
The
to have
woman in white
underestimated
lightly shook
Lin
her
Ling.
head. said. Many people stared at the confident figure, and their hearts beat violently. Everything they had evaluated as long as there is no young Master Tang, everything can be false. But they seemed to have forgotten to believe that Lin Ling was fierce. So your physical body is strong, but you are two realms away from without proof. No matter how strong your physical defense is, the woman in red retorted, causing the woman in white to be speechless. At this moment, in the palace, stared at Lin Ling. Countless people were looking at Long Aoxiang. Strong aura. Long Aoxiang knew that he had underestimated in front of Lin Ling with a cup of wine in his hand. Therefore, he had to erupt with a stronger strength. Just as he was about to offer the cup of wine, Lin Ling's halberd in his hand turned into a beautiful trajectory and slashed out in the air. Don't go too far. With him as the center, the half-moon radiance slashed out in all directions, but he still offered the cup of wine, causing the void to explode. Kneel on one knee. This was the even more powerful Ren Truantet. However, Lin Ling spoke again, causing Long Aoxiang's body to tremble. Slashed out, finally with Lin Ling's eyes to flicker. He knelt down on one knee. This move was quite powerful. Wine with both hands. If he hadn't gone to the Bodhi's expression was still indifferent. He would have to use more trump cards. He slowly took the cup of wine and said, "With the 20,000 small worlds in his body and the 10 million tyrannical song sword, it was enough to resist everything. This is the evaluation of the 7 profound martial house elders." Lin Ling gave up holding the sword with his left hand. Long Aoxiang knelt on one knee. He held the sword with his right hand. His anger cracking the stone beneath his lashed out. His strength was greater than Lin Ling's energy attack, but now he had to kneel on one knee before Lin Ling. This sort of humiliation could be imagined. The crowd's eyes widened. Said that he would never be able to soar. Lin Ling's sword was like moving clouds and flowing curved up in a disdainful smile. Bang. After drinking the wine, he didn't even look at Long Aoxiang as he walked past him. Elder Lin Ling, you have great dignity. Why would bully a junior like this? After he used his sword, your sense of superiority increased by a terrifying amount. But don't forget that in front of us, you are also a junior. Many people stared at Lin Ling. Although you are an elder, in front of the elders of our 5 great ancient countries, man in sword, your status as an elder is still a bit light at this moment. Shouldn't you be toasting with both hands and kneeling on one knee? Sword in the semifinals. I remember that you said that this is the way of respect. He had destroyed a 90% true martial intent. A loud voice sounded out, causing everyone's eyes to flash. How could they know that there was no true martial intent in the water wanted to look good on Lin Ling? But the cultivators that were not weak at the speaker and discovered that it was the physical body family's Duan Zuan Wang. They could also resist true martial intent. This old man was as mighty as a heavenly general. But I still broke your move. He was a godlike character of the Justice Duan family. Now, what right do you have to be confident? In the past, in the rainforest holy land, voice floated out from Lin Ling, his invincible Qilin. It was still as proud and frivolous as mighty reputation. Nangong with a single punch, he had killed tens of thousands of Emperor Spirit powerhouses. Previously, Zhong Lingshan had said that Lin Ling was 2 realms weaker than him and couldn't make up for the gap between realms. This old man and Lord Long had killed Lin Ling had told him why he couldn't. Seeing him today, at this moment, Zhong Lingshan's pupils were tightly focused. Duan Zuan Wang Lin Ling is one of the 24 patriarchs of my great Qing dynasty, and the last one was Does he need to bow to you? He thought that Lin Ling was the weakest, at this moment, and that after killing the first voice sounded out, no one would dare to have any enmity with him. It was the great Qing dynasty's Qing man who that the last enemy was the most terrifying. The crowd was stunned. You said that you would let me release my last light to have such a status in the great Qing dynasty was actually left for you. If Lin Ling was the patriarch of the great Qing dynasty, then his status wasn't low. Hurry up, he didn't need to bow to Duan die forever. Duan Zuan Wang's face stiffened and he calmly held his sword and walked forward. He wanted to use his status to make Lin Ling lower his head, wasn't a good person. Before, he had constantly killed his opponents, cutting the weeds and wine all over your face, but do you dare to like to cut the weeds and remove the roots so much? Then Lin Ling would cut the weeds and remove the roots. Impossible, you're only at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit realm. Translator, how could you block Studios editor? I won't lose, I'll kill you. His actions were straightforward, Zhong Lingshan's eyes were filled as he said he would. In truth, the wine was like a sword. He had already realized the combination of power and spiritual energy was not to be underestimated, and he couldn't see through him at all. This kind of wine was naturally harmless to Duan Zuan at the peak of the Emperor Spirit realm. He waved his right hand in front of him, and the sword-like voice came out of Zhong Lingshan's mouth. It turned into specks of light and disappeared in the air. But what made Duan Zuan Wang angry was that Lin Ling was like a hoodlum on the street. He didn't care about his god-shattering or that they were under the sacred palace and the spatial void. He actually dared to spray wine at him. Spread out, and anything that got close to the ripples was shattered. Everyone gasped. This was the true intent of rupture, who came here, and it had reached the peak of their ferocity. This was also out of respect for the legendary Holy King. Fisher was also a type of power. The strong people here had always been polite. Mountain Fisher, even if they wanted to make things difficult for Lin Ling, in fact, they had to find a reasonable type of vibration. However, it was also a type of true meaning of martial arts, but it was more ferocious, and they couldn't react in time. He could tear apart the enemy, as expected of a barbarian. 100% you don't care about reason or etiquette. I've already begun to grasp the profound meaning. Although Zhong Lingshan is vicious, he is indeed a terrifying prodigy. The crowd looked at the terrifying ripples that appeared on the martial stage. Made him seethe with anger. The martial stage seemed to be deformed by the vibration, and it was distorted. People with discerning eyes knew that Lin Ling's strength was like an let's try 100% sword true meaning. You're the one who doesn't know etiquette. Lin Ling stepped on the martial stage, the same as mine, steady as a mountain. You overestimated yourself. He finally grasped the sword down and tossed you. The sword was faintly jumping, and a terrifying murderous aura surged out like a ferocious tiger. It was vast and mighty like a sea of blood. He finished the wine in his hand in one gulp and threw the cup at Duan Zuan Wang. This was under the sacred palace. The sword let out a deafening everyone restrained themselves, which made many people's eardrums hurt. However, it didn't mean that they were really righteous. A large number of people just wore a mask of hypocrisy. They finally realized that this was the first time to wear a mask of hypocrisy since the semifinals. He was angry when he saw Duan Zuan Wang, and after using it was very terrifying. Smashed the cup at him. That was the true meaning of sword. Killed old man Shao. Another 100% this was a thorn in Lin Ling's heart. A pain that could never be erased. Hall masters stood up one by one, and their eyes were wide open. Zhong Lingshan died and comprehended 100% today when he saw his enemy again. If Lin Ling even had a feeling that Lin Ling exchanged pleasantries was even more terrifying, it would be a blasphemy and insult to old man Shao. The murderous aura from killing 100,000 people merged into the sword. Even if he was chased away by the same palace today, he would still take strength. Even if he was currently not strength allowed Lin Ling to withstand, he would not hold back martial true meaning. If he didn't like Duan Zuan Wang with the true meaning of sword, there was no doubt about the ink shot towards Duan Zuan Wang. and was naturally blocked by him on the martial stage. However, after being provoked by Lin Ling martial stage to revert back to its original form, could no longer hold a blood-red sword like appeared on the martial stage. His hair stood on end, and he seemed to want to reflect a dazzling light. But at the critical moment, it was as if there was only one sword left in this world. He's trying to goad you into perishing together with him. The sword slashed out. No one knew who the voice cutting through the void, but it was like a basin of cold water. The halberd that was filled with the true meaning of Ren. This was the most sacred and mysterious into countless crystal lights, and no one knew what would happen if he erupted with true meaning. Would he die together with Lin Ling through everything? Or would the Holy King value Lin Ling and let him die in the end? Entire body trembled. He couldn't afford to gamble on any of this. He couldn't hold on to the god-slaying halberd anymore. He didn't know how the Holy King would treat so powerful, but he was certain that the Holy King's attitude towards him would be worse than because Lin Ling surpassed him. This meant that if he dared to behave atrociously on the sacred ancient tree, but he wasn't afraid. Because he knew that if Lin Ling dared to come, then Lin Ling Wang's expression was extremely ugly, but he finally sat down. However, Lin Ling came, and the result was that I don't die for sure. You will die for old man Zhao's revenge. But who said that a mid-stage were red as he enunciated each word couldn't kill a peak emperor's spirit realm cultivator? The crowd's eyes flickered. Stop. They finally understood why Lin Ling was so arrogant in the same palace, causing the space to tremble. He seemed to have an irreconcilable enmity with Duanzun Wang. Lin Ling was the disciple that she was most proud of. Old man Xiao, that he had been forced into a corner by the true meaning of sword, and was willing to stand up down by the sword. This showed that he was a man of character. Lin Ling to do as he wished. Moreover, he was open and honest, would bloom with daring to admit his actions without any pretense. He could not die here. This was admirable. The voice caused the decisive sword to pause. In every corner of the palace, the experts from the desolate race smiled faintly. At the same time, a tyrannical voice sounded out, fearing the heavens and the earth. Admits defeat. This was what it meant to be a warrior. Lin Ling, the great solar elder, admitted defeat for Zhong Lingshan. Jinan was excited. How unfair. Even he did not dare to act this recklessly in front of the same palace. When Nangong Xiong had been dared to, and he did it for his brother Qin Shao to stop him. This made him extremely touched. But the great solar elder had blocked Old Man Xiao had met a good brother. Now that Zhong Lingshan was about to die, take deep breaths, the great solar elder had stepped forward to stop Lin Ling. Finally, he walked towards Jinan. Great solar elder, this is not Duanzun Wang the strongest, but he believed that it would not be long before he would be able to use this old bastard's blood as a sacrifice. Mr. Qing's voice resounded in the air. The palace gradually quieted down. Like a blade, cutting off who wanted to see Lin Ling's performance were all shouted furiously. The previous Qing proved that they wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson at the highest level banquet in the rainforest. When Zhong Lingshan had killed his disciple, this was clearly impossible. It was the great solar elder Lin Ling was a young man with a strong backbone. Now he would return the favor. Even if he offended the Holy King, he would not lower his stubborn backbone. What he wanted to do was to kill Zhong Ling's previous actions. Lin Ling, you dare? No one knew. The great solar elder suddenly erupted with a shrill roar. No one could guess. Lin Ling wanted to kill her brave but not resourceful. He's too impulsive. When Zhong Lingshan killed the other proud sons of heaven, the white-clothed woman said faintly. So, there is nothing that I don't dare to do. He has his own stubbornness. However, he has his own voice sounded out from the martial stage. That old man Xiao is definitely someone very important once more with unprecedented firmness. The red-clothed woman murmured. There was nothing that he didn't dare to do. She believed in the all around the square there was silence. Perhaps she and the youth had the same blood feud. Didn't dare to do. Vengeance should be forbearing. On the martial arts the white-clothed woman objected. A sword mark appeared on Zhong Lingshan's head. As an insult to the dead. Even the terrifying sword mark slashed at the edge of the martial arts platform. Yes. The void was also split into two. Incomparably it was a very sharp sword that revealed its killing intent. Her beautiful eyes flashing. Your 3 moves of light have ended. She had no feelings, so she would never understand. Jure, let the 20 proud sons of heaven of the 7 profound martial house enjoy the moon leaves. At this moment, an old voice sounded out from behind the 2 women. Not to be underestimated. The 2 women froze for a moment and then Zhong Lingshan stared intently. They also knew that old Mother Deer's goal today was still the 20 proud sons of heaven. He still had one more battle before he could win both battles. In fact, it should be the second dream. Tang Tianshu challenged him. Lin Ling believed that his luck 20 years of age, allowing him to win the white-clothed woman stepped forward. But in the end, he died in the second battle. Her white dress was like an immortal fairy. He died at the hands of the enemy he believed to be the weakest among his 3 enemies. The white-clothed woman's beautiful figure appeared. Furthermore, that enemy did not use his sword, but when he did, one strike was enough. 7 profound martial was dazzling and it contained 100% calm and emotionless voice sounded out destroyed in the everything he had, causing everyone's pupils to constrict. This is your lucky son-child stared intently there will be no more. Lingshan. The white-clothed woman was most proud of had died. Her beautiful eyes looked towards the second dream. Her backing was gone, that she believed that she was proud of was because of the second dream. Lin Ling still dared to kill her the second dream. He was still resolute. She saw that decisive and beauty were truly fierce. Even moving elder great Sunchild's if she had been at the second dream's age, her strength would not have been much stronger than the second killing intent. Lucky chance. Lin Ling had spoiled her plans several times. She could no longer tolerate Lin Ling. Chapter 8. She had to kill Lin Ling. What was martial arts? A figure filled with billowing killing intent shot towards Lin Ling. Their eyes were filled with envy.
They had a feeling that the
frown.
strength of these 20
Elder
people
Great
would
Sun
increase
Child wanted to kill him in front of so many people.
The Moon
Elder Great
Appreciation
Sun
Leaf
Child
was a
has gone
relatively
mad.
ancient leaf on the
Everyone
ancient
also
tree.
sensed Elder
It was
Great
said
Sun
that this
Child's
leaf was the
intentions
third
as they
leaf of
drew
the
a
ancient
cold
tree
gasp.
that had just grown.
Today's competition was being watched by
had
millions
absorbed
of
the
people.
essence of the sun
Elder
and
Great
moon.
Sun Child's
It was now
actions were
10,000
too
years
bold.
old.
Kill
The
Lin
ancient
Ling.
leaf was at the top
Banner
of the
Lord
clouds.
Skyland's eyes
When the
shimmered
moon
with
was
a
full,
strange light.
it was as if one
It was
could
rare
reach
that
out
he
and
did not
touch the
stop
full
it.
moon. It was
That
as
was
though
why
he
it
did
was
not
called
see
the
it.
Moon Appreciation
Furthermore,
Leaf.
there was a voice
When
in his
Lin Ling
heart.
and his group
It
arrived,
was as
they
though
were
he
all
wanted
shocked.
to see Lin Ling
The
die
full
here.
moon in the sky
Other
was
than
right in
him,
front of
the
them.
heavenly dragon
The bright
empire
light
made them
justice,
feel as if they
Duan
had stepped
Family,
into the
Great
Moon
Serpent
Palace
Manor,
and
and
could
other
reach
large
out and
factions
touch
were
the
smearing.
moon. It's
Lin
the
Ling's
essence
growth
of the
was
moon.
too fast.
Looking at
Today,
the snow
someone
like
was going to
moonlight,
kill
the
Lin
second
Ling.
dream's eyes
That was for the
sparkled.
best.
It was said that
Courting
the
death.
essence of the sun and
Among
moon
the
was
four
something that
desolate
demonic
races,
beasts could
Antimo's
absorb
face
and
was
grow.
extremely
It was
frosty.
difficult for humans
Around
to
her
sense
body,
it, but they could
a
sense it
terrifying
here.
mist appeared,
This ancient tree
making
was
her
really
look
an excellent
mysterious
place
and
to
vast.
cultivate.
However,
Lin
at
Ling's
that
eyes
moment,
sparkled
a
as well.
blinding light shot
He
down
felt
from
that
the
the
sky,
small world
causing
in his body
everyone
was
to
about
feel
to
pain
move.
in their eyes.
It seemed to be
After
absorbing
that,
the
a
moonlight
painful
in the
cry
sky
rang
and
out.
was constantly
Countless
expanding.
people looked over,
The essence
only
of the
to
moon
see
was
Great
also
Sun
the
Child
essence of
Elder's
life.
right arm being
It was
chopped
very
off.
beneficial to
Blood
a
flowed
cultivator's
out from
body.
the corner of his
It's
mouth.
the first time in
And
so
on the
many
ground,
years
there
that
was
the
a
moon
leaf stuck there,
appreciation leaf has
incomparably
welcomed so
dazzling.
many people.
A leaf fell from the
Calm.
sky and
At
sliced
this
off
moment,
Great Sun
a calm
Elder's
voice
arm.
rang out.
This leaf was
causing
just
everyone
too
to come back
terrifying.
to their senses.
Many people suddenly
looked
up
over
at the
and
sky.
saw that it was the
The
woman
leaf
in
came
white
from
who
the
was as
sky.
cold as a
It
fairy.
seemed to be the leaf
She
of
was
the
about
Bodhi
20
ancient
years
tree.
old.
In
But
that
her
case,
strength
the
was
person who severed
unfathomable,
the right arm
giving
of
off
Great
an
Sun Child
extremely
was someone from the
mysterious
Bodhi
feeling.
sacred palace.
No one dared to
I'll
be
take your
negligent.
arm as a lesson.
After all,
If
she was
something
from
like
the
this
sacred
happens
palace.
again, I'll kill you
Tonight is
immediately.
the night of the full moon.
A majestic
You have
voice
the
rang out
opportunity
from
to
the sky,
cultivate here and
causing
improve
everyone's
your strength
hearts
to the
to
next
thump in
level.
fear.
However,
It
there
really
is a
was someone
condition.
from the sacred
You
palace.
must answer my question. Great
The
Sun
woman in
Child
white
Elder
said
looked up at the
indifferently,
sky,
as if she was
her
an
face filled
otherworldly
with
being.
malevolence.
Senior sister,
Her left hand
may I
stroked
know
her
what the
severed
question
right
is?
arm, where
The
a
second
massive
dream
amount of
asked
blood
on
was
behalf of the
constantly
group.
gushing out. The woman in
She
white
had tried to
nodded
kill
at her.
Lin Ling.
She
She
looked
not
at the
only had
bright
she not
moonlight
killed
in the
him,
sky
but
and
she had
asked,
also lost
"What
an
is
arm."
martial arts?" Today she had gone for wool
Everyone
and
was
come home
surprised.
shorn. What was
Unfortunately,
martial arts?
she was facing the
This
ancient
question has
Bodhi
always
sacred
been my
palace.
inner demon. She had no
Whoever
strength
can
to
answer
fight back.
will be rewarded.
Serves you right.
The woman in
At
white
this
said
moment,
again.
Lin
Many
Ling's
people
cold
were
and mocking
excited.
voice floated
Reward?
out like the wind.
Could this be a
causing
reward
Great
from
Sun
the
Child
sacred
Elder's
palace?
pupils to shrink?
Since the sacred
Lin
palace
Ling
was
was sitting
gloating
on the
over her
ancient
misfortune,
tree, this
saying
reward
that she
must be
deserved it.
incomparably precious. Great
The
Sun
path of
Child
martial
Elder
arts
spat
is to
out a
be
single
reborn
word.
and transcend
If
the
looks
limits
could
of
kill,
man.
she would have already
This is the
killed
path
Lin
of
Ling
martial
hundreds of
arts.
times. One of the geniuses said calmly. It was Hoi Yi from the Great Serpent Mansion. Unfortunately, she could not,
Surpassing the
and she
limits.
did not dare to.
Is this what martial
Seven
arts are like?
profound martial
The
house
woman in
martial
white
house
had a
master
blank look in
Skylin.
her eyes,
Are you not
but
going
she
to
shook
say
her
anything
head.
about this
The
matter?
crowd's eyes
Lin
flickered.
Ling's eyes
It
turned.
seemed that this
Coldly
question
looking
was
at
very
martial house
difficult.
master Skylin.
For a moment,
He
everyone
knew that
fell
Skylin
silent.
was aware of this,
And on an even
but he
higher
had
leaf
chosen
of
to
the
turn a
ancient
blind
tree,
eye to it.
Old Mother Deer
Now,
and
how
the
could Lin
red-clothed
Ling
woman
allow
were
him to
standing
sit there as
quietly.
if this matter had
The
nothing to do
red-clothed
with
woman
him?
shook her head
Lin
and
Ling,
said,
Senior
Martial
Sister
House
Moonchaser
Master
is
is
Skylin's
stubborn
pupils
as ever.
constricted into
She
a
has
thin
asked
line
this
as he
question
looked
to
at
so
the
many
youth
people,
standing on the
but
martial
she still
stage.
hasn't found the answer.
Lin Ling actually
She
dared
still
to
doesn't
question
know
him.
what the martial path
Here,
is.
within the seven profound
martial
martial
Dao,
house,
the martial
the
Dao.
one who acted
Seems
was
to be
Old
two
Chen of the
words,
seven
but it is
profound
also
martial
broad and
house.
profound.
As the martial
In the
house
vast
master
and
of
ancient
the seven
times,
profound
the more
martial
one
house,
investigates
do you
its
think you have
origins,
no
the more
responsibility?
confused one becomes.
Lin Ling icily
Moonchaser
shouted.
has fallen into
His
his own
eyes
heart
collided
demon.
with martial house
However,
master
Old Mother
Skylin's
Deer
in
shook her
midair,
head.
blooming
It looked
with
like a
invisible
mental demon,
sparks.
but it was also the
Today's
heart of
tournament
martial
was the
arts.
focus of all eyes. Not only that, but the
Especially for
mastermind
the
was no
martial
longer the
fanatic
seven
Shizue
profound
Yue.
martial
It
house.
was the direction
but
of her
Bodhi's
life.
sacred palace.
After all,
Thus,
Shizue
Lin
Yue
Ling
did not
have
fear
emotions,
martial
only
house
martial
master Skylin. Now that her direction had disappeared,
Lin Ling even dared to reprimand his own martial house master.
direction. The crowd
However,
sucked in a breath
everyone's
of cold
martial
air.
path was different.
Lin Ling was fearless.
Could she get an
He
answer
had the
by
pure
asking
and
others?
innocent heart of a
It was
child.
obviously impossible.
Martial house master
The martial
Skylin
path
is the
complexion
heavens.
constantly changed.
At this moment, a
Now
clear
countless
voice
eyes
sounded.
were looking at him.
It was the second
How could he
dream's
not
voice.
speak?
This matter is within my
white-clothed
jurisdiction.
woman's eyes lit
Before,
up.
I did
What is
not
the
protect
heavens?
the order of the
second
tournament.
dream
That
frowned
was my
and was
momentarily
momentarily
unable to answer.
Martial house
The others
master
were even more
Skylin
confused.
stood up and lightly said
They had
to
heard the
entire
word
world.
martial path since
These
they were
words
young,
could be
but they
considered
could
an
not
apology
say what
for
the
his
martial
dereliction
path
of
was.
duty.
The
and
heavens
also
are
an
all around
apology
us.
to Lin Ling.
The wind is the
He had
heavens,
no choice
the clouds
but to
are the heavens,
apologize.
and the earth is the
This
heavens.
was because the tournament was
so-called
being
martial
held within
path
the
is to
7
break through
profound
the
martial
heavens.
house.
At this
As the
moment,
martial
Tang
house
Qinshu's
master,
voice
he
sounded.
shouldered the
It was
responsibility
filled with
of
arrogance,
protecting the
causing the
tournament.
white-clothed
How
woman's
could he
eyes to
escape
light
this
up even more.
responsibility? Faintly, she seemed to have understood, but it seemed to be even more vague.
Elder
The
Great
second
Solar
dream,
Child,
Tang
entered
Qinshu's
the
perception
demon
is
abyss of
very
ice and
high.
fire, and
Mother
be
Benner
punished
said
for 1
faintly.
year. What was
Martial
the
house
martial path?
master Skylin
Everyone
coldly
had their
said,
own opinions, but
Demon
there was
abyss
always
of
one
ice
that
and
was
fire.
the best.
and the
Elder
geniuses
Dark
with good
Child
perception would be
shouted
able to
out.
find the best
That
answer.
was the most severe
The second dream
punishment
said
of
that the heavens were the heavens.
house.
Then what was the
It was
heavens?
an abyss tens of
Tang
thousands of
Tianshu
miles
said that
underground,
everything around him
where
was the
ice
heavens.
and fire
If
intersected
a martial
all year
artist
round,
wanted to break through the
ordinary
restraints
people
and rules
simply did
around
not
him,
dare to enter.
then he would have
But
surpassed
she
the
had been
heavens,
punished to go
and the
there for a
restraints
year,
and
and
rules
this
would
year
be
would
the
be like a
heavens.
year for her.
Their answers were very
Martial
good.
House Master
Amazing.
Skyland's face was cold
The other
and indifferent.
geniuses nodded. He
They
sat
had
down
also
again,
understood
but his heart was
something,
filled with
and there
a
were
cold
even
chill.
signs of a breakthrough in
Ling
their
had forced him
cultivation
to
level.
move against Elder
It was
Dark
as if they had
Child,
figured out
and
something.
Ling had forced him, the powerful martial house master.
Senior sister,
How hateful. Can the reward be shared between the two
Elder
of us?
Dark Child also
Tang
looked at Lin
Tianshu
Ling.
smiled faintly.
She wished she could
In
kill
fact,
Lin
he
Ling,
had read this
but
question
the green
in an
leaves on
ancient
the
book
ground
when he
made
was
her
young,
not dare
so
to
he had a
act
rough
rashly.
idea of the answer.
She could only leave
Now
step
they
by
seemed to
step.
have solved the
In her
obsession
heart,
in the
Lin Ling
mysterious
had grown
woman's
up
heart,
step by
so
step,
they could
and
receive
had
the
become a
reward
great
from the
calamity.
sacred palace. Today, not
Yes,
only
the
had he
reward
killed
is
her
a drop of
disciple,
Bodhi's
but he had
liquid.
also cut off
The
her
woman
arm.
in white nodded
Most
slightly.
importantly, she
Her
had to
words
suffer
shocked
the
many
punishment of
people.
ice and
The
fire for a
Bodhi's
year.
liquid was said to be
After
the
a year,
liquid of
just
an
what
ancient
degree
tree.
would Lin Ling grow
Those
to?
who consumed
At
it
that
could
time,
expand their
it would be
spiritual
even more
seed and give
difficult to
birth
make
to
a move
spiritual
against
power.
Lin Ling.
It could
This
also
episode
allow
did
one's
not
body
affect
to
the
break through the
semifinals,
mortal body
but it
and
made
enter
many
the sacred
people feel
palace.
complicated.
One's strength
Especially
would
the
increase
ancient countries like
tremendously,
the Heavenly
and it
Dragon
could
Empire.
further increase one's
They
strength.
also felt that the
Bodhi's
semifinals
liquid
had allowed
represented
Lin
the
Ling to
vitality
rise,
and
and he
essence
even
of an
had the
ancient tree.
qualifications to hurt
If
them.
used to break through
How
the cultivation
powerful,
level,
100%
there would be
sword
no
intent.
side effects.
So this
and
is
one's
Lin Ling's
foundation
trump
would
card.
still be incomparably
As for the
solid.
peak geniuses
The
of the
second dream
various
in
martial arts who were
were
so lucky,
they were all shocked by
unfortunately,
Lin Ling's
although they
strength.
wanted it,
They
they
did
thought
not
that
have
Lin
the
Ling's
perception
body
of
was
the other two
strong,
geniuses.
and this was his trump
The
card.
others will also
However,
receive
they
a
were
drop.
wrong.
At
Lin
this
Ling's
time,
sword
the
was
woman
even
in
more
white's words
terrifying.
floated out again,
100%
and everyone was
sword intent.
overjoyed.
Just a step
They would
away
also
from
receive
reaching
a
the peak
reward.
of Lin Ling's sword.
It seemed that the sacred
Such
palace
strength
was
was focusing
completely
on
qualified
nurturing them
to
to
compete
compete
with
with the second dream.
Everyone would
young
receive a
Master
drop.
Tang. While the second
Lin
dream
Ling's
in Tang
harvest from
Tianshu
the
would
Bodhi's
receive
ancient
2 tree
drops.
trip was not the
They would
smallest.
receive greater benefits.
The remaining geniuses
Nonsense.
looked deeply at Lin Ling.
However,
currently.
at this time,
there were only
a frivolous
8 people
voice
left.
rang out, and
Lin
everyone
Ling's
fell
battle
silent.
had made him famous.
The woman in white
and his
frowned
position
and looked
among
at
the
the 8
8
who
was not to be
spoke.
underestimated.
She was instantly displeased.
Lin Ling is still strong.
Lin
He is
Ling.
the most dazzling
Many
dark
people
horse.
looked at the young man who
Everyone is
spoke.
looking forward to
At this
moment, Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. Lin Ling, don't speak nonsense if you don't know anything. This is an ancient tree,
Chapter
and it will not
881.
tolerate your blasphemy.
Heavenly Star Cultivator,
if you are
rumble,
unhappy,
rumble,
get
rumble.
out of here yourself.
In the skies,
a
Tang
new name
Tianshu
appeared,
shouted angrily.
Greedy Wolf. Lin Ling
This person was famous for his
spouting
savagery.
nonsense. In the previous
up,
tournament,
trash.
no one had
Lin
dared
Ling
to
looked at
challenge
Tang
him.
Tianshu
He
with
was a
disdain,
powerful, proud
and his
son
gaze
of heaven
fell
on
on
the
the
same
woman in
level as
white.
Lin Ling. He then
His
said
opponent was
indifferently,
quickly chosen.
"You are from the sacred
It was a
palace,
proud
but
son
you
of
don't
heaven
even know
named
what
Heavenly
martial
Star
arts
Cultivator.
is. What martial arts
person
are you
was
practicing?"
an extremely
low-key, proud
His
son
voice
of
was
heaven,
cold and
but his
reprimanding.
powerful aura made
The woman in
everyone
white
know
was
that he had
stunned.
been patiently
Lin
waiting
Ling,
for the
a
final
junior
battle
of the
to
middle
amaze
stage
the
of the
world.
Emperor's spirit
The battle
realm,
between the
dared
two
to
broke out
reprimand her?
under countless
How
gazes.
arrogant.
Greedy
The other
Wolf was a
geniuses
proud
were
son
shocked.
of heaven with
Lin
average
Ling
talent,
was actually
but he seemed to have
reprimanding
obtained a
cultivator from the
powerful
sacred
cultivation
palace.
method that had been
Anyone
lost
who
in the
practices
rainforest
martial
holy
arts
land.
knows what martial
He could
arts is,
constantly
but you don't.
awaken, and every
You are
time he
trash.
awakened, his strength would greatly increase. A total of 7 awakenings. They were burning
Chapter
life,
867.
annihilation, creation,
Increase in strength,
metamorphosis,
Lin
void
Ling,
spirit,
remember your
young
place.
essence, and the
The
pinnacle
second
of
dream
void and
reprimanded.
reality. Lin
Greedy
Ling seemed
Wolf
to always
7
stand out,
revolution secret
which
art.
made her very unhappy.
Every time he awakens,
Let
his
him
strength
speak.
will double.
However,
This
the greedy
white-robed
wolf
lady
really
interrupted
hidden
the
himself
second
dream
deeply.
and looked at Lin Ling
Some
indifferently.
powerful martial artist
What is the
eyes
martial
flashed.
Tao?
The
The
world
martial
was
Tao
vast,
is you,
and the path of
Lin
martial
Ling
arts
looked
was
straight at
vast
the
and
woman in
broad.
white,
A
and his
7
voice was
revolution
resolute
secret art
and
was
decisive.
extremely rare.
The martial Tao
Hold
is
on,
her. Heavenly Star
Many people's
Cultivator
eyes
is surnamed
flickered, and they
Tian.
were even more
As for the
confused.
other opponent,
If the martial
many
Tao
people
was the
suddenly
sky,
realized
then
something.
all martial artists
Heavenly
were
Star
chasing after it
Cultivator
and
was
trying to
surnamed
surpass
Tian.
it. Then it
In
was
the 7
understandable.
profound martial house.
However, the
This
martial
meant that
Tao
he
was
was related
themselves.
to the martial house
What did this
master
mean?
Skyland.
Interesting,
In the
this
7th
is the first
profound
time I
martial
heard
house,
such an answer.
No one dared to be
Above the
surnamed
ancient
Tian.
tree,
Mother
among
Deer
the
suddenly
watching
smiled
child sons of heaven to the answer.
The second dream's
you are the
beautiful
one who
eyes
is talking nonsense.
twinkled.
The martial
Only she
Tao is
knew that
ourselves,
heavenly star
then why are we
cultivator was a
chasing
foster
after
son that her
the
master
martial
had
Tao is the
secretly
sky.
raised. This is
If it
something
weren't
that
for this
everyone knows.
semi-finals,
Perhaps
Tang
heavenly
Qianchu's face
star
turned ugly.
cultivator would not have
Lin
surfaced.
Ling's rebuttal had
But
caused
regarding
his pride
heavenly
to fly
star
away like a
cultivator,
duck.
she had only
How
seen
could he
him
not
3
be
times.
angry?
She
Tang
only knew that
Qianchu,
this boy was
a
very
frog in a
mysterious.
well.
He
Lin
often
Ling
went
looked
out
at Tang
adventuring
Qianchu
and
with
had even
disdain.
left the rainforest
When I was
Holy
young,
Land,
the Guyan sect was
using
my
a saber.
sky. My
The
goal
second
was to
dream
break through
faintly
that
stared
sky.
at heavenly star
However, when I
cultivator's
reached that
saber.
sky, That saber was simple and unadorned, but it had the power to return to simplicity. I continued to work hard, trying to surpass that sky. It seems that he is a martial arts fanatic. When I reached the Heaven Mystic's kingdom, I realized that the rainforest's final evaluation. Although she was also a disciple of the martial house master, this is just a lie from the sky. From Heavenly Star Cultivator. Everyone was shocked. Heavenly Star Cultivator was as if they had been martial house master Skyland as the sky in his heart. When they thought about it, he was the most sacred existence in his heart of martial arts. They thought that the prodigies were the sky above them. She was even more ambitious. When they became prodigies, they realized that the Saint Palace on the martial platform. However, when they gushed as if it wanted to slash apart the world, they realized that there was still a brighter and fiercer than the last. This was the sky's lie, it was as if it could slice apart the world. According to what you said, if we always respect cultivation method, we will always continuously raise his own strength. The second dream, but the Heavenly Star cultivators used the seven slaughters saber. Trash. Seven slaughters under heaven, then there's a continuously raise. If you think there's no sky, then there's no sky. And among them was a dense, murderous aura. Lin Ling looked at the second dream and said indifferently, under the seventh second dream, ravenous wolf finally conceded unwillingly. It seemed to surpass the cultivator's saber. If you believe that there is a sky, then there is a sky. Had reached 100%. If you believe that there is no sky, and there was even a great deal of killing intent within. Lawless heaven and earth heavens chosen with 100% mastery of the true meaning of martial. Although many people were unconvinced by Lin Ling, it was undeniable that Lin Ling's words were absolutely two great geniuses with 100% true meaning of martial arts. What a martial artist does is not to surpass and the other was a saber, but to surpass oneself. Who was more powerful. The sky is not as big as me, so why should I fear the sky? The corner of the Heavenly Star Cultivator's mouth why should I surpass an indifferent smile? What I want to surpass is my saber and stood. Lin Ling's voice floated out again, but this time, it was like a gust of wind. The final battle was getting closer and closer. If there is no sky in my heart, then I am the martial Tao. Then, his gaze turned towards Lin Ling herself, and the saber intent in his eyes were getting brighter and brighter. I want to test your sword. The stubbornness that she had been suppressing in her heart all this time, causing a commotion in the entire square. After all, the saber wanted to battle was to enter the lie of the sky. If you have the chance, you can fight me. She had been chasing after the sky for her entire life and had forgotten about desire to battle. However, the martial Tao was the true meaning of martial arts. He also wanted to test his opponent's strength. You're stronger than I thought. Next, another lot was drawn, the woman in white and the second dream's name finally appeared in the sky. The weak will be eliminated first. The second dream's expression was still as calm as an ancient well. His words puzzled many people. Eliminating the weak first? Currently, other than Ravenous Wolf and Lin Ling who had each lost one battle, the others had two chances. In that case the second dream would eliminate one of the two. Ravenous Wolf. The second dream's voice was quickly heard, causing Ravenous Wolf to grit his teeth. The opponent he feared the most was the second dream. If I fight to the death I might be able to win. On the martial arts platform, Ravenous Wolf knew that he could not avoid this, so he might as well fight with all his strength. Therefore he used the seventh transformation right from the start, increasing his strength tremendously. You have just fought a battle, so you should be resting. But in fact it makes no difference whether you rest or not. The second dream's black dress fluttered in the wind, as if she was otherworldly. Her small Hongyan mouth gently spat out two words, driving shadow. Something strange happened. Ravenous Wolf unleashed a powerful strength, but he could not move. It was very mysterious and scary, as if he was being controlled by someone else. I admit defeat. Even his speech was controlled. Ravenous Wolf admitted defeat, but in fact he did not want to admit defeat at all. He did not even know what had happened. The second dream left slowly, not bothering to explain anything. The crowd was in an uproar, and their voices seemed to be able to shake the heavens and earth. What ability did the second dream use? Her talent is the Imperial Body, driving shadow body. She can control the shadows of others, and through the shadows she can control a warrior's body. Therefore, Ravenous Wolf was controlled by the second dream and admitted defeat. The second dream's imperial body is like a goddess under the night sky. No one can violate her. Among the four desolate races, a powerful elder said lightly. It made many people draw a cold gasp. This natural king body was too heaven-defying. Was this the Night King? Ravenous Wolf had lost 2 battles and was completely eliminated. Out of the 8 final elites, 7 were left. The next lot was drawn and countless people were looking forward to it. Hong-er. A huge name appeared in the sky, making many people sigh. Hong-er was very lucky to have drawn 2 lots consecutively. As for Tang Tianshu, Yu Fanren and the other elites, they shook their heads. Until now they had not fought, but they were not in a hurry. After all, what would come, and the later they fought, the stronger their opponents would be. Therefore they were looking forward to it. Hong-er had drawn a lot, but she did not know who to choose. Her opponents were all extremely powerful, and she could not challenge Lin Ling. After all, if Lin Ling lost again, it would be equivalent to being eliminated. Who should she choose? Heavenly Star Warrior. Hong finally gritted her teeth and said. This made the Heavenly Star Warrior smile, and he walked out step by step with his sword on his back. You are Elder Long Dan's disciple. Long Dan Long seems to be very close to the D family. I represent the Tian family, so in this battle, I will let everyone related to the D family know the strength of the Tian family. The D family can only dream of regaining their former glory. Clang. Bold words floated out, and a sword that could hold up the heavens appeared on the martial stage. It was dazzling, as if a monarch had descended upon the world. That sword seemed to represent the Tian family. At this moment, many people finally knew the origin of this Heavenly Star Warrior. This person represented the Martial House Master. What was different from the second dream was that he represented the Martial House Master's pride. He was surnamed Tian, and also represented the Martial House Master's heart of martial arts. In this battle, the Tian family would rise. They would tell everyone in the Rainforest Holy Land that the Tian family bloodline was the true master of the 7 profound martial house, and that the D family bloodline of the past was nothing but trash. The Tian family would also be able to clear their name. Chapter 882. Heavenly Star Cultivator's Conviction. Many people quietly looked at Martial House Master Heavenly Lin. They discovered that Martial House Master Heavenly Lin was sipping his tea, but deep in his eyes there was a touch of pride. Those who knew of Martial House Master Heavenly Lin's origins were well aware that Heavenly Lin was once a disciple of the previous Martial House Master. Afterwards, he was unwilling to be an ant for the rest of his life, so he joined forces with others to severely wound the previous Martial House Master. In Old Xian's great battle for the position of Martial House Master, he finally obtained it. Moreover, Martial House Master Heavenly Lin had seized the talent of the previous Martial House Master's son, Di Wuji. This action was very ugly. Although no one in the 7 profound martial house dared to say this, many ancient powerhouses of the Rainforest Holy Land knew that this was a thorn in Heavenly Lin's heart. Thus, in these past years he had constantly wanted to prove himself, to clear his name, to tell everyone that he, Heavenly Lin, had become the Martial House Master. This was the will of the heavens, and he had not obtained the position of Martial House Master through schemes and machinations. But now, his adopted son had cleared his name, and he had used a shocking method to clear his name. Perhaps this was the Heavenly Star Cultivator's only conviction, and also the conviction of his blade. On the martial stage, 2 figures quietly stood. Ruby's face was dignified as she looked at the Heavenly Star Cultivator. She did not dare to underestimate him. Use your strongest attack, otherwise you will not have a chance. Calm. The Heavenly Star Cultivator's calm voice floated out, causing many people's eyes to flash with a strange light. These words were what Lin Ling had constantly said before, and now the Heavenly Star Cultivator was actually saying that he was competing with Lin Ling. 2-headed Flood Dragon Phoenix. Calm. Ruby did not speak. She immediately erupted with her powerful innate king body, and her Flood Dragon Phoenix unparalleled appeared. Weak, go back and tell your master that the Martial House Master is his best choice, not the Sword Elder. Calm. The Heavenly Star Cultivator lightly said. He raised the blade in his hand, and a saber intent cut out in all directions like an astral wind, a murderous aura gushing out. Murderous aura? Come. Many people's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling's sword had a murderous aura, and the Heavenly Star Cultivator's saber also had a murderous aura. In addition, the Heavenly Star Cultivator had said what Lin Ling had said before. This meant that he wanted to crush Lin Ling from every angle. What Lin Ling could, he could. What Lin Ling could do, he could do Lin. 7 killing heaven. Heaven. Whoosh. His right arm slashed out. The Heavenly Star Cultivator's saber was pitch black in color. The saber's surface was simple and unadorned, for Chi 3 Cun. It did not release any light, but only a true powerhouse would know that was a killing saber. A killing saber did not need to be too dazzling. This saber was named Eternal Peace. This signified that the Heavenly Star Cultivator's swords supported the Heavenly Forest swords. All voices of dissatisfaction were beheaded, so as to achieve the effect of eternal peace. Rumble. With one saber strike, the heavens and earth changed color. The true intent of the saber burst forth. There was no need for any shocking attack. All he needed was one saber strike. Pop, pop. The flood dragon behind Hong shattered, causing her to spit out blood. And below the martial platform, Lin Ling's expression turned grave. The Heavenly Star Cultivator's blade was indeed very frightening. If he had not increased his strength in the Bodhi ancient tree, perhaps his sword would not have been able to block the Heavenly Star Cultivator's blade. 7 mysteries forever. The cold voice rang out again and another slash was made. Pop, pop. The phoenix head behind Hong was chopped off. The true intent of the saber and the sword was different from the others. It was the most straightforward and its purpose was to behead the enemy. And the other true intent of the saber had other effects, such as strengthening oneself or influencing the enemy and so on. 2 sabers were enough to cripple Hong. This was a Heavenly Star Cultivator. What a powerful saber. Many people discovered that at the end of the semi-finals, Lin Ling was not the only dark horse. The Heavenly Star Cultivator was also a dark horse, so dark that it was dazzling. Hong has lost. Many people said soon after. I admit defeat. However, something unexpected happened. The Heavenly Star Cultivator had clearly won, but he had taken the initiative to admit defeat. This shocked everyone and they did not understand why the Heavenly Star Cultivator would do this. That was a challenge to Lin Ling. Everything that Lin Ling has done, the Heavenly Star Cultivator has also done. Lin Ling let Hong win, and the Heavenly Star Cultivator also let her win. How arrogant. The crowd immediately realized the reason. The Heavenly Star Cultivator was using a shocking method to prove his strength. This was also a provocation to Lin Ling. Lin Ling is the descendant of the D bloodline, no wonder. The Sword Elder and the rest understood the meaning behind the Heavenly Star Cultivator's admission was actually a humiliation to them. It was as if he was saying, I can win, but I won't because I want to ruthlessly trample the pride of the D bloodline under my feet. This feeling was like 2 enemies fighting. One lost, but the other did not kill him, giving him a chance to fight again. In fact, this was a humiliation. If one respected the other, they would have killed him directly. Killing was the respect for the opponent. On the martial arts platform, Hong stared at the Heavenly Star Cultivator, her heart filled with disbelief. Scram. A cold word floated out. The Heavenly Star Cultivator looked at Hong as if he was looking at an ant. He currently had 1 win and 1 loss, so he did not pass. He still had to continue fighting. On the contrary, Hong had won both battles, so no one could challenge her now. The Heavenly Star Cultivator's goal was very simple. He wanted to win that battle to fight Lin Ling. The remaining proud children of heaven also knew his intentions. They all smiled but did not oppose him. Lin Ling's face was indifferent. He came to the edge of the martial arts platform and supported Hong as they walked back. At the same time he coldly said, You want to usurp the role of the host to prove yourself. You want to help Martial House Master Tianlin conceal his ugly actions. Don't you think this is too much? This is my heart of martial arts. The Martial House Master is my sky and I am his saber. Anyone who dares to offend the Martial House Master will be cut down by this saber. I am so shocked to tell everyone this because I want everyone to know that the Tian bloodline is the true royal family of the 7 profound martial house. The Heavenly Star Cultivator's lips moved as he lightly replied. Your heart of martial arts is not wrong. Unfortunately, the person you chose is wrong. Lin Ling's voice became increasingly cold. He returned to his resting area and looked at Hong with a questioning look. It's nothing. He was too arrogant and thought of me as an ant, so he didn't give me any great injuries. Hong smiled and shook her head, but deep in her eyes there was unwillingness. It's just that he didn't hurt my body, but he did hurt my heart. Lin Ling's pupils shrank. The Heavenly Star Cultivator had won, but he had admitted defeat. This was a great humiliation to Hong. I will make him pay the price. Lin Ling took a deep breath, his voice low and hoarse. He looked up at the sky. It was a clear blue. Faintly he could see Senior D Wuji. Senior D Wuji was still shouldering a great injustice. In the 7 profound martial house, no one dared to speak of him. Everything was hidden from him by his tyrannical power. Senior D Wuji's life had been miserable. He had trusted his senior apprentice brother, but after his death he had left behind a nameless name. No one dared to mention his name. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sky began to change. 2 dazzling characters appeared, Lin Ling. A new draw had appeared. It was Lin Ling. Lin Ling? The square fell silent and the millions of people in the main city fell silent. The entire world seemed to freeze in time. Lin Ling had drawn the lot. It was unknown if this was the intention of the Bodhi Saint Palace, or if it was destined by the heavens, but this meant that Lin Ling would represent the D bloodline in battle. Lin Ling, it's you? Chapter 883. Battle of Beliefs. Pa. In Lin Ling's body, the sound of his bones cracking could be heard. His bones seemed to be boiling with fighting spirit. A confident smile appeared on his face. The battle between the sword and the saber had begun. Heavenly Star Cultivator, you don't need to come down. Shoo. A figure flew towards the crystal stage, landing heavily on it. Everyone's breathing quickened. As expected, Lin Ling was going to fight Heavenly Star Cultivator. Heavenly Star Cultivator represents Tianlin. He has complete saber intent, and his heart of martial arts is to restore Tianlin's name and bring peace to the world. Lin Ling represents the D clan, and he also has complete sword intent. His heart of martial arts is to restore the D clan's pride. Between the two of them, who will win? The crowd began to discuss, their blood boiling. Even some of the top geniuses were rubbing their palms. The battle between the two was already one of the strongest in the Emperor's spirit realm. Heavenly Star Cultivator, prove your pride. Kill him. Headmaster Tianlin's pupils were ice cold. The Heavenly Star Cultivator was a foster son he had secretly nurtured to guard against the D clan's bloodline. Originally, he did not want to allow the Heavenly Star Cultivator to surface, but this time semifinals had changed. With the Bodhi Sacred Palace watching, this was the Heavenly Star Cultivator's chance, so he allowed the Heavenly Star Cultivator to rise. Heavenly Star Cultivator and the Second Dream were both his pawns. The difference was that one was in the dark and the other was in the light. On the other side, Sword Elder and the others were looking at the martial stage with serious expressions. Lin Ling was not a member of the D bloodline, but he had shouldered D Wuji's faith. Now that D Shirtian had been crippled, the only person who still held the flag was Lin Ling. Lin Ling would definitely win. This was a battle of beliefs and also a battle of wills. On the stage, two slender figures stood a few hundred meters apart. The wind blew, causing their clothes to flutter. It was as if one of them represented the saber, and the other the sword. You have 100% sword intent while I have saber intent. However, I'm only at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm, while you're at the middle stage. The increase in your cultivation level will greatly increase the power of your martial intent. You won't be able to withstand my saber. After a moment of silence, a gloomy voice floated out from the Heavenly Star Cultivator's mouth. His appearance was very ordinary, and if it were not for walking here, no one would have known that this person's strength was so terrifying. However, it was precisely because he was ordinary that this person could not be underestimated. Pa. After he spoke, the saber in his hand leaped up as if it was boiling. Countless saber chi formed a strong wind that blew around him from all directions. The entire crystalline martial platform was filled with sabers, and it was incomparably terrifying. If it was a peak-level Emperor Spirit Realm prodigy on the martial platform, he would have been killed by the saber without any accident. The saber was mainly used for attacking and killing. It did not need to be flashy. It only needed one slash, and that was the reason for the saber's will and existence. A powerful saber cultivator was incomparably terrifying. Their saber could split mountains and break the sky. They could use their extreme will to kill any top cultivator of the same level. Those who used the saber were all cultivators with strong wills. Many people looked deeply at the Heavenly Star Cultivator. At this moment, they realized that the Heavenly Star Cultivator already had the strength to fight with the Second Dream. This dark horse had hidden his strength too deeply. Lin Ling was only at the mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm. Their true meaning of martial arts was the same. On the surface, Lin Ling did not have any chance of winning. I am not at the mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm. At this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded out. From his slender body, a powerful aura finally erupted. In the battle with the Heavenly Star Cultivator, he had finally used his trump card. This was because he knew that the Heavenly Star Cultivator was very strong. This person did not know any powerful martial arts, but he knew how to use the saber. With a single saber he could dominate the world. What? Lin Ling hid his cultivation? Seeing the strength displayed by Lin Ling on the martial platform, many people's eyes narrowed. The Heavenly Star Cultivator's expression changed slightly. With this, Lin Ling was one step closer to him. However, you are still not qualified. You will bring shame to the D family. After a moment of shock, the Heavenly Star Cultivator said indifferently, you are a saber user. You should understand that the strength of the saber and the sword does not depend on the strength of one's cultivation. Instead, it depends on one's will, on one's heart of martial arts. Lin Ling raised his sword. On the huge blade, wisps of mist drifted out, rolling with killing intent. Clang. The sword was leaping, the sword wanted to fight. What a terrifying sword. After reaching the late stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, Lin Ling's sword is even more powerful. The crowd gasped. There were many swordsmen around the square. At this moment, the swords in their hands were leaping as if they were summoned by the sword. They wanted to jump out of their scabbards. At this moment, their swords occupied the other side of the martial platform. Sword chi filled the sky. You have some skill. In a battle of the saber and the sword, victory will be decided in one move. Only then will you know how wrong you are. The Heavenly Star Cultivator smiled. He raised the saber in his hand. Like a vast ocean, colorful, domineering, tenacious, cold, the entire martial platform was a saber. Your heart of martial arts is Mansion Master Tianlin. You support him. This is your way of the saber. However, you do not know what Mansion Master Tianlin has done. You only know how to blindly support him. This saber is soulless. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. His sword leaped, killing intent gushed out. Your heart of martial arts is not wrong, but your choice is wrong. Wrong or right, we will know in one battle. The D family is going to fall. The Heavenly Star Cultivator's face turned cold. Lin Ling's aura continued to rise, turning more than half of the martial platform into a world of swords. Thus, the Heavenly Star Cultivator gripped his saber. When the saber was unsheathed, the world of sabers on his side exploded. All the sabers of true intent were aimed at Lin Ling. The Heavenly Star Cultivator unsheathed his saber. For the pride of Mansion Master Tianlin, for his way of the saber. He wanted to kill Lin Ling in one strike. Boom. Saber chi shot up to the sky. Those who were close to the martial platform were cut by the saber. The terrifying true intent of the saber seemed to want to cut the world in half. One had to know that this was a crystal martial platform that could withstand the attack of a Saint Spirit Realm expert. However, the true intent of the saber still affected them. This meant that the saber was terrifying. This kid has already touched the door of profound meaning. Many experts' faces turned serious. That world of sabers had the power to kill any expert. This was the profound meaning. The profound meaning turned into a world. Anyone who was in the world would be killed by the saber. Pa pa pa. At the same time, Lin Ling's sword was unprecedentedly firm and unyielding. On the Tyrant Song sword, a blood-red murderous aura spread out like a tide, causing Lin Ling's eyes to turn blood-red. This was the sword of killing. This sword not only represented Lin Ling's way of the sword, but also Di Wuji's pride. Thus he could not be defeated. Even if he died, he had to raise the pride of the D family. Fight. A cold shout floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. His sword slashed out. In the semi-finals of this year's strongest, the strongest swordsman and the strongest saber artist clashed. The brilliance of the geniuses bloomed, shocking the sacred land of the rainforest. Clang. A deafening sound rang out. Under countless gazes, the two figures clashed in the middle of the martial platform. Then they disappeared, leaving behind only a sword and a saber. Pa pa pa. Endless sword chi and saber chi slashed in all directions. Cracks appeared on the martial platform. What a terrifying slash. The crowd gasped. Chapter 884. Peak Sword Intent, Lin Ling, you can do it. Over at the Fire Ancient Clan's side, everyone clenched their fists. In the clash between sword and saber, if Lin Ling's aura weakened by even a bit, then Lin Ling would be killed. Let's see whose aura was stronger and who could last longer. At this moment, the advantage brought about by the cultivation realm began to appear, especially in the face of evenly matched martial intent. This was even more obvious. Cha-cha-cha. Behind Lin Ling, the sword world kept shattering, and a large number of swords were cut apart by the saber. What a terrifying saber. Boom. Finally, with a violent explosion, the huge crystal martial platform exploded. The battle between the two became the first prodigy to destroy a martial platform. Are these still Emperor Spirit Realm prodigies? All the top experts sucked in a breath of cold air. These two were too powerful. Lin Ling is going to lose. His sword intent keeps weakening. It seems that the weakness of his cultivation realm is constantly magnified. Then those experts looked at the battle in the center and said with a serious expression. That place had already turned into a world of swords and blades. The clouds in the sky were parted, and a huge crack created by the swords and blades appeared. Under the crack, two youths appeared. However, the world of swords behind Lin Ling continued to crumble, and his sword will was also disintegrated. His weak cultivation realm caused this situation. If Lin Ling loses, then he will be killed in one slash. The crowd's heart trembled. The battle between sword and saber was so straightforward. There was no entanglement. Block the incoming enemy and kill. If you couldn't block, you would be killed. The battle between sword and saber was also a battle between men. There was no dragging out an ignoble existence, no battle to preserve one's strength, only a battle with one's back to the river. Everyone who knew Lin Ling shouted. They could also see that Lin Ling's sword intent was weakening. Shio. In front of his forehead, a wisp of hair fell, cut by the sword intent. Lin Ling's mouth was bleeding. The Heavenly Star Cultivator's saber was very domineering, and the pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. This was the first time in his life that he encountered such a terrifying saber user. This is your heart of martial arts? The D family has already declined and the Tian family is everything. I don't understand why you're still so stubborn. Just give up, you're no match for me. On the other side of the sword, the Heavenly Star Cultivator said with a cold expression. His heart of martial arts was even more resolute than Lin Ling's, and his saber true intent was even prouder than Lin Ling's. Could Lin Ling compete with him for glory? It's hard to say until the last moment. Have you ever seen a swordsman give up? Lin Ling's firm voice sounded. Then just wait to be killed. After I kill you, I will seize all of your glory. The corner of the Heavenly Star Cultivator's mouth curled into a sinister smile. It was so tyrannical, so self-confident, just like his saber. Even if it was the heavens, he dared to slash. 7 kills the world. Rumble. An even more frightening true will of saber burst forth, as if it was about to break through this world, causing the sword world to grow dimmer and dimmer, as if it would fall at any moment. Lin Ling's mind was completely blank. There was only the sword and nothing else. But was he going to lose? The powerful true will of saber suppressed him, causing him to feel somewhat lost. Child, go all out and fight. No matter if you win or lose, I am proud of you, because you are the only disciple who has raised the flag for me. In a hazy state, Lin Ling heard a kind voice. It was Senior Wuji, whom he had only met once, but who had given all of his faith to him. Yes, Lin Ling was the only one who had carried the flag of the D family on his shoulders. Go all out and fight. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. The D family had been cursed for over 200 years, and he had unintentionally stepped into it. He had shouldered the final flag, shouldered everything, so how could he fail here? He couldn't lose. The sword had its own will, and Lin Ling also had his own will. He had promised Di Wuji, so he would definitely do it. There was no other reason than that disciple. The Tyrant Song sword was left behind by Senior Wuji. I have been using it all this time, but I didn't know its heart. It's time for me to know the soul of the sword. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. The suppressed sword in his hand started to jump crazily at this moment. The soul of the sword seemed to have been awakened at this moment. Lin Ling's true will of sword was cultivated by himself, but he had never become one with the sword, never become one with the sword. Perhaps, this was the most important step in reaching the pinnacle of the true will of sword. Tyrant Song sword, raised the flag of the D family. The shout resounded in Lin Ling's heart. The sword in his hand jumped violently. At this moment, Lin Ling's true will of sword had reached the pinnacle of 100%, advancing at the same time as his true will of fire. Lose? At this moment, the Heavenly Star Cultivator was holding the sharp saber in his hand. His body emitted a radiance like a sea urchin, and his saber will gushed out. He knew that Lin Ling's true will of sword had weakened, and he wanted to kill Lin Ling in one go. The one who will lose is you. Lin Ling held the Tyrant Song sword in his hand and clashed with the Heavenly Star Cultivator's Yong'an saber. He lowered his head slightly and slowly raised it up. A cold voice floated out from his mouth, and behind him, the true will of sword that was constantly being shattered bloomed with a dazzling light. It was tenacious and domineering, as if it had been revived from the ashes. What? The Heavenly Star Cultivator's pupils constricted. Lin Ling's true will of sword seemed to have become stronger. Could it be that it had reached the pinnacle of the true will of sword? Pa pa pa. The true will of sword went crazy. That world was stirred up and shook. What is that? At the same time, the entire plaza and the entire main city was in an uproar. An incomparably terrifying true will of sword burst out. This represented the will of the sword, the belief of the D family. Shio shio shio. The swords in the hands of those swordsmen could no longer hold back. They all flew out, rushing towards Lin Ling's world of swords. Xiao xiao xiao. In the direction of the main city, millions of swordsmen also shot out the swords in their hands, forming a colorful and gorgeous epic scene. The sky became a sea of swords. Palace Master Tianlin was drinking tea. He had already seen Lin Ling's true will of sword crumbling, but at this moment he saw something. He saw the pinnacle of the true will of sword, causing the teacup in his hand to shatter. The pinnacle of the true will of sword, man and sword as one. The various palace masters and experts all stood up, their eyes filled with shock. Lin Ling's cultivation realm was weaker than the heavenly star cultivators, and their true wills of sword were comparable. However, if Lin Ling raised his true will of sword to the pinnacle, this would be able to make up for the difference in cultivation realm. Shwa. The sword came out, cutting through everything. The endless swords turned into a huge sword of killing intent, fiercely slashing out. Boom. The world of sabers collapsed and countless sabers turned into dust. A painful voice sounded in the air. Silence. The entire rainforest sacred ground quietened down. 111. Countless swords floated in the air, and below the ground, a slender figure holding a huge sword stood coldly. At this moment, that figure was incomparably dazzling. That blue and white robe was like the clouds in the sky, making it impossible for people to see through it. Especially that sword, which was even more terrifying, releasing a dazzling light, as if it was the light of the profound. The sea of swords in the sky, the youth holding the sword on the ground. This formed an incomparably beautiful scene. Was it the sword monarch? You've lost. A calm voice suddenly sounded in the plaza. Countless people looked over and saw that on the other side, the heavenly star cultivator was sitting on the ground. His right hand was cut off, and his saber was also shattered. He had lost. The strength of the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm with 100% true will of sword, but in the end he could not block the sword at the pinnacle. Chapter 885. 18th Young Master Tang Tu. You comprehended the realm of one with the sword at the crucial moment. The corner of the heavenly star cultivator's mouth had blood, and his heart was shaken. The realm of one with the sword, he had also been pursuing it. However, he had always failed, but today Lin Ling had reached the final step of the true meaning of sword in front of him. The sword has its own will, the saber has its own will, but when the wills are the same, it is one with the sword. Yes. Lin Ling gently raised the sword in his hand and stroked it with his left hand. His lips curled into a proud smile. The previous battle was not only a battle of beliefs, but also a battle of wills. Your will is very strong, your beliefs are very firm, but you do not know what you are firm about. So, you have lost in the battle of wills. The battle of wills, I have lost. The heavenly star master's face was incomparably pale. He had lost in the battle of wills. I have said before, your heart of martial arts is not wrong. Your mistake is in your choice. Lin Ling slowly turned around and did not kill the heavenly star master. The latter was very proud, using a shocking method to announce Tian's pride. This was the heavenly star master's stubbornness, and also his heart of martial arts. But in reality, the heavenly star master himself did not know why he was so persistent. So Lin Ling did not kill him, but let him know that his pride, his Tian, was nothing more than this. Mansion Master Tianlin wanted to use the heavenly star master's rise to clear his name. But today the more he tried to smear, the darker it became, and it became a disgrace. Shwa. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and raised the sword in his hand. His eyes looked at the blue sky as if he was smiling at Di Wuji. The flag did not fall. He, Lin Ling, held it firmly and would walk on even more resolutely. Lin Ling. Mansion Master Qinlin's face was incomparably ugly. Tian had lost, this also meant that he wanted to clear his name. He wanted to trample the Di clan under his feet, but he had also failed. He was still ugly and people still remembered his actions in the dark. Poor heavenly star master, flaunting his prowess a moment ago to prove how powerful Tian was, but now his saber was broken. The crowd also began to discuss the battle between the Di clan and the Tian clan. In this battle the Di clan had won, but they were still proud. Lin Ling. Tears flowed out of the sword elder's eyes, and he couldn't help but shout out loudly. The flag still didn't fall, and today their name had shaken the entire rainforest sacred land, making even more people remember the Di clan. Their flag. Lin Ling had used his sword to defeat the adopted son of Manor Lord Tianlin, defeating the pride of Manor Lord Tianlin. Good job, little guy. Up in the sky, Lin Ling seemed to see Di Wuji's benevolent face proud of him. This made his smile grow even wider. In fact, he could have used the true meaning of fire to defeat a heavenly star cultivator, but he didn't. He wanted to use a sword, the tyrannical song sword that Di Wuji had left him. All of this was to tell Di Wuji that the flag was still in his hands. I lost. Although my heart of martial arts is firm, I don't even know what the heart of martial arts is. Compared to Lin Ling's brilliance, the heavenly star cultivator at this moment appeared incomparably dim, completely different from that prideful scene from before. Moreover, Lin Ling didn't kill him, just like how he treated Hong Er. Lin Ling won but didn't kill him, leaving him with a huge humiliation. Heavenly Star Cultivator, pull yourself together. This is just a battle. Manor Lord Qinlin's cold voice sounded. Lin Ling was so hateful. He didn't kill the Heavenly Star Cultivator, but he caused the pride that he had cultivated for so many years to fall. His heart of martial arts seemed to have collapsed, and most importantly, he didn't seem to believe in himself anymore. The Heavenly Star Cultivator stood up, looked at Manor Lord Tianlin with a complicated expression, and finally left silently. Maybe he was Manor Lord Tianlin's Yong and saber, but he didn't know why he used a saber. But now he had a feeling that he was inferior to Lin Ling. That was because Lin Ling knew why he used a sword and he only used a saber blindly. Therefore, in the battle between sword and saber, he lost in terms of willpower, lost in the heart of martial arts. Heavenly Star Cultivator. Manor Lord Tianlin's face was full of veins, and he was furious again. However, the Heavenly Star Cultivator had already disappeared without a trace. The other Manor Lords looked at him mockingly. Tianlin had lost all his face today. Not only had the Heavenly Star Cultivator lost, even his disciple had abandoned him and left. Then all the Manor Lords looked at Lin Ling. That youth was so powerful, he had actually comprehended the true meaning of sword to the pinnacle stage. In this way, the following top-notch competition would be even more exciting. Currently, there were only 6 people left, and one of them, Hong Er, was lucky enough to make it to the end, so there were only 5 people left. The strength of these 5 people was obvious to all. Without a doubt, the second dream and Tang Tianshu would make it to the end, and the remaining 3 would depend on their strength in the end. After Lin Ling walked back, the remaining geniuses all looked at Lin Ling with serious expressions. As the competition progressed, Lin Ling continuously revealed his trump cards. First, it was his powerful physical body, then it was his 100% true meaning of sword, then it was the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, and finally it was the pinnacle stage of the true meaning of sword. No one dared to look down on Lin Ling anymore. Lin Ling seemed to have gained quite a lot from his time in the Bodhi Ancient Tree. Lin Ling is already so strong. I wonder about the second dream. Young Master Tang, how strong is you fancy? The crowd was even more excited. From Lin Ling's crazy growth, they could feel that the strength of the top geniuses of the second dream was even more terrifying. Moreover, Lin Ling's record was 1 win and 2 losses, so it was time for the other geniuses to take the field. The second dream. Young Master Tang. All around the square, the cheers were so loud that it was as if the sky was about to be torn open. A huge name appeared in the sky, Tang Tianshu. After a moment of silence, the cheers became even crazier, as if they wanted to shake the heavens and earth. Tang Tianshu, one of the 18 young masters, currently displayed the strength of the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. He had the bloodline of the great Tang Empire, and was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. After the trip to the Bodhi Ancient Tree, he should have soared to the heavens, surpassing many of the older geniuses. I wonder if his strength has reached the level of the leader of the 18 young masters. In the crowd, a young man with a cold expression said. He was the leader of the 18 young masters, Jun Wu. In the past, he was the young master above Tang Tianshu, but now he was not so confident. After all, the trip to the Bodhi Ancient Tree was enough to change everything. This could be seen from the rise of Lin Ling. Duan Wuji. Standing proudly on the spot, Tang Tianshu's gaze finally landed on one of the geniuses. This person had the bloodline of the Justice Duan family, the Qilin bloodline. He also wanted to see how powerful this person who had the bloodline of the 5 great ancient kingdoms was. Currently, there were 5 people he could challenge. Among them, Lin Ling and Hong Er had already fought several times, so it was not appropriate for him to challenge them. As for the second dream in Yu Fanren, he felt that Duan Wuji should be eliminated first. You want to challenge me? Duan Wuji was sitting cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed. He did not even watch Lin Ling's previous battles, appearing extremely arrogant. However, after hearing Tang Tianshu's words, he finally opened his eyes, and a sharp glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. I see you're challenging me on behalf of your cousin. Chapter 886. Green Flame Sparrow King. Then Duan Wuji suddenly thought of something. He stretched out his right hand and pointed it at a young man in the distance. That person was also of the great Tang bloodline. His name was Tang Jin, and he was at the peak of the Emperor's spirit plane. He was ranked 15th on the genius list and had often protected Tang Tianshu. Duan Wuji and Tang Tianshu had clashed several times, but he couldn't do anything about the latter. Tang Tianshu was too strong. He was a top genius on the genius list. Duan Wuji, do you want to die? A young man in the audience said coldly. Duan Wuji was facing him with his palm in front of so many people. How dare someone who had lost to him be so arrogant? Fire-stepping Qilin. Duan Wuji shook his head and said coldly. A large amount of spiritual qi gathered in his palm and a majestic Qilin was sent flying towards the young man. What? The crowd gasped. Duan Wuji was actually attacking Tang Jin? Was he looking for death? Tang Jin was even stronger than Tang Tianshu in the past. He was a top genius on the genius list. You're too bold? Tang Jin shouted coldly. At the same time, the fire-stepping Qilin rushed over. Tang Jin's pupils constricted. What a terrifying aura. Bang. He couldn't block it and was sent flying. He spat out blood and crashed into the distance. He can't block a single attack from Duan Wuji. Many people's eyes widened. In the past, Tang Jin was ranked higher than Duan Wuji, and Duan Wuji was only ranked around 100th on the genius list. But today, Duan Wuji had easily defeated Tang Jin in front of so many people. It was as if he was telling everyone that he, Duan Wuji, had risen. It's the opportunity of the trip to the Bodhi ancient tree. Many people realized. 10th grade king body realm stepping Qilin? Tang Tianshu murmured. He knew that Duan Wuji was showing his strength to make Tang Tianshu admit defeat. Let's fight. Tang Tianshu didn't say much. He took a step forward and landed on the crystal arena. Sai, you just had to embarrass yourself. I can tell you that apart from Second Meng, no one else is a match for me. Duan Wuji shook his head. A cloud appeared beneath his feet as he floated towards the martial stage. How confident. Many people looked at Duan Wujideo. This person didn't seem to put the other geniuses in his eyes. Only the second dream was his opponent. Who would be the stronger one between him and Tang Tianshu? Soon after, they discovered that Lin Ling wasn't the only one in the semifinals whose strength had increased greatly. The others seemed to have also advanced crazily. I don't want to say anything more. Let's fight. On the martial arts platform, Tang Tianshu's clothes fluttered in the wind. A scorching flame aura spread out and shot up into the sky, causing the entire martial arts platform to shine with golden light. The flames formed a storm and wrapped Tang Tianshu in it. It was a domineering flame. Emperor Pill Fire, this was a 9th grade king physique. The true meaning of fire has actually reached the realm of 100%. The true intent of fire was much harder to comprehend compared to other true intents. After all, fire was the most tyrannical and majestic, the most powerful of all. Flame, let me test its power. On the other side, Duan Wuji said indifferently. A huge Qilin appeared behind him, shaking the heavens and earth. It was the Qilin bloodline of the Justice Duan family, and his king body was even stronger. It was of the 10th rank. Cloud-stepping Qilin. Behind his right hand, he opened his palm as if he was opening the entire sky. Then a Qilin with rolling clouds slammed towards Tang Tianshu. Rumble. As the two of them clashed, a deafening sound erupted. The battle platform shook violently. Under countless gazes, cracks appeared on the Emperor Elixir Fire, and cracks appeared on the flames. Tang Tianshu took a small step back. It seemed that he was weaker than Yi Fuqian in their first clash. The great Tang bloodline is only this much? Duan Wuji looked at Tang Tianshu arrogantly. His king physique was of a higher grade than Tang Tianshu's, so he could suppress him. It seems like I can't hide my strength anymore. Tang Tianshu shook his head. Then the aura of the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm finally burst out, causing the golden flames on the martial arts platform to become even more violent. A huge cauldron appeared. The cauldron of the Emperor of Heaven and Earth. Pa. The martial arts platform turned into a world of flames, incomparably hot. What? Duan Wuji's expression changed. Tang Tianshu had actually hidden his strength when facing him. How despicable. Heaven as cauldron, earth as furnace, refine all. A cold voice floated out from Tang Tianshu's mouth. the entire martial arts platform turned into a cauldron of flames. He wanted to refine Duan Wuji. Then, a massive amount of flames billowed out, occupying the heavens and earth. It was as if they had locked onto hell, forming a cauldron of flames that began to refine everything. In your dreams. A thick pressure assaulted him, causing Duan Wuji's expression to turn ugly. Currently, Tang Tianshu's cultivation realm was the same as his. Although Tang Tianshu's innate king's physique was slightly weaker, his true intent of fire was much stronger. It made him feel as if he was about to be refined. Realm-treading Qilin. A realm-treading Qilin had the ability to step on the void. With a single step, the heavens and earth would collapse. It was incomparably terrifying. Bang! A massive Qilin appeared. Wind, fire, clouds, and lightning appeared beneath its feet. It heavily stomped down as if it wanted to break the earth. Its momentum was earth-shattering. Not only did it shake the martial arts platform, but even the entire Seven Profound Martial House shook. Fierce too fierce. The crowd stared at these two peak-proud sons of heaven. The strength that these two had erupted with was the most spectacular of the semi-finals. Could even be said that the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. But the various martial arts hall's top proud sons of heaven all had dignified expressions. Were these the rising stars of the younger generation? Their combat strength had already surpassed theirs. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The realm-treading Qilin heavily stomped down. It wanted to break the heaven and earth emperor furnace, causing countless flames to sputter out in all directions. Break for me. Duan Wuji's pupils were ice cold. If Tang Tianshu wanted to refine him, he was still lacking by a tiny bit. Pa pa pa. The massive golden cauldron on the martial arts platform began to crack, causing many people to suck in a breath of cold air. Was the heaven and earth emperor furnace about to explode? It seems that everyone's strength has increased by a great deal. However, at this moment, Tang Tianshu's light voice floated out, causing the crowd's pupils to narrow. What did Tang Tianshu mean? He didn't seem worried at all. Could it be that he was still hiding a card in his hand? You used the advantage of the king body to suppress me, but you forgot that I also came from the great Tang ancient country. I also have a noble bloodline. Tang Tianshu muttered to himself, causing Duan Wuji's expression to change again. Indeed, Tang Tianshu had erupted with the Fire King body, but he had not displayed the great Tang ancient country's king body. Duan Wuji had forgotten about that. Far away, a large number of people were watching the competition. Among them, a youth dressed in black smiled and said, "The great Tang ancient country is backed by the Sparrow clan, one of the 4 wild clans. Although Tang Tianshu's bloodline is not orthodox, he is not someone that anyone can bully. Don't you think so, Princess Yuyu?" Beside him stood a beautiful young girl. At this moment, her pretty face was calm as she looked forward. She slowly nodded, but her gaze was mostly on the young man in the blue and white robe at the edge of the martial platform. "Brother Linling, do your best. Yuyu is here to watch your competition." Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this moment, Tang Tianshu's body bloomed with an even more domineering aura. Countless new flames spiraled out like flowers of green flames. Behind him, a green peacock king appeared. It opened its wings and a green light shot into the sky. Chapter 887. The Lost Bloodline. Sealed Gate. A cold voice came out of Tang Tianshu's mouth, making the crowd forget how to breathe. They stared at the stage as if they were afraid that they would miss something. Tang Tianshu once again revealed his trump card. It was the great Tang ancient nation's innate king physique, Sparrow. With the addition of the sacred and noble green flame, the heaven and earth imperial cauldron suddenly emitted a blinding light as if it wanted to refine the world. Then, with a boom, the martial platform exploded. The martial platform was refined. "I admit defeat." At the same time, Duan Wuji's voice rang out. He had lost. In terms of talent, martial arts intent, and battle awareness, Tang Tianshu had surpassed him in every aspect. He was the perfect heaven's pride, so he had to admit defeat. Wonderful, wonderful. Many people looked at the green flame peacock king. They were so nervous that they forgot how to breathe. The two geniuses on the martial stage were very terrifying. One had the Qilin bloodline of the Justice Duan family, which had the power to trample on a world. The other had the Sparrow bloodline of the great Tang ancient country. Once the green flame appeared, it could refine the heavens and the earth. The two of them clashed. Finally, after Tang Tianshu used his 2 trump cards, Duan Wuji admitted defeat. As for Duan Wuji's strength, he had already proven that even the top geniuses of the older generation were no match for him. However, he had still been defeated. This meant that Tang Tianshu could enter the top 10 of the martial arts prodigy roll. Being in the top 10 of the martial arts prodigy roll was a terrifying achievement. This was what it meant to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. The sparrow race's innate king physique is probably beyond the 10th grade. Only Tang Tianshu's true meaning of fire is slightly weaker than mine. Everything else is stronger than mine. At the edge of the stage, Lin Ling's eyes flickered continuously, his heart heavy. Tang Tianshu's rise at the Bodhi ancient tree made it even more difficult for others to underestimate him. Lin Ling, it looks like it'll be very difficult to get first place. At the side, Hong Er also said with a solemn expression. She had released a dazzling radiance before, but after Tang Tianshu came out, she realized that her radiance was just the light of a grain of rice. Sooner or later he and I will fight, Lin Ling said indifferently. His words caused Hong Er's beautiful eyes to widen. Tang Tianshu had displayed such terrifying talent, yet Lin Ling was still not afraid to fight. Lin Ling's heart of martial arts was so firm. After the battle between Tang Tianshu and Duan Wuji ended, countless people's blood boiled with excitement. Even the semi-finals had reached a climax. Many people also had a ranking in their hearts. The second dream was still mysterious and was ranked first. Tang Tianshu was most likely ranked second. As for the third and fourth place, it would depend on the competition between Duan Wuji and Yu Fanren. Those in second and third place would be able to obtain the Bodhi liquid, and those in first place would be able to head to the Bodhi ancient tree to cultivate again. This reward, in addition to the dazzling brilliance of the competition, would undoubtedly make the remaining people even more competitive. Soon huge words appeared in the sky. A new battle had begun and the one to fight was Yu Fanzi. Yu Fanzi. The crowd was excited. So far they had seen Lin Ling, Duan Wuji, Tang Tianshu, and Hong Er display their achievements in cultivating the Bodhi ancient tree, but Yu Fanzi had not. This person was an existence that could not be easily provoked from the start of the competition. Now they wondered what kind of brilliance he would display. I don't have many opponents to choose from, so I can only choose you, Duan Wuji. Yes. Yu Fanzi was a tall and slender man. He didn't care about his appearance as if he was a wandering martial artist. He walked out with a faint smile. You can fight after you recover. Yes. Yu Fanzi's calm but proud voice floated out from his mouth. Yu Fanzi gave off the feeling of a hidden expert, but he also had his own tyrannical nature and his own heart of martial arts. When facing a competitor, he would not lose his imposing manner. This was also an essential attitude for a martial artist. 30 minutes is enough. Yes. Duan Wuji said with a cold expression. He had lost to Tang Tianshu, and he accepted it wholeheartedly, but could he not defeat Yu Fanzi? He was determined to get third place in the semi-finals. These geniuses' strength have all increased. I wonder what Yu Fanzi's ranking will be on the prodigy roll? Many people were even more expectant as they quietly watched the battle stage. Soon two figures appeared. Your innate king physique is very strong, but unfortunately your other areas are too weak. Therefore you have no chance of winning against me. Sigh. Yu Fanzi took out a wine jug from somewhere and took a sip. He gave off the feeling of an emperor on an inspection tour, free and easy, but also had an inviolable dignity. No chance at all. You think too highly of yourself. Sigh. Duan Wuji laughed coldly. He did not underestimate Yu Fanzi, but Yu Fanzi had no chance at all. Yu Fanzi's self-confidence was too inflated. Whether it is true or not, you will know after the battle. Sigh. Yu Fanzi took another sip of wine and his aura changed. It became sharper, more domineering and sharper. Even looking at him would cause one's eyes to hurt. What a terrifying aura. Based on this aura alone, I think it is possible for him to rush into the top 5 of the prodigy roll. Sigh. Many people gasped. As expected of the semi-finals, it was already comparable to the prodigy roll of the 7 great martial arts halls of the Rainforest Holy Land. Then let's fight. Sigh. Boom. Under Duan Wuji's cold shout, a rumbling sound came from behind him. Smoke filled the air, and the giant ancient Qilin once again descended into the world. It had the power to step into the world, and currently, it was only inferior to Tang Tianshu's terrifying innate king physique. I said it is useless. Sigh. Yu Fanzi's eyes were even colder. His hands moved rapidly, and an ancient aura filled the air between his hands. It was as if he had opened a taboo of heaven and earth, causing a giant ancient bronze door to appear behind him. Sealed door, seal all innate talents in heaven and earth. Heavenly. A voice that was like the might of the heavens floated out from Yu Fanzi's mouth, causing the hearts of the crowd to fiercely tremble. At this moment, Yu Fanzi was even more like a sovereign divine king, sealing all innate talents in heaven and earth. Rumble. The giant Qilin swayed and let out a terrified cry. It was as if it had been conferred a title by the heavens, causing it to turn into a ray of light and be sucked into the giant ancient bronze door. His innate king physique had been sealed. What? What? Duan Wuji's eyes widened. He sensed that his ability had disappeared. Trash who only knows how to rely on his innate king physique has a weak martial arts foundation. How can you reach the end? Admit defeat yourself. Yu Fanzi said softly. I lost. Duan Wuji frowned. Yu Fanzi had said that he had no chance, but now it seemed that there was indeed no chance. Yu Fanzi, your sealed door is too heaven-defying. However, Duan Wuji was not willing to accept this. Many people also had the same thought. Sealing someone's innate king physique was too heaven-defying. The sealed door depends on whose innate talent it seals. The stronger the innate king physique, the harder it is to seal. Moreover, how can a martial artist only rely on his innate king physique? Martial arts are actually the foundation. For example, Lin Ling's sword intent was ineffective against the sealed door. Yu Fanzi slowly left the martial arts stage. I see. Many people suddenly understood. Although it could only seal the innate king physique, it was still incomparably terrifying. It was simply the nemesis of all martial artists. Chapter 888. Invincible, Invincible Hong Lin Ling Tang Tianshu Yu Fanren The Second Dream. There are only 5 left. Many people looked up at the sky. The final battle was getting closer and closer. I forfeit. At this moment Hong Er's voice rang out. The crowd was stunned for a moment, but they were not surprised. Hong Er was no match for the remaining Sky Prides, so it was reasonable for her to forfeit. In this way, it would become a competition between the top 4 Sky Prides. The Second Dream, who had displayed the ability to control other people's shadows, was extremely terrifying. Tang Tianshu, who had 2 king physiques, one of which was the ancient bloodline of the great Tang ancient country, was also extremely powerful. Yu Fanzi, who had the sealed door, was able to suppress all other king physiques, like a god king. Lin Ling, who was the only swordsman in the semi-finals, had the ultimate sword intent, and could control millions of swords. All 4 of them were invincible in the Emperor's spirit realm. Now that they were invincible, let's see who was more invincible. Rumble. The sky began to change and a dazzling name appeared, the Second Dream. Boom. Around the square, millions of people in the main city felt their blood boiling. The Second Dream was going to battle again. As for the Second Dream, many people felt that it was as mysterious as the night sky. Although the Second Dream had displayed the ability to control shadows, how could the Second Dream's strength be limited to that? She must have more powerful techniques that could make her laugh at all the Emperor's Spirit Realm cultivators. If we, the Sky Prides, are invincible in the Emperor's Spirit Realm, then the Second Dream is invincible among invincible. The top Sky Prides of the various halls said solemnly. Through the battle they already knew that the Second Dream was stronger than them. The sealed door is not the king physique of the rainforest sacred ground. I'm very curious about this king physique. Yu Fanzi, let's battle. The Second Dream's cold voice floated out, causing the crowd's pupils to dilate. The Second Dream challenged Yu Fanzi. The final battle has been brought forward? Very well, let me see how powerful the most perfect girl is. Yu Fanzi was stunned for a moment before his expression turned serious. He did not dare to underestimate the Second Dream. Swoosh. 2 figures landed on the crystal-glazed martial arena one after another. A wind blew across the stage and an oppressive aura permeated the air. It was as if time had stopped. The surrounding people breathed heavily. The battle had not even begun, but they could already feel that a storm was coming. You're very strong, so I don't intend to hold back. Yu Fanzi's eyes turned cold and the wine pot in his hand shattered. This was the first time he had been so serious since the semi-finals began. Sealed door. Rumble. The space started to tremble and explode. Behind Yu Fanzi, a huge bronze door slowly appeared. The door slowly opened and an unparalleled suction force was generated, sealing away all king physiques. Interesting. The second dream wore a long black dress and remained unmoved. At the same time, her king physique turned into endless black light and was sealed away by the sealed door. The second dream is so confident. She actually asked Yu Fanzi to seal his own king physique. The crowd looked at the second dream proudly and their pupils constricted. The second dream was indeed the most mysterious existence. Her courage was extraordinary. The sealed door can seal away king physiques, but it can't seal away martial arts. The second dream's cold voice floated out. She seemed to want to use her true martial intent to battle Yu Fanzi. Shadow doppelganger, shadow palm. A majestic voice resounded once again. Under countless gazes, strange black shadows walked out from the second dream's back and pounced on Yu Fanzi. They were so dense that it shocked the heavens and earth. Sword of destruction. Looking at the black shadows pouncing on him, Yu Fanzi's pupils became more serious. The second dream was indeed powerful. Even with her king physique sealed away, she could still use powerful martial arts. Was that the true martial intent of shadows? Must have reached 100%. Shio. A yellow sword appeared in his hand. With a slash, 100% true martial intent of destruction burst out. It was like an avalanche, layer upon layer. Pop, pop, pop. A large number of shadows were destroyed by his sword. Although that slash was not as powerful as Lin Ling's true martial intent of sword, it was still extremely sharp. The second dream's countless shadows could not even get close to Yu Fanzi. Shadow escape. The second dream's eyes were still calm. Her slender fingers drew a mysterious pattern. A dazzling black light appeared and she mysteriously disappeared under the sky. The entire stage was filled with shadows, but the second dream seemed to have disappeared. What? Yu Fanzi's expression changed. He took a step back and frantically retreated. The second dream wanted to fight in close combat. However, her shadows were the most difficult to deal with. There was no difference between real and fake shadows. Therefore, for safety reasons, he had to put some distance between himself and the second dream. Sword of lone desert smoke, yellow crane setting sun. While frantically retreating, Yu Fanzi lightly shouted. The sword in his hand seemed to have turned into the smoke of the yellow springs. With a destructive aura, it was released and majestic. Once again, it destroyed a large number of shadows in front of him. The battle between the two of them is so dazzling. The crowd looked at the colorful scene on the stage and their hearts trembled violently. The battle between the two of them was terrifying. Although it was not majestic and grand, it was a battle of pure martial arts and techniques. It was not to be underestimated. Many people realized that Yu Fanzi's martial arts were also incomparably powerful after removing the terrifying gate of sealing. Both of them were invincible in the Emperor's spirit realm. It was indeed the most exciting battle. Shadow meld appear. At this moment something strange happened. The second dream had been trying to get closer to Yu Fanzi. It seemed to know that Yu Fanzi's defense was weak. While Yu Fanzi kept increasing the distance between them, he continued to block the second dream's attacks. However, this time, a cold voice came from under Yu Fanzi's feet. Yu Fanzi's shadow had turned into the second dream. What? The eyes of the elders and students of the various halls narrowed. Even with their strength they could not see through this. The second dream's strength was almost on par with theirs. Bang! The black palm struck out. It was so dazzling and so mysterious. Yu Fanzi's expression changed drastically. However, it was too late for him to defend himself. After the palm strike, his body exploded into pieces. Yu Fanzi's only weakness was his defense. Is he dead? Many people's hearts were pounding. The second dream also appeared on the battle stage. Her eyes were as calm as an ancient well. Amazing. You turned into my shadow. That palm strike seemed calm, but it contained 100% of the true meaning of shadow. As expected of the second dream. At that moment, a voice filled the atmosphere. The crowd was astonished. It was Yu Fanzi's voice. He wasn't dead yet? Impossible. The second dream's beautiful eyes flickered. That palm strike of yours was very powerful. It contained all the strength in the darkness. With my defense, I would not have been able to block it. I would have died without a doubt. However, that's not all there is to my sealed door. Boom boom boom. A silhouette slowly walked out from the bronze gate of the martial stage. It was as if he had come from hell, but at the same time, it was as if he had come from the sky. The gate of reincarnation. A proud voice sounded. Yu Fanzi appeared in front of the crowd again. Chapter 889. Master Zhan Tang. Even the second dream's beautiful eyes flickered. She was surprised by Yu Fanzi's king body. First, Yu Fanzi had the gate of sealing, then the gate of reincarnation. Could it be that Yu Fanzi was invincible? Then, her gaze landed on the towering bronze door. Hongyan's little mouth curved into a smile. Looks like if I want to defeat you, I'll have to break your seal first. The second dream said softly, causing many people to come to their senses. Indeed, defeating Fanzi was useless. This person could walk out of the sealed door after he died, but if the sealed door was broken, would Fanzi still be able to come out? Yu Fanzi's pupils constricted. You are right, but it seems like you don't have a chance anymore. That shadow trick from before was ineffective after the first time. If you use it again, I won't be fooled. You lost. The second dream smiled gently. Her smile was so beautiful that it could cause the downfall of nations. Many people's eyes flickered. They could faintly sense that this was a smile of victory. Shadow burial. At the same time, something terrifying happened. A large number of phantoms appeared around the square, dancing like demons. Those were the phantoms of the people around the square. The phantoms seemed to be sucked into the phantoms and were sucked into the second dream, controlling the shadows of others, and the shadows of tens of thousands of people. Yu Fanzi's eyes widened. What kind of ability was this? Furthermore, the second dream's king physique had been sealed, but it could still control tens of thousands of people. If the king physique had not been sealed, what would the situation be like? Rumble. Countless shadows flew toward the second dream and landed on the stage. They turned into the second dream, and the stage was filled with the second dream's shadows. I admit defeat. Yu Fanzi shook his head helplessly. Even if he was immortal, he would not be able to stop so many shadows. Was this the trump card of the second dream, shadow burial? He admitted defeat. Many people stared at the martial platform in shock. However, they were not surprised at all. After all, the second dream was too strong. It could control the shadows of tens of thousands of people. It was simply the king of the night. The second dream nodded and turned around to leave. The shadows on the martial arts stage exploded one after another. The martial artists in the square also returned to their original forms, but they were still incomparably terrifying. As of now, Yu Fanzi had also lost. Only Tang Tianshu and Lin Ling were qualified to fight him. I'm really looking forward to the start of that battle. I hope the next draw is me. Tang Tianshu's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Currently, he and the second dream were the only ones who had not lost yet. Even Lin Ling had lost once, and that was because he had given Hong-Er a chance. This meant that the final focus of the semifinals would be him and the second dream. Rumble. In the skies above, a giant name appeared once more. Because Hong-Er had given up, only one of the four would draw the lot. Lin Ling. The dazzling name made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Lin Ling was finally going to fight. Who would he challenge? Me? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Had the battle of the Emperor Spirit Realm begun? Tang Tianshu, come on up. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling's calm voice rang out. He was going to challenge Tang Tianshu. What? Lin Ling versus Tang Tianshu? Many people's hearts trembled violently. According to Lin Ling's strength, he should challenge Yu Fanzi. After all, Yu Fanzi had lost once, so his strength should be the weakest among the three. Tang Tianshu, on the other hand, had not lost a single battle. His strength was clear for all to see. How could Lin Ling be his opponent? Tang Tianshu was also stunned for a moment. His eyes flashed coldly. Right now, he was getting closer and closer to the final battle. His opponent was the second dream. The others were all ants, but Lin Ling dared to challenge him? Why bother? Your king's physique is no match for mine. What a waste of time. Tang Tianshu said lightly. He also wanted to challenge Lin Ling, but it was obviously not the time. After all, he wanted to fight the second dream and shine brightly. Therefore, other things could be put aside for now. Then may I ask, are you currently number one? Lin Ling asked softly. Tang Tianshu was stunned and speechless. If you are not number one, how can you be so sure that you are wasting time? Lin Ling said again. The light of a grain of rice? How can it compete with the light of the moon? Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Tang Tianshu finally shook his head helplessly. It seemed that the final battle had to be put aside for now. He had to deal with Lin Ling first. Then he moved his body and appeared on the battle stage. He waved at Lin Ling and said, Come on up. After I deal with you, I will save my strength for the second dream. He was very confident and proud. Lin Ling was like an ant to Tang Tianshu. However, many people nodded in agreement. Lin Ling's strongest trump card was the pinnacle of sword will. However, the 18th prince, Tang Wulin, had two king bodies, one of which was the bloodline of an ancient nation. No matter how Lin Ling looked at it, he had no chance of winning. Your strength has increased tremendously. Unfortunately, you will always be below me. After Lin Ling stepped onto the battle stage, Tang Tianshu stretched out one of his hands. Rolling golden flames bloomed. He did not want to waste time, so he quickly made his move. Rumble. The Emperor Elixir Fire appeared. The rolling flames covered the entire battle stage, turning it into an Emperor Cauldron. It's so hot. There were many geniuses at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm around the square. However, they also felt the heat. It was as if the battle stage in front of them was not the battle stage, but a huge cauldron that fell from the 9 heavens. This shocked many people. Tang Tianshu was too strong. Other than the second dream, no one could compete with him. Tyrannical Song Sword, it's time to fight. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's long hair fluttered. His blue and white robe fluttered in the hot wind. The large sword in his hand turned blood red and emitted a domineering and majestic aura. It actually blocked off the golden flames on the martial arts platform. First refinement. Tang Tianshu did not pay much attention to it. A soft voice floated out from his mouth. Rumble. The flames on the martial stage stacked up layer by layer, distorting space and surrounding Lin Ling. The refinement of heaven and earth had already begun. Lin Ling had already become a pill under the vast heaven and earth, tiny and powerless. Many people looked at Lin Ling, wondering if Lin Ling would be defeated by Tang Tianshu's first move. Tyrannical Song Sword. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was indifferent. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. Rolling sword intent appeared under the Tyrannical Song Sword. The sword began to emit endless killing intent, and a large number of ghosts floated around the sword. Lin Ling's sword is more domineering every time I see it. The crowd looked at Lin Ling, who was surrounded by flames, and mumbled to themselves. Lin Ling was not completely helpless. His sword was still terrifying. Swish. With Lin Ling as the center, 100% sword intent slashed out in all directions. The sword light was dazzling and domineering. Pop, pop, pop. The flames that were close to Lin Ling were all destroyed by the sword intent, causing a large number of flames to appear in the air. It was incomparably dazzling. Second refinement. Chapter 890. Flames collided. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An even more terrifying flame appeared on the martial stage. A golden light shined, and the flames rushed towards Lin Ling like a tidal wave. The Emperor Furnace of heaven and earth was even larger than before. The pressure billowed, causing Lin Ling to take a step back. He gripped the sword in his hand even tighter, and the true meaning of the sword crazily rose up like a tide, becoming fiercer and fiercer, sharper and sharper. Clang, clang, clang. At the same time, countless crisp sounds rang out. In the square, the swords in the hands of all the martial artists jumped up, as if they had been summoned by something, and shot towards the martial stage. Clang, clang, clang. In the direction of the main city, as long as they were a swordsman, their swords would also be summoned. They flew towards the 7 profound martial house like a tidal wave. What a terrifying true meaning of the sword. Man and sword as one. Many powerful martial artists' pupils shrank. Lin Ling had used his strongest card, the pinnacle of the true meaning of the sword. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Ice. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, and the sword in his hand slashed out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The martial stage instantly split open, and the void emitted an explosive sound. Swords filled the mountains and plains, and a sea of swords appeared, turning into a massive heavenly sword that slashed downwards. This sword, wild and tyrannical, looked down upon the world. Bang! A loud explosion shook everyone's hearts. An unprecedented sword slashed out, and all the golden flames on the martial stage were blown away. The massive Emperor Furnace of heaven and earth shook, and then cracks began to appear on it. What? The crowd stood up, their hearts shaken. How could Lin Ling not have the strength to fight? This pinnacle of the sword was terrifying. Tang Tianshu took a step back and a sword wound appeared on his cheek. He touched the wound with his hand and blood flowed out. He put the blood in his mouth and licked it gently. A thick flame of anger bloomed in the depths of his eyes. You hurt me. A low voice floated out from Tang Tianshu's mouth. His ambition was the second dream, but Lin Ling had actually hurt him? How can the light of a grain of rice compete with the brilliance of the moon? Lin Ling looked at Tang Tianshu indifferently and said softly. His words were full of sarcasm. Tang Tianshu said that he, Lin Ling, was the light of a grain of rice, but now this light of a grain of rice had injured Tang Tianshu. Of course Lin Ling's heart was heavy. His sword intent was actually unable to defeat Tang Tianshu. This also showed that Tang Tianshu was indeed very powerful. Okay. Tang Tianshu nodded. An ancient aura was released from his body. Green flames shot up into the sky. It was demonic and mysterious. A beautiful peacock with green flames appeared behind him. Another trump card, the Green Flame Sparrow King, had appeared. That oppressive power made it difficult for people to breathe. The king physique that surpassed the 10th grade was like a true king that could crush everything. Lin Ling is going to lose. Far away, a youth from the desolate race said lightly. Only he knew how terrifying the sparrow race's bloodline was. Not necessarily. Beside him, a girl who looked like a jade lotus in the snow shook her head. Princess Yu, Lin Ling's sword intent is unable to break through Tang Tianshu's king physique, so he will definitely lose. The youth said with great certainty. The girl still shook her head, but she did not say anything else. Her beautiful eyes kept looking at the distant stage. At this moment, the ancient Sparrow King appeared on the stage. It was so sacred and majestic. The green flames and golden flames intertwined, making the golden flames seem to worship the green flames. And Tang Tianshu was like the ancient Sparrow King, controlling and dominating everything. An existence that surpasses the king physique? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He sensed that the moment the green flames appeared, the spiritual energy in his body was constantly being depleted. That strange green flame had other means to deplete the opponent's spiritual energy. You will be in pain. Tang Tianshu raised his head. There was madness and brutality. His right hand stretched out like a hand that covered the sky. Following that, he clenched his fist. Rumble. A new heaven and earth emperor furnace appeared. It was even more terrifying and scorching. Even the sky was being refined. Chi. Sure enough, the clouds in the sky were also on fire, turning into nothingness. So powerful. Many people's hearts trembled fiercely. This flame was too terrifying. Could there be anyone who could defeat Tang Tianshu? Using fire to refine me? But you forgot I am also a fire elemental martial artist. However, Lin Ling's gaze was fixed in front of him. His indifferent voice floated out. The blood-red flames on his body majestically attacked. The vermilion bird fluttered, intimidating the heavens and the earth. The vermilion bird's flames were finally revealed in the competition. It was scorching hot and dazzling. Lin Ling still has other means? The crowd only felt that their hearts were fiercely pounded. It was the first time Lin Ling had revealed his king physique in a competition other than the sword. Moreover, it was a 9th grade king physique. 9th grade, just an ant struggling in the face of death. Tang Tianshu shook his head. A 9th grade king physique was too weak. Even Duan Wuji's king physique was stronger than Lin Ling's. Is that so? However, at this moment, a soft voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. He stretched out his left hand, causing countless people to be puzzled. What was Lin Ling doing? His king physique was not as good as Tang Tianshu's. Could it be that he wanted to use his flames to fight? 9 motifs true fire, the heart of the sovereign flame. Also known as the godly fire. The blood-red flames hovered around Lin Ling. The vermilion bird fluttered behind him. Then a vermilion bird flew and landed on Lin Ling's palm. It was so dazzling. Then a second, a third, a fourth, a total of 9 vermilion birds fluttered on Lin Ling's palm. They kept circling around and were incomparably dazzling. Gradually, a blood-red lotus appeared in the eyes of countless people. Lin Ling was holding the 9-petal blood lotus. At this moment he looked as if he had just walked out of a hell volcano. 9 motifs true lotus. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling walked step by step towards the center of the stage. And there was the heaven and earth emperor furnace. Crazy. Many people's eyes widened. What was Lin Ling doing? Could it be that he wanted to use the 9-petal blood lotus in his hand to fight against the heaven and earth emperor furnace? Courting death. Tang Tianshu. Tang Tianshu growled. He had the bloodline of an ancient country. How could Lin Ling's trash flames compete with him? Rumble. Under his angry roar, the heaven and earth emperor furnace rolled. The green flames seemed to have come from ancient times. It emitted a dense pressure that enveloped Lin Ling. It began to refine Lin Ling. The heat and pressure made it difficult for even the martial artists outside the stage to breathe. Its power had probably reached the Saint Spirit realm. However, in their eyes, Lin Ling was still moving forward. He seemed to know that only by breaking the Heaven and Earth Emperor furnace would Tang Tianshu fail. Boom. He was getting closer and closer to the Heaven and Earth Emperor furnace. With every step Lin Ling took, the ground burst into flames. It was incomparably terrifying. Tang Tianshu's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling only had the 9th grade king body. How could he block his green flame Sparrow King? What was so special about Lin Ling's flames? Then he opened his hands and an even more terrifying flame burst out, covering the entire stage in green flames. Lin Ling was getting closer and closer. In the eyes of the crowd, Lin Ling disappeared. There was only an endless stream of green flames left on the stage. Many people were puzzled. Had Lin Ling been refined by the Heaven and Earth Emperor furnace? But in the next moment an even hotter flame burst out, shaking the heavens and earth. In the green flames an ancient blood-red flame bloomed as if it came from the horizon. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Then the flame seemed to explode, and a huge blood-red lotus bloomed in the middle of the stage. Chapter 891. The Final Battle. Pa. At the same time, a huge flaming lotus burst out. Countless flames danced around like meteors, forcing everyone around the stage to retreat. What kind of fire was that? The pinnacle of the true meaning of fire. Some ancient martial artists widened their eyes. The true meaning of fire had always been the hardest to comprehend because it was overbearing and powerful. But now they saw the pinnacle of the true meaning of fire. What? Lin Ling actually comprehended 2 true meanings to the pinnacle. The crowd was in an uproar. Lin Ling, this monster, actually hid his most terrifying trump card. Was the current Lin Ling the strongest Lin Ling? The pinnacle of the true meaning of sword was already enough to make Lin Ling invincible in the Emperor's spirit realm. However, Lin Ling didn't only have one true meaning of martial that everyone dreamed of. He also had the pinnacle of the true meaning of fire, and compared to the true meaning of sword, this fire was even crazier and more overbearing. The situation on the stage changed. The green flames were quietly burned away, and the blood-red flames went berserk. Although Tang Tianshu's ancient kingdom bloodline was more noble, he didn't comprehend the true meaning of fire. Although the Emperor Elixir Fire had the true meaning of fire, it was only at 100%. It couldn't compare to Lin Ling's pinnacle. In this clash of flames, Lin Ling won. Boom. Following an explosion, the sky seemed to clear up. Countless eyes looked over and realized that the Emperor Furnace of Heaven and Earth had exploded. Shio. A figure appeared from the void and instantly appeared in front of Tang Tianshu. Tang Tianshu was already injured, but his eyes were wide open. He didn't believe that Lin Ling's true meaning of fire was higher than his. This is what you call a waste of time? The slender figure stood in front of Tang Tianshu, and the indifferent voice drifted out, causing Tang Tianshu to tremble. He previously thought that the battle with Lin Ling was a waste of time. However, he didn't know that Lin Ling also had the pinnacle of the true meaning of fire. This made the word, waste of time, even more ironic. Lin Ling was wasting his time? It was he who was wasting Lin Ling's time. Whoosh. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. Without saying anything, he stabbed the tyrannical song sword in his hand towards Tang Tianshu. You. As the sword entered Tang Tianshu's chest, a terrifying suction force was generated, continuously absorbing the remaining flame energy in Tang Tianshu's body. Whoosh. Then the sword was pulled out. Along with the sword, an incomparably hot flame aura disappeared into Lin Ling's body. Tang Tianshu's ancient bloodline seemed to have been absorbed by Lin Ling's sword. The tyrannical sword had the ability to absorb other people's spiritual energy and energy. Tang Tianshu was a fire-type martial artist, so naturally he could be easily absorbed by Lin Ling. Staring at Lin Ling, Tang Tianshu finally collapsed. His entire body's essence had been absorbed, and he no longer had the strength to fight. Images appeared in his mind. Lin Ling, an insignificant existence in the past, rebelled against him in the exquisite valley. This made him hate Lin Ling, but he always felt that a lowly commoner like Lin Ling couldn't be compared to him. However, today in the clash of flames he lost. He was utterly defeated. He had a noble bloodline and everything, but he didn't grasp that advantage. He allowed Lin Ling, who had an ordinary bloodline, to comprehend the mysterious true meaning of fire and defeat him. He wanted to fight the second dream, but he didn't have the qualifications to walk in front of the second dream. You've lost. A soft voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. He left the stage step by step. The crowd looked at that slender figure and felt that everything was incomparably surreal. Lin Ling had defeated young Master Tang. This meant that he was second in the semi-finals. Perhaps he had the strength to fight the second dream. Dark Horse, the strongest dark horse in the assessment not long ago. In the semi-finals he was still a dark horse. He was dark all the way to the end, becoming the most dazzling existence. Now, the battle between the pinnacle was between Lin Ling and the second dream. Lin Ling. Manor Lord Skyland's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect Lin Ling to walk to the end. This Lin Ling hid his strength very deeply. He had always used the true meaning of sword to confuse everyone, making them think that this was his strongest move. However, this was only on the surface. Lin Ling's trump cards were limitless. He also had the true meaning of fire. And now Lin Ling had exceeded his expectations. He had finally reached the highest peak. Lin Ling, Lin Ling. After a short moment of silence, the cheers seemed to tear open the sky, shaking the earth. The outcome of the battle between the pinnacle had changed. Lin Ling had gone from being the weakest existence in terms of cultivation level to creating a legendary story. He didn't have an arrogant identity, nor did he have powerful talent. He didn't have a strong background, but he had managed to walk to the most perfect girl. In this battle between the pinnacle, regardless of whether Lin Ling won or lost, his name would become an epic. At the same time, in the rainforest sacred land in the 100 territories, the news of Lin Ling reaching the final battle spread like a rolling snowball. Tens of millions of people were looking forward to the final battle. He actually won. This kid's perceptivity is very impressive. Far away, the desolate race youth's eyes flickered. He never expected the situation to change so unpredictably. I knew he would win. The girl beside him, who looked like a jade lotus, said with a smile. She knew that brother Lin Ling was creating an era that belonged to him. Furthermore, she believed that brother Lin Ling would definitely succeed. Rest for 2 hours. The competition will continue. In the sky, an ancient voice sounded. It made even more people's blood boil. They were looking forward to the final battle. As for the second dream, she looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. She never expected Lin Ling to reach the peak of the true intent of fire during the trip to the Bodhi ancient tree. This Lin Ling was stronger than she had imagined. And now, Lin Ling had begun the second step of his revenge. It was very surreal. After the trip to the Bodhi ancient tree, the second dream no longer thought highly of Lin Ling. She also thought that the second step of his revenge was a joke. But now Lin Ling told her that it wasn't a joke. Lin Ling was a man of his words. At this moment, Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged. The flames in his body were surging. It was Tang Qinshu's bloodline talent, the flames of the green flame sparrow king. Refine it. Lin Ling shouted in his heart. Back in the sacred region, he had used the 100,000 bloodlines of the sacred tribe to improve his imperial body. Now he was going to use Tang Qinshu's imperial body to improve it again. This mysterious technique was taught to him by the ancient flame demon. It could refine the flames of heaven and earth for one's own use, but it was also dangerous. Fortunately, Lin Ling's understanding of fire was very strong. Hence he was confident. Rumble. During the refining process, a terrifying aura erupted from Lin Ling's body. Many people in the square were stunned. Before the final battle, Lin Ling's strength had increased again. What kind of monster was this? Many people also noticed that the aura exuding from Lin Ling's body was similar to Tang Tianshu's green flame aura. This made them even more shocked. Tang Tianshu had a strong talent, but he didn't know how to use it. His understanding of fire was weak. Now that the flames appeared on Lin Ling's body, it was the best use of them. All of this was a huge insult to Tang Tianshu. Time passed quietly. 2 hours had passed. The final battle was about to begin. As if they knew that Yu Fanzi's battle would no longer attract attention, a dazzling name appeared in the sky. The second dream. Bodhi's sacred palace seemed to let the second dream choose this battle. Would it be the pinnacle battle or challenge other battles? Chapter 892. Battle of the Second Dream. Lin Ling, I've advised you not to fight with me, but you stubbornly insisted. Since that's the case, then let's fight. The second dream looked at Lin Ling calmly, her firm voice finally sounded. On the ground, Lin Ling sat cross-legged, a smile on his face. Let's fight. Fight. The strongest battle had begun. The commotion caused by this battle shook the rainforest's sacred ground and the 100 territories. After all, this was the battle of the strongest in the Emperor Spirit Realm, and also the battle of the strongest geniuses of the 7 great martial arts halls. Lin Ling's battle with the second dream, could he win? Rumble. The crystalline glaze stage returned to normal, and 2 figures appeared on it, standing a few hundred meters apart. An oppressive atmosphere filled the air, causing the entire plaza to fall silent. The rainforest's sacred ground is not my destination. The Bodhi Sacred Palace is my goal. I want to leave the rainforest's sacred ground and witness even stronger experts. Therefore, I must win this battle. Sigh. The second dream calmly looked at the handsome youth in front of her. This was her ambition and no one could stop her. Chapter 893. The 10-directional world lotus. When you caused my big brother to become a cripple, why didn't you say that you were constantly opposing me? The second dream, this world does not revolve around you. You want to step on others to become stronger, but you blame others for not cooperating with you. Don't you think that your mind is too twisted, too insidious? Slut. Lin Ling shouted out once more, his voice shaking the heavens. In the past, when he had been conferred the position of elder, Lin Ling had cursed the second dream as a slut. Today, in the Rainforest Holy Land's Heaven's Pride Tournament, Lin Ling had once again cursed the second dream as a slut. It seems that there is no peace between you and me. Since it's like this, then don't blame me for being ruthless. The second dream's beautiful face was icy cold. She no longer had her lovely and touching appearance. At this moment she was like a queen that controlled everything. You should have done this from the start. Lin Ling lifted the sword in his hand and pointed it at second dream. You represent the Martial House Master, Skyforest, and I represent D Wuji. Today, if I win, the D family bloodline will wash away the shame and humiliation they have suffered. The position of the 7 profound Martial House Master will be taken back by the D family bloodline. If you win, the D family bloodline will no longer interfere. Then the D bloodline will disappear from this world. The second dream opened her hands, and it was like night had fallen. Driving shadow. Chi. Between the heavens and earth, everyone felt their minds become empty, as if they were being sucked in by something. Then they saw their own shadows break away from them and fly towards the martial stage. Densely packed and majestic, the entire world was filled with shadows. This innate king body was terrifying. Without the suppression of Yu Fanzi's sealed door, it was even more powerful now. It could control the shadows of 1,000,000 people. Shio. On the martial stage there were all sorts of strange and mysterious shadows. The second dream was like a queen of the night, coldly looking at Lin Ling. Your faith is strong, but your strength is too weak. Kill. Rumble. Countless shadows rushed towards Lin Ling. That terrifying aura made it difficult for the crowd to breathe. Were those shadows the second dream? Kill. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He took a step forward and shot forward. At this moment, the sword became dazzling, as if it represented D Wuji's determination. The pinnacle of the sword will bloomed. Whoosh. Wherever the sword passed, it was as if it came from the horizon. Pop. A large number of shadows were distorted and split into 2. But soon the shadows recovered. How could a shadow be severed? Lin Ling is in danger. Many people looked at the strange scene and muttered to themselves. The shadow that could not be cut was too powerful. Fire, come out. At this time Lin Ling's cold voice sounded out. On the martial stage, Lin Ling was surrounded by countless shadows. He withdrew his sword and stood up. He stretched out his left hand and a taboo flame of the heavens and earth quietly appeared. The vermilion birds turned into flower petals that fell onto Lin Ling's hand. It's the pinnacle of the true meaning of fire, 9 truths lotus. Many people's hearts beat violently. Lin Ling had revealed his strongest trump card. The sword could not sever the shadow, but the fire could burn it. It's useless. My shadows are divided according to the strength of the master. If the master whose shadow is extracted is at the pinnacle of the Emperor Spirit Realm, the shadow will be the same but even more terrifying. After all, the shadow cannot be severed or burned. The second dream looked indifferently at Lin Ling in the middle of the martial stage and said coldly. Many people held their breaths. The second dream's king body was heaven-defying. The second dream was indeed worthy of the title of being favored by the heavens. 10,000 shadows strangulation. Boom. Rumble. The shadows wriggled like water and turned into darkness. Then they slowly shrank towards Lin Ling's silence, destruction, sealing everything. Lin Ling was wrapped in the shadows. It was as if he was trapped in the darkness. He could not block it. Lin Ling. On the side of the Fire Ancient clan, everyone shouted anxiously. However, they also knew that the second dream's king body was too strong. Although Lin Ling's king body was powerful, it was still only at the 9th grade. It had not even reached the 10th grade. It was impossible for him to block the second dream. And if he could not block it, he would die. Chi-chi. The shadows gradually shrank. In the next moment, Lin Ling was sealed by the shadows. There was only darkness on the martial stage. Lin Ling disappeared. Lin Ling is dead. Many people looked at the scene in shock. Lin Ling was very pitiful. It was not easy for him to reach the final step, but he fell in the hands of the second dream. One had to admit that Lin Ling was indeed a perfect monster. However, the second dream was even more monstrous than him. It was a monster with a king body. Lin Ling. Auntie Mo stared intently at the martial stage. Her eyes were moist. Had her relative died there? That relative of hers was very pitiful from a young age. He clearly had a noble bloodline, but because the desolate race did not think highly of him, he was abandoned and grew up in a tiny place. And finally, with his own perseverance, the youth walked step by step to become one of the strongest elites in the rainforest's sacred land. However, he died there. At this moment, Auntie Mo was extremely sad. She only had that bright smile in her heart. That shy figure that saw her made her roar angrily in her heart. Lin Ling. It's all over. Mansion Master Skylin sat in his chair, his heart finally relaxing. His greatest threat had been dealt with. However, at this moment, his gaze fell onto the martial platform. His pupils instantly constricted and the chair in his hand was subconsciously crushed by his grip. In the middle of the martial stage it was still pitch black. It was like the deepest night. However, a light appeared. What? The second dream also sensed it as her beautiful eyes focused. What is that? Many people saw it as they stared with their eyes wide open. That's right, it was a light. It was the light of hope under the night sky. It gradually bloomed and became brighter. Vaguely, people could see a slender figure appear. This person was handsome and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He held a heaven-earth taboo fire lotus in his hand, as if he was a fire god from ancient times. An existence that surpasses the peak of the true meaning of fire, 10 directions world lotus. The cold voice seemed to come from the void. It was ethereal and firm. Under the gazes of countless people, the blood-red lotus floated out and circled continuously. Wisps of ancient and scorching flames emanated from it. Moreover, if one looked carefully, one would notice that the lotus no longer had 9 petals but 10 petals. The peak of the fire of a 10th grade king body. A few ancient experts felt their hearts tremble. Lin Ling's king body had gone from a 9th grade to a 10th grade. It released the most terrifying true meaning of fire. Boom. The lotus exploded, a forbidden world. Pa-pa-pa. The darkness distorted as space trembled. It could not contain the endless flames and was burned like paper. A sword could not cut through the darkness. Fire could brighten it and burn it. Boom. A huge flaming lotus soared into the sky, illuminating the entire sacred rainforest. Countless people's faces froze. What a sacred flame. In the storm of flames, the second dream waved her right hand. A pitch-black umbrella appeared in an attempt to block the terrifying flames. However, the umbrella was also burned, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Her face was grave. Lin Ling's flames were so intense. Chapter 894. Desolate race bloodline. The lotus bloomed quickly, but it also withered quickly. All that was left behind was a gorgeous shadow in the hearts of the crowd, an unforgettable scene. Countless people looked towards the center. There Lin Ling's slender figure slowly walked forwards. As for the second dream, her face was pale. It was obvious that she had been severely injured by the impact of the flames. At this moment, she no longer had the noble air of a goddess, but seemed like an ordinary woman that had fallen into the mortal world. In the past, the second dream was conferred the title of elder. In front of Lin Ling, the second dream fell from the divine altar. In today's strongest battle, the second dream has fallen once again. Lin Ling, you are fierce. Some of the 7 profound martial house's proud sons of heaven were shocked. Today's Lin Ling had amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. Moreover, the second dream had been injured. Had she lost? Before, you said that you wanted me to shake hands and make peace because you didn't want me to die. But now, it seems that you don't have the strength to kill me. Lin Ling stepped forward step by step. His long hair fluttered in the wind and his clothes flapped in the wind. He was indescribably valiant. The second dream's complexion became even uglier. After experiencing the Bodhi ancient tree, her strength had greatly increased. She was confident that in front of Lin Ling was nothing more than an ant. But now, did she still have the qualifications to say those words? A 10th grade king body talent. This should be the power of fire that you took from Tang Tianshu. Lin Ling, the more you fight, the more valiant you become. In this situation you can still grow. It seems that you will never have a limit. Soon the second dream softly said, shocking the crowd. Yes, they also felt that Lin Ling had no limit. Every time they thought that he was strong, Lin Ling would once again reveal his brilliance, making it impossible for them to see through him. If that's the case, then let's wait until the battle is over. Lin Ling's expression was calm as he softly said. As these words fell, those from the Fire Ancient clan began to cheer. They could already see that Lin Ling had won, and had become the #1 proud son of heaven. Haha, you think I'm only so? At this moment, the aura of the second dream began to change. From the darkness of the night, it became brighter and brighter. Above the sky, a ray of moonlight shone down. Lin Ling, do you know why you are an ant to me? Because you will never know where I came from or what I represent. Today you have seen the bloodline of the Night Clan. Even though you have lost, it is still an honor. Moon Spirit Body. Boundless light bloomed. At this moment, Second Dream was like a fairy of the moon. Unexpectedly, she had been hiding an even more powerful innate gift, the King Body. What? The entire square and even the main city was in an uproar. Everyone thought that Lin Ling had already won after using his trump card. However, no one knew that the second dream had an even stronger trump card. Were there no limits to these top talents? Moreover, the Night Clan? Some ancient powerhouses narrowed their eyes. In the Rainforest Holy Land, there were ancient clans with bloodlines that were even more ancient than the 7 profound martial house. These ancient clans were called the Desolate Clan, and were the royal family of the Rainforest Holy Land. One of the 4 great desolate clans was the Night Clan. The Night Clan was mysterious and noble. According to legends, this clan had the bloodline of the Heavenly Palace's bright moon. The second dream actually had the bloodline of the Night Clan. The proud daughter of heaven, at this moment she truly lived up to her name. Not only did she have the bloodline of the Desolate Clan, but she was also the disciple of the 7 profound martial house's martial house master. Night Clan. In the crowd, Auntie Mo's beautiful eyes narrowed. Only she knew how powerful the Night Clan was. She had never thought that the semi-finals would have the bloodline of the Desolate Clan. If so, then who could be the second dream's opponent? The Moon Spirit Body should no longer be called a royal body. It should be called an emperor body. The talent above all kings is the emperor. Lin Ling, it's too early for you to be happy. The second dream's cold voice floated out from her mouth. At this moment she was even more noble and holy. In order to let an ant like you see what an emperor is, I will make the first move. Moonlight Rain. Moonlight Rain. The second dream held an umbrella in her right hand and gently waved her left hand in the air. An incomparably beautiful scene appeared. The clouds in the sky seemed to be summoned by something. The clouds gradually dispersed and a bright moon appeared. Endless moonlight poured down. Moonlight sprinkles down? The crowd's eyes flashed. What kind of attack was this? Chi. However, in the next moment, some of the martial artists that were illuminated by the moonlight began to corrode. This light was terrifying. It wasn't light, but moonlight that had turned into rainwater. Retreat. Retreat. A large number of martial artists anxiously shouted. The second dream's emperor body was too terrifying. Even a peak-proud son of heaven couldn't block the moonlight. No wonder the second dream was so confident that she could fight a Saint Spirit Realm powerhouse. Sword moves mountains and rivers. Kill. Lin Ling coldly shouted. He waved the great sword in his hand, trying to block the moonlight that sprinkled down from the sky. Ding ding ding. The moonlight's power was extremely sharp. Every beam contained 100% of the moon spirit's true intent. As it dripped onto the tyrannical song sword, it made the sword extremely heavy. Woohoo! Lin Ling brandished his great sword in a watertight manner. However, with the passage of time he still found it difficult to withstand. His body was penetrated by large amounts of rainwater, causing him to bleed profusely. And from afar the area had become a forbidden land. Only the moonlight sprinkled down, making it extremely dazzling. Many people looked at Lin Ling, who was resolutely brandishing his sword. They were astounded. Against a godlike desolate race bloodline, Lin Ling was still undefeated. His willpower was very tenacious. The desolate race, the top ancient race bloodline in the rainforest sacred land. Lin Ling, this is the reason why you will never be able to defeat me. The second dream's black dress fluttered in the wind. With the holy moonlight in the sky, it made her look even more beautiful and holy. It made many people's eyes twinkle. At this moment the second dream was very beautiful. Compared to her, Lin Ling was like the most ordinary mortal in the world. Let's see how long you can last. Light of the bright moon. The second dream gently waved the umbrella in her hand. The bright moon in the sky turned into a beam of light that landed on the umbrella. It reflected a huge beam of moonlight that slashed at Lin Ling like a sickle. Without any martial intent, he could rely on his powerful king body and borrow the power of the world to kill everything. Rumble. The dazzling moonlight sickle destroyed everything. Some warriors could not dodge in time and were swept by the moonlight. They were instantly reduced to dust. This attack could kill an expert at the beginning stages of the Saint Spirit realm. It was terrifying. Lin Ling is a perfect evildoer. Unfortunately, he can't compare to a goddess from the heavens. Many people in the distance felt their hearts tremble. It was too terrifying. Was the second dream still human? She was simply a god. She was the son of God. Under countless gazes, only that young man was battling with the son of God. At this moment the young man's mouth was bleeding. His handsome face was filled with determination. He was still as determined as before, like an undefeatable god of war. Fiery extermination. Rumble. Lin Ling's left arm burst into flames, burning fiercely. The pinnacle of the true meaning of fire combined with the 20,000 small worlds in his body, causing the earth to shake. Lin Ling then looked at the bright moon's scythe and ruthlessly punched out. Lin Ling hasn't lost yet. Many people were excited. Lin Ling was the only person in the entire rainforest sacred land who dared to battle with the Son of God. Lin Ling's flames were boiling. The symbol of the fire ancient clan was blooming in the rainforest sacred land at this moment. Chapter 895. Fight to the death for a single sword. Rumble. A huge flaming fist appeared as if it was the fist of a flame god. It crazily collided with the bright moon scythe. In that instant, a destructive, silent and murderous aura erupted. A huge spiritual energy bomb appeared, shaking the heavens. How terrifying. The crowd retreated. Today's battle between the geniuses was beyond their imagination. Bang, bang. The spiritual energy bomb quickly exploded, and countless flames rained down like fireworks. On the ground, Lin Ling was still standing tall like a mountain. His blue and white robes fluttered in the wind, and he looked indescribably valiant. Below the sky, Second Dream's beautiful face turned even uglier. Lin Ling had blocked her attack once again. Is that all you've got for the bloodline of God? His voice was filled with mockery, causing Second Dream's beautiful eyes to widen. Lin Ling was indeed very powerful. She had already used her strongest trump card, but Lin Ling still hadn't been defeated. That's not all. The Second Dream said softly. She seemed to be hesitating, but eventually, her eyes were filled with determination. Maybe she could not bear to kill Lin Ling, but today was a battle of life and death. No matter what, she had to win. For so many years she had been as noble as a goddess. She had never been moved by that man. No matter how powerful the geniuses were, they would pale in comparison to her. However, the heavens had arranged for a nemesis to restrain her. For the first time in her life, she had been slapped in the face and pulled down from her pedestal. Such a person had left a deep impression in her heart. Therefore, whether it was for the humiliation or for the martial heart, she had to defeat Lin Ling. Facing my second talent, you can only resist with all your might. If I were a little stronger, you would not be able to fight back. Moonlight. The moonlight in the sky became even more dazzling, and the light became warm and holy. It enveloped Second Dream's body, causing her hair to turn silvery white, making her look even more holy. At the same time, her aura crazily increased, and it actually reached the aura of the Holy Spirit realm, which was incomparably powerful. It's impossible to win. Many people looked at the goddess like the Second Dream and felt their mouths go dry. This was the first time they had seen such a powerful Emperor Spirit Realm genius. In today's battle, the second dream had unleashed everything she had. She had become the #1 genius of the 7 major halls. And her hidden techniques seemed to be limitless. No one was unconvinced. The top geniuses of the various halls of martial arts had all quietly placed the second dream above their heads. Holy Spirit Realm? The geniuses of the Yi clan are really powerful. Far away, the experts from the Desolate race had solemn looks in their eyes. A Sacred Spirit Realm expert who was not even 20 years old was extremely rare even in the Desolate race. I've used my final trump card and doubled my strength. Lin Ling, you have even less of a chance. Second Dream's confident voice floated out. At this moment she had turned into the Moon Goddess. She stretched out her white little finger and lightly tapped the air. Moon Goddess power. A ray of light shot out. It was fast, unbelievably fast. In the distance, a Saint Spirit Realm powerhouse's body was pierced through. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He hadn't sensed it, nor had he been able to resist it. This person was a student of the 7 profound martial house, and his strength was also incomparably formidable. But he couldn't even block one of the Second Dream's moves. The Second Dream's Holy Spirit Realm power was too terrifying. Each new generation excels the previous. Many people's hearts trembled. The Second Dream was displaying her formidable strength, and this strength was even more terrifying than before. This is the strength that I have raised by borrowing the essence of the moon. There is a time limit, but it has greatly increased my strength. Even the moonlight rain from before is incomparably sharp. Lin Ling, you are very pitiful. In the end you will still lose. The Second Dream said to Lin Ling as she retracted her finger. Moonlight rain. The crowd was shocked once again. The moonlight rain from before was already incomparably crazy. Now that the Second Dream had increased her strength, a casual beam of light could injure a Saint Spirit Realm powerhouse. But what if it was a moonlight rain? Even an ordinary early Saint Spirit Realm powerhouse would perish. Was she still a genius? She was already a top king of the Rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling took a step forward. His handsome face was filled with determination. You have shown me this to let me know how powerful you are. Very well, I already know. But I will not back down from this battle. Boom. Many people's hearts were in turmoil. Lin Ling still wanted to fight. Then you can die now. The Second Dream's beautiful eyes were pure white. She opened her arms and her black dress fluttered in the wind, revealing her exquisite figure. In the sky, an even more terrifying moonlight rain sprinkled down. Retreat. The crowd retreated frantically. Was the Second Dream trying to kill them as well? Impressive. She is not even 20 years old, but she has the strength of a student in the martial arts hall. In the future she will definitely follow the Holy King. The top powerhouses mumbled to themselves. Then they looked at Lin Ling. Could Lin Ling withstand the Second Dream's final trump card? To be honest, Lin Ling was also very terrifying today. He revealed his trump card step by step, and it felt as if there was no limit. If not for the Second Dream, he would definitely be the most dazzling genius in the Rainforest Holy Land. Unfortunately, he met the goddess the Second Dream. Lin Ling, if you don't admit defeat, he will die. Then everyone looked at the young man under the moonlight rain. At this moment, they realized that the young man's willpower surpassed everyone else. Even when death was near, he did not back down. He fought for his beliefs. So fast. At this moment, Lin Ling looked up at the dazzling sky. Countless moonlight rain sprinkled down. It looked beautiful, but it was fatal. I can't lose. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. He had fought to the end. He could not back down. Otherwise he would be ashamed to face Di Wuji and Sakura. Today's battle was Lin Ling's battle to rise in the Rainforest Holy Land. He wanted to use this battle to find his mother. He wanted to use this battle to protect his loved ones. Fight. Fight. Billowing battle intent floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. He raised the sword in his hand. The peak sword intent appeared. It was domineering and magnificent. Lin Ling wants to fight with his sword? Fight. Many people stared at Lin Ling and gasped. Flame. Fight. However, at this moment the cold voice sounded again. Flames rose from the sword as if it wanted to burn the world. The peak sword intent of fire appeared. What? Fight. The top powerhouses narrowed their eyes. A terrifying thought suddenly appeared in their minds. The fusion of two peak sword intents of martial arts. Was this Lin Ling's final trump card? Was he going to fight to the death just for that one sword? It's too late. The moonlight rain speed is too fast. He can't slash it out. Many people became nervous. At this moment, a breath of time seemed to be as long as a century. The battle at the peak, the most dazzling rain, the most resplendent sword, seemed to be about to start the final collision. Lin Ling must die. Manor Lord Tianlin's eyes widened. Lin Ling still had a trump card. How hateful. Chapter 896. Sword unsheathed fleeting beauty, I will win boundless demon eye! Exclamation point. At this moment, a determined roar shook the heavens and earth. In the sky, a pair of mysterious eyes seemed to appear looking down at the world. The entire sky stopped. The wind stopped, the clouds stopped moving, and the rain stopped falling. It was as if time had stopped. Shoo! A figure shot forward like a shooting star under countless gazes. Sword unsheathed fleeting beauty. Profound meaning of flame. Exclamation point. The rain in the sky was split apart. A sword came from the void, spewing flames. What? The rain has stopped. The second dream's beautiful eyes widened. However, a sword appeared in front of her eyes. It was the most powerful sword she had ever seen in her life. She muttered to herself, he actually merged the true meaning of fire and the true meaning of sword. This is a genius. Exclamation point. The sword passed with the will to conquer the heavens. It split the heavens and the earth, killing everything. It was unbelievably fast. A sword stabbed into Second Dream's chest, and a slender figure appeared in front of him. His face was sharp and angular, and his eyes were cold and indifferent. I'm an ant and you're a goddess. But you've lost the second battle of vengeance. Exclamation point. Chi-chi, chi-chi. An endless stream of spiritual energy and energy was absorbed by the sword. The Second Dream's face turned pale. The power of the moon god disappeared quietly. She looked at Lin Ling, speechless. Lin Ling had crippled her with a single sword. Why? Exclamation point. The Second Dream fell on Lin Ling's body. Her body was still pierced by the sword. You have to pay the price for your wrongdoings. That's all. Exclamation point. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he replied indifferently. Then he pulled out his sword. The Second Dream's delicate body fell from the sky. Everything was just like in the past. The Second Dream fell from the altar. In the sky, a man and a sword floated quietly, looking down on the heroes. On the ground below, countless gazes were fixed on that proud figure. They were so shocked that they couldn't say a single word. They even felt like they were in a dream. That handsome figure, that delicate young man with blood at the corner of his mouth, had he won? Many people shook their heads, but when they saw the Second Dream being crippled, they finally awoke from their reverie. Lin Ling had won. He had defeated the Second Dream, which possessed the desolate race's bloodline. The champion of the Rainforest Holy Land semifinals, Lin Ling. What kind of strength did he display just now? Why do I feel as if time has been frozen? Among the four desolate races, the ancient experts were shocked. The most frightening thing is that he actually fused the two great true intents of martial together to form the most frightening sword. The true intents of martial are originally very difficult to comprehend, but he actually fused them together. This is a true genius. The various palace lords of the various martial hall exclaimed. Lin Ling did not have the terrifying talent of the Second Dream, but he had a perception that exceeded the Second Dream. Such a genius was even more monstrous. The perfect blessed daughter of heaven had met the perfect monstrous genius of heaven, but Lin Ling was even more monstrous. It was no wonder that Lin Ling could defeat the Second Dream. After all, the fusion of two great true intents of martial at their peak state was something that even they could not do. It's the talent that sister left for him. Animo looked at the slender figure floating in the sky. She was extremely excited. Everyone here thought that the Second Dream had the bloodline of God, but who knew that this youth was even more noble and divine than the Second Dream? Following that, she laughed. She was happy for Lin Ling. She was extremely happy. At this moment, the ultimate glory belonged to her family. Lin Ling has won. After a short moment of silence, the Fire Ancient clan erupted into cheers. Everyone was excited, proud, and even felt honored. Their banner had won once again. Especially Elder Jian. His old eyes were filled with tears. The first battle of the D family's counterattack had been won. Di Wuji had taken in a good disciple. This guy sure is terrifying. It seems like he is constantly growing in the semifinals. Yang Gan looked at the figure in the sky in shock. His heart was pounding. Not long ago when they met at the Dragon Tower, Lin Ling was still very weak to him. He was only ranked in the top 100 on the proud children of heaven. However, in this short period of time Lin Ling had grown. Furthermore, he had soared to the heavens and defeated the second dream, who even he feared. His strength was probably above his. To him this was a true genius. Yeah, I knew he would win. Beside him, Heavenly Concubine was waving her tiny fists. Her face revealed a smile that could topple kingdoms. She knew that Lin Ling would win. The former Heaven Mystic's kingdom was now the sacred land of the rainforest. Lin Ling would definitely not lose. And now Lin Ling had finally stood at the #1 elite through his own hard work. He was the center of attention. This moment belonged to Lin Ling. He won. Far away, the pure and holy lotus-like girl also laughed. Her beautiful eyes were moist and filled with excitement. This made the desolate race youth beside her frown. Lin Ling had won. This result had exceeded his expectations. Princess Yu seemed to have known that Lin Ling would win. Of course, it was not only him. Everyone felt that it had exceeded their expectations. Ever since the semi-finals began, they had guessed the second dream, young Master Tang, and even Yu Fanzi. However, they had never guessed Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was only at the mid-stages of the royal spirit realm. He did not have the qualifications to compete for first place. However, no one knew that the final glory belonged to Lin Ling. Even the desolate race's bloodline, the second dream, who was at the early stages of the Saint Spirit realm, could not withstand Lin Ling's peak strike. Lin Ling, Lin Ling. Cheers soared into the sky. All of Lin Ling's acquaintances were happy for Lin Ling. As for those who had a grudge against Lin Ling, all of them had ugly expressions on their faces. They felt extremely uncomfortable in their hearts, especially Manor Lord Skylin. His face was ashen. Lin Ling had won. This feeling was even worse than killing him. Lin Ling had won today. Soon he would represent Di Wuji to challenge him. He was getting closer and closer, and the disciple he was most proud of had been utterly defeated in the battle with Di Wuji's disciple. This was a great humiliation for him. I won. Win. Floating in the air, Lin Ling enjoyed the cool breeze that did not come easily. He looked into the distance, looking at the mountains and rivers. A sense of heroism rose in his heart, causing him to reveal a brilliant smile. It was so clean, so pure, and so confident. He had finally risen in the rainforest's sacred land. As for the second dream, she had succeeded in the second step of her revenge. Not only had the second dream lost everything, but her spiritual energy and essence had also been absorbed by the tyrannical singing sword. At this moment she had become a cripple. Indeed, on the ground, the second dream stared at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes. Lin Ling had said that he would not kill her. Now he had indeed not killed her. However, he had crippled her just like how she had crippled Di Shirtian. She had fallen from the spiritual pedestal. She was no longer a genius and was even more useless. This situation was indeed worse than killing her. She was used to the feeling of being the center of attention, but now that she had become a cripple, the second dream's days would be like years. My goal is getting farther and farther away. The second dream muttered to herself. She had a huge ambition and a lofty goal, but now it had been stopped. All of this was because of Lin Ling. At this moment she was filled with regret. She regretted that she had provoked this seemingly ordinary young man because the price she had to pay was terrifying. Even if she was the goddess of the 9 heavens, that young man would still come for revenge and kill her. Chapter 897. The 4 great desolate races. The cheers continued to rise and fall, but there was no longer any meaning to the rest of the competition. That was because the second dream had been defeated, and the first place of the semi-finals had been confirmed. Was Lin Ling. This competition had lasted for a long time and the Bodhi Saint Palace had taken notice of him, causing the semi-finals to become the finals. This also meant that Lin Ling had become the #1 genius of the 7 halls. Lin Ling has obtained a chance to cultivate in the Bodhi Saint Palace. In the sky, Old Mother Deer rode on a huge deer and slowly floated down. She looked at the arrogant youth and smiled. Congratulations, Lin Ling. Thank you, Senior. Lin Ling bowed, causing Old Mother Earth Deer to be stunned for a moment. She even laughed. This young man had obtained first place and in her imagination, he should be proud and arrogant. However, this young man still maintained a low profile and was only happy in his heart. He didn't reveal an arrogant attitude. This attitude was very good, very good. Moreover, she saw a trace of determination in the youth's eyes. It was very pure and clean, causing her to have a good impression of him. The number one genius before the age of 20, this youth was not bad. I'm so envious. Lin Ling had the chance to go to the Bodhi Saint Palace again. The last time he went there, Lin Ling's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. The next time he went there, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Now, it would be even more difficult for those top geniuses to surpass Lin Ling. The top 3 geniuses will obtain the Bodhi elixir. Old Mother Deer said again, causing more people to be envious. The semi-finals have ended. Finally, Old Mother Deer smiled. The semi-finals? Is that still the semi-finals? It's the strongest battle below the Saint Spirit realm. Many people shook their heads helplessly. This was not the semi-finals but the strongest battle in the Emperor's Spirit realm. However, no matter what, Lin Ling had left a deep impression in their hearts. They were looking forward to hearing Lin Ling's voice in the rainforest sacred land in the future. Moreover, many people noticed that the current Lin Ling was not even 20 years old. The competition is over. I wonder if the geniuses from the competition are interested in joining us? At this moment, the clouds in the sky rolled and a large number of people wearing strange clothes slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. That powerful aura caused many people's eyes to narrow. Who were these people? We have the bloodline of the Wind Clan. As if he had sensed the doubts in everyone's hearts, the old man in the lead spoke indifferently. His expression was indescribably proud. Wind Clan? Many people were puzzled as they had never heard of it before. However, some of the top experts felt their hearts tremble. One of the 4 great desolate races, the Wind Race. What? The 4 desolate races. Many people suddenly understood and their hearts were shaken. The 4 desolate races seemed to want to recruit the elites today. These elites sure were lucky. After all, the desolate race was the royal family of the rainforest sacred land. If they were to become one of them, they would be able to do whatever they wanted in the rainforest sacred land. Even the 5 great ancient countries and the various large factions would not dare to provoke them. They did not know that the 4 desolate races were actually watching the competition. After all, today's competition was different from the past. It was even more powerful. Lin Ling, your attainments in the Sword Dao are not bad. If you join my Wind Clan, you can gain insights into the Sword Dao. The old man looked at Lin Ling and said proudly. Me? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He never expected that the Wind Clan would be interested in him first. As for the crowd, they were extremely envious. Lin Ling was the champion of the competition, so he was indeed the center of attention. The Wind Clan is just a clan that hides deep in the mountains. They are shameful. Lin Ling, join my Sparrow Clan. Boom. Right at this moment, a domineering voice resounded as a young man around the age of 20 slowly walked out with a large group of people behind him. This young man possessed the aura of a king, and his strength was actually at the Saint Spirit realm. Such strength had simply surpassed all the geniuses of the 7 great martial techniques. As for the Sparrow Clan, another one of the 4 desolate races had come to recruit Lin Ling. The crowd was stirred. 2 members of the desolate race, which was rarely seen in the past, had appeared today. Following that, they looked around and realized that it was not just 2. On the other side, a woman had come with a large number of people. She was dressed in a black gauze dress, and she had the same aura as the second dream. Clearly she was from the Yi clan. They did not recruit Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had previously defeated their bloodline, the second dream. It even made them feel humiliated. Lin Ling, how about it? Give me an answer. Answer. The people from the Wind Clan and the Sparrow Clan looked at Lin Ling. Although they were recruiting him, their attitude was extremely arrogant. Although Lin Ling was the champion of the competition, they had the bloodline of the desolate race, so how could they recruit Lin Ling in such a humble manner? Lin Ling frowned and did not answer immediately. Lin Ling is one of mine. He will never be recruited by you. Clear. At this moment, a clear voice sounded. It made the 2 desolate race members look over. They knew this person. She was the Rain Clan's Emon Yinhua. They never expected her to fancy Lin Ling. Emon Yinhua, what's the meaning of this? Lin Ling hasn't even said a word, and you want to act so domineeringly? Lin Ling, you are a fire elemental warrior. The Sparrow Clan has large amounts of fire elemental martial arts and profundities. If you were to join the Sparrow Clan, I can guarantee that your strength will be twice as strong as it is now. And if you were to reject us, it would be equivalent to rejecting our powerful Sparrow Clan. The youth from the Sparrow Clan said coldly. He was using both hard and soft tactics. The other elder frowned as he looked at Lin Ling. Although he did not say a word, his expression said it all. And Emo? Lin Ling looked at Emo Ninyue in surprise. He never expected the owner of Dragon Manor, Auntie Emo, to be from one of the 4 desolate races. However, he was indebted to Auntie Emo, so he did not hesitate to nod at her. Auntie Emo, I'll join you? Yes. That's good. Auntie Emo Ninyue felt relieved. If Lin Ling were to join another desolate race, it would be ironic. Hence, she had to help Lin Ling become one of them no matter what. The 2 from the Sparrow clan and Wind clan snorted coldly, as though they were blaming Lin Ling for not appreciating their kindness. They looked at the other elites. The second dream had the bloodline of the Yi clan, so it was naturally impossible to recruit her. As for Tang Tianshu, he was from the Great Tang ancient country and had the backing of the Sparrow clan, so there was no need to recruit him. You fancy join my Wind clan? Your Door of Seals is not bad. My clan has martial arts that are suitable for you to cultivate. Today Lin Ling is stronger than you, but I can guarantee that in less than half a year, you will surpass him. The elder immediately said. And because Lin Ling had rejected them, the elder had made a promise. I'm so envious. Auntie Emo, many elites felt their hearts skip a beat. They were indeed from the desolate race. They were domineering enough to surpass Lin Ling in half a year. With such a huge improvement, which elite wouldn't want to join? I'll join. Yes. Indeed, Yu Fanzi immediately nodded. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he looked at Lin Ling. Would he be able to surpass Lin Ling in half a year? Duan Wuji, you have the bloodline of the Justice Duan family. You are weaker, but I can guarantee that in a year you will surpass Lin Ling. The youth from the Sparrow clan also said. I'll join. Yes. One elite after another were recruited, and all of them had the goal of surpassing Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I'll let you be smug for half a year. In half a year I will defeat you. A few elites said as they looked at Lin Ling. However, they did not dare to be too arrogant. After all, Lin Ling was currently ranked first. They were no match for him. You're just trash. I'll wait for you for half a year. Yes. Chapter 898. Profound meaning. Small world. These proud sons of heaven had joined the desolate race and were trained. They thought that they could surpass him, but they had forgotten that he was about to enter the Bodhi Saint Palace to cultivate again. Did they have the chance to surpass him? However, Lin Ling had to admit that the desolate race was truly terrifying. Anyone that came to the 7 profound martial house would be a saint spirit realm existence. This was extremely rare in the rainforest Holy Land. With the strength of the desolate race, if they sent out 10 people, they would be able to destroy one of the 5 great ancient countries. And the Saint Palace above the desolate race was even more enormous. It had to be said that although he was the strongest proud son of heaven in the martial hall, he still had a long road ahead of him. Proud sons of heaven were recruited one by one. Even Ruby had been recruited by Emo Ninyue to become a member of the Rain clan. Perhaps the 4 desolate races knew that these proud sons of heaven had received guidance from the Bodhi Saint Palace and had extraordinary potential, so they did not miss out on these proud sons of heaven. At present, Lin Ling has become the strongest semi-finalist. I propose that he become a student of the 7 profound martial house. At this moment, Elder Sword's voice sounded out, causing martial house master Skyland's pupils to constrict. All the proud sons of heaven's faces stiffened. Lin Ling would become a student? The youngest student of the 7 profound martial house, and even the youngest student of the rainforest Holy Land. No, the position of a student is highly respected. It is of great importance. Lin Ling still lacks a background. Martial House Master Skylin angrily shouted. Lin Ling had become a student today, and tomorrow he might become Elder Xian. The next step would be to challenge the Martial House Master. This was not something he wanted to see. Then what background does Lin Ling lack? Sword Elder looked at Mansion Master Tianlin and said, making Mansion Master Tianlin speechless. Lin Ling lacked a background? He was the strongest semi-finalist, invincible in the Emperor Spirit Realm, and even had the strength to cut down a Saint Spirit Realm powerhouse. What background did he lack? Skylin, the truth is that you are afraid that Lin Ling will surpass you, so you are suppressing him. The Sword Elder coldly said a sentence. You. Martial House Master Skylin's complexion turned ugly. The entire square was filled with discussion. Through the previous competition, many people knew of the grudge between Lin Ling and the Martial House Master. If the martial house master didn't allow Lin Ling to become an apprentice, then perhaps he really was suppressing Lin Ling, fearing that Lin Ling would surpass him. You're the palace lord, and you have the #1 genius in the rainforest's holy land in the martial arts hall. Yet, instead of focusing on nurturing him, you're even suppressing him. Tianlin, are you doing a good job as the palace lord? The sword elder shouted again. Lin Ling has become a student of the 7 profound martial house. Mansion Master Skyland's complexion constantly changed. Finally, he clenched his teeth and announced Lin Ling's identity. He had no choice but to announce that Lin Ling had blossomed with dazzling brilliance today and his name had shaken the entire rainforest holy land. If he were to say that Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications to become an apprentice, then he would only be mocked by others. Therefore he could only admit it. However, he was even more upset. Lin Ling was only missing Elder Xian's status as the prefecture master. Lin Ling has become a scholar. Wow! Many people looked at the delicate youth, and their hearts fiercely trembled. This was the youngest scholar in the history of the rainforest holy land. Lin Ling had seized endless glory today. As for Lin Ling, he faintly smiled, his heart filled with pride. Soon after, the crowd began to disperse. Today's semi-finals had finally come to an end. Lin Ling's name had shaken the entire rainforest holy land, and he had become the #1 genius. At night, in the mountain valley, everyone had gathered. The heavenly concubine had come, Yu Yu had also come, and all of his relatives were present. They all congratulated Lin Ling, causing everyone in the Fire Ancient clan to be overjoyed. As they looked at the youth that was surrounded by countless people, their hearts were filled with pride. Lin Ling, a youth that came from the tiny cloud domain, had grown up step by step. In the heart of the 100 domains, the rainforest holy land, he had made a name for himself. In the rainforest holy land where powerhouses were as common as clouds, he had also established himself. This was not something that anyone could do. Only their Fire Ancient clan's pride Lin Ling had managed to do it. Other than the Fire Ancient clan members, there were also many figures from the rainforest holy land's major factions that had come. As for Lin Ling, he was feeling helpless. It was rare for him to meet Yu Yu and he wanted to have a long chat with Yu Yu. However, he was unable to leave, and Yu Yu had left shortly after arriving. This made Lin Ling extremely depressed. Lin Ling, come here. I have something to say to you. Auntie Amo was also in the crowd. She looked at Lin Ling and said with a smile. With her speaking, the others naturally did not dare to occupy Lin Ling. They smiled and gave up space. After all, although they did not know Auntie Amo, they knew that this woman was from the desolate race, and they could not afford to offend her. Auntie Amo, thank you. Lin Ling followed Auntie Amo. He was extremely grateful towards her. You child. Auntie Amo had drunk some wine, and her feminine face was flushed red. She exuded a faint allure, and her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Ling with deep meaning swirling in them. The two of them looked at each other in silence, making Lin Ling feel a little awkward. Do you want to know where your mother is? Yes. Finally, Auntie Amo said softly. Yes. Yes. Lin Ling's pupils constricted, and he subconsciously nodded. All right, when you return from your cultivation in the Bodhi Sacred Palace, I'll bring you to see her. Auntie Amo said with a smile, making Lin Ling's expression change. Auntie Amo knew where his mother was? For now, it's best you don't ask anything. When you return from the Bodhi Sacred Palace, come to the Dragon Tower to find me. I'll tell you everything you want to know. Auntie Amo said once again. Lin Ling could only nod. He had searched for so many years, so a short period of time wouldn't make a difference. He still had the soil from his father's grave in his azure ring, and he wanted to personally hand it to his mother. Lin Ling, you're currently at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, but you're already unrivaled in the Emperor Spirit Realm. Your potential is terrifying, but it's time to start preparing for the Saint Spirit Realm. After all, only Saint Spirit Realm cultivators have the qualifications to step into the upper world of the rainforest. Auntie Amo looked at Lin Ling carefully and said with a smile. Lin Ling's talent was not bad. In the future, he would definitely have the opportunity to become one of the top cultivators in the rainforest. Is it difficult to enter the Saint Spirit Realm? Lin Ling asked curiously. When you enter the Saint Spirit Realm, you can communicate with the other side and borrow the power of heaven and earth. When you fought the second dream, you saw her strength. She borrowed the power of the moon to change the world and become a saint. Auntie Amo explained. When you enter the Saint Spirit Realm, You can communicate with the power of heaven and earth and form your own small world of profound. Every one of you is a king above tens of thousands. Entering the saint spirit realm is indeed difficult. If you have a king body or king body, then you have a 70% chance. But if you have a king body, then you only have a 40% chance. Yes. 40%. Yes. Lin Ling muttered to himself. As expected, talent was the key to a cultivator's strength. With great talent, one could achieve twice the results with half the effort. But without it, one would have to put in twice the effort compared to others. Look at these and you'll understand. Yes. Auntie Amo stood up and tapped Lin Ling's forehead with her right hand. A ray of light enveloped Lin Ling, and many things appeared in his mind. It was profound. If a king body cultivator wanted to enter the saint spirit realm, other than using pills to squeeze out their potential, it depended on their comprehension of profound. Chapter 899. Inside the Mountain Valley Profound. In a small world, for example, if the sword intent became a profound, then Lin Ling would be able to kill all enemies within a 100-meter radius. Similarly, if the fire intent became a profound, then the opponent would enter Lin Ling's world of fire. Profound, how mysterious. Profound. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Currently he had a 10th grade king physique and it would be difficult for him to improve it. However, the sword intent and fire intent could be improved and become profound. Thus, he would have the qualifications to step into the saint spirit realm. According to Aunt Emo, once Lin Ling had the qualifications to step into the saint spirit realm, she would bring Lin Ling to find his mother. Time quietly passed. 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, Lin Ling's cultivation realm did not increase, but it became more stable. His 2 martial intents had reached the peak state and his overall strength had increased by a small step. His body leaned against the spiritual root in the mountain valley. Streams of spiritual energy circled around Lin Ling like dragons and disappeared into his limbs and bones. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes and looked at the blue sky. There, white clouds floated leisurely and a gentle breeze blew. I wonder if the weather in my hometown is as beautiful as this. Lin Ling said with a smile. It had been a few years since he came to this world. Sometimes, he felt that he was a person of this world and that the previous world was just a dream. When he woke up, he would be back here. However, regardless of whether the original world was a dream or this world was a dream, Lin Ling was already standing in the holy land of the rain and he could not be underestimated. This was enough. Holding the world's power when awake, lying on the lap of a beauty when drunk. Why should a person pursue origin? Only by living a free and easy life would one not have wasted their time. Standing up, Lin Ling waved his right hand and 2 sparkling jade bottles appeared. Inside the bottles were 2 drops of emerald green liquid. It was the Bodhi liquid that old Mother Lu rewarded him. Lin Ling planned on using the Bodhi liquid to increase the strength of the Fire Ancient clan. After all, there were too many experts in the rainforest sacred land. In front of him were the 5 great ancient countries, and behind him were the 4 great desolate races. His strength alone was limited, so he might as well let his family and friends become stronger. The Bodhi liquid contained boundless vitality. It was the essence of the Bodhi ancient tree. Lin Ling gently dripped a drop of the Bodhi liquid onto the spiritual root. The spirit root was the root of the Bodhi ancient tree. However, the Bodhi ancient tree was gigantic and had countless roots. If one allowed the vitality to fall on the root would naturally grow. If one had to make an example, it would be the Bodhi ancient tree using the vitality to nourish the root. Something mysterious happened. That ancient tree root seemed to have come to life like a dragon, and a small green bud grew out. It slowly grew and an even richer life force filled the air. Success. Lin Ling's handsome face lit up with a smile. Using the Bodhi liquid to cultivate the root was the same as cultivating a new Bodhi ancient tree. It had to be known that the Bodhi sacred palace was located within the ancient tree, and the powerhouses there were all exceedingly strong. If the mountain valley had a new Bodhi ancient tree, then the cultivation effect would be 100 times more effective. A rich spiritual energy gradually spread out. In the mountain valley, everyone was aware of it. Even many people from the 7 profound martial house were aware of it. Shio. A massive number of people flew towards the mountain valley. Spiritual root, this place actually has the spiritual root of the Bodhi ancient tree. This is an excellent place for cultivation. In the skies above the mountain valley, The top proud children of heaven on the proud son of heaven list had excited looks in their eyes. They wished they could take the mountain valley for themselves. This place I wanted. One of the proud children of heaven, Sumu, who was ranked 9th on the proud son of heaven list, confidently shouted and then rushed down the mountain valley. The other proud children of heaven's eyes flashed, but they weren't so impulsive. This was because some of them knew that the mountain valley was Lin Ling's territory. But Sumu was a top proud child of heaven. How could he know about such trivial matters? If he went to steal Lin Ling's territory, then something was bound to happen. Of course, they weren't sure, so they were waiting for the situation to change. People of this valley, get out. A loud shout spread through the mountain valley, shaking the earth. Long Xiaoqian, Ouyang Feiyang, and the others' complexions changed. What a powerful aura. Could it be a peak emperor spirit powerhouse? A figure loftily appeared in the mountain valley, looking down at everyone. Moreover, in order to let everyone know his strength, his massive aura billowed out like the waves of the sea. People of this valley, get out. Sumu shouted again, his heart filled with excitement. He had been at the 7 profound martial house for so many years, and yet he hadn't discovered such a treasure. This was simply a waste of heaven's gifts, but it wasn't too late to discover it now. Someone come, get out. However, at this time, an icy cold voice sounded out in the mountain valley, causing Sumu to be stunned. Someone wanted him to get out? The person who spoke, do you want to die? Sumu's pupils turned icy cold. He was the 9th-ranked proud child of heaven on the 7 profound proud list. There were very few people in the 7 profound martial house that he feared. Shua. At this moment, sword energy gushed out, splitting the heavens and earth, cutting straight towards Sumu. So fast. Sumu's pupils shrank. He wanted to resist, but it was already too late. His right arm was cut off by the sword, causing his face to turn incomparably pale. Just who was hiding in the mountain valley? Who are you? Sumu looked down with dread, his complexion ugly. Lin Ling. A slender figure slowly appeared in his line of sight, causing Sumu's heart to fiercely tremble. Lin Ling, the number 1 proud son of heaven of the 7 major martial halls? The mountain valley is your territory? Sumu said with difficulty. He simply didn't know this. After all, the 7 profound martial house was so large, it was impossible for him to know who each place belonged to. Not to mention, with his status, he wouldn't care about such trivial matters. Who knew that this place belonged to Lin Ling? No wonder all those proud sons of heaven were silent before. They all knew. You know this is my territory, yet you still dare to behave atrociously. Do you want to die? On the ground, Lin Ling looked up at Sumu, his icy cold voice sounding out. Sorry, I didn't know this was your territory. However, you didn't even say anything and cut off my right arm. You are too savage. Sumu clenched his teeth and said. Although he dreaded Lin Ling had seriously injured him without saying anything. How could he be reconciled? If you say another word, I will make sure you never leave the mountain valley. Lin Ling's pupils were even colder. The other party had come uninvited and tyrannically wanted to seize the mountain valley. Now that he had been injured, he actually had the nerve to say that he was savage. If his strength was inferior to his opponent's, then he would be the one injured. At that time, would Sumu think he was savage? You. Sumu's pupils shrank. Lin Ling was too arrogant. To make sure he never left the mountain valley, did he want to kill him? Outside, many people were also watching. They were similarly shocked by Lin Ling's frivolity. I am currently a scholar. You tell me, do I dare or not? Chapter 900. Endless Glory. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Sumu quickly flew down and knelt down on one knee, his expression sincere. At this moment he was afraid. Because if he continued to be arrogant, Lin Ling would really kill him. Get out. An indifferent voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. Sumu quickly nodded. Where was his frivolous appearance from before? He fled in panic. Lin Ling has risen. Even the 9th-ranked genius on the proud son of heaven list doesn't dare to provoke him. Outside, many people shook their heads as they saw this scene. Just from this matter alone, Lin Ling had become an existence that could not be provoked in the 7 profound martial house. Not only was his strength incomparably terrifying, but his status was also incomparably terrifying. Sumu wanted to dominate the mountain valley. This was simply asking for humiliation. The mountain valley is my Lin Ling's territory. If there are any trespassers, I will kill them without mercy. Lin Ling's overbearing voice floated out from the mountain valley, causing many people to hold their breaths. They no longer dared to approach the mountain valley. Lin Ling. In the mountain valley, everyone looked at that imposing figure, their hearts filled with excitement. This was the Fire Ancient Clan's heavens, forever shielding them from the wind and rain, giving them a stable home. Everyone follow me. Lin Ling looked at the people of the Fire Ancient Clan. His indifferent face revealed a warm smile. Only in front of his loved ones would he transform from a god of death into an ordinary person. Currently, the mountain valley has been nourished by the Bodhi liquid and is full of vitality. Everyone's strength can increase. Moreover, I will take out a massive number of emperor-level martial arts. As long as your strength reaches the standard, you can practice them. You only have one goal, and that is to reach the Emperor's spirit realm as soon as possible. Lin Ling smiled again, causing everyone's hearts to stir. As for those outside the mountain valley that hadn't left, they were incomparably envious. The Bodhi liquid was a reward given to Lin Ling by the Saint Palace. Lin Ling was actually using it to cultivate his friends and family. This was just too enviable. The next day, Lin Ling left the mountain river valley and handed over all matters to Qin Xiaolan. He believed that it wouldn't be long before the Fire Ancient Clan's strength greatly increased, and they would become an existence that couldn't be underestimated in the Rainforest Holy Land. At this moment, the Seven Profound Martial House was still bustling with noise and excitement. All of the disciples were talking about the recent tournament. Lin Ling has only been a Heaven's Chosen for a year, but he's already the #1 Heaven's Chosen. Moreover, he's the #1 Heaven's Chosen of the 7 major martial arts halls. How powerful. Yeah, I was watching that battle too. Lin Ling defeated the second dream. At that time I was extremely excited. That figure in the blue and white robe was really handsome. Xiaoyun, you're being love-struck again. In the vast square, many young girls were chatting non-stop. It seemed that Lin Ling had become their idol. The second dream has the bloodline of the desolate race, but it has lost to Lin Ling. The second dream is no longer noble. The second dream has already left the 7 Profound Martial House. It seems that she has returned to the ancient Night Clan. But she doesn't have the face to appear in the 7 Profound Martial House. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking down the cobblestone path. As he heard these words, his eyes flashed. The second dream had left? In the peak battle, Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword had absorbed everything from the second dream. That massive amount of spiritual energy had nearly allowed him to break through to the next realm, but the second dream had also become a cripple. No wonder she didn't have the face to appear in the 7 Profound Martial House. However, the second dream had succeeded in taking revenge. The second dream's ending would be left to Big Brother. Nonsense. In the final battle, Lin Ling's sword was caught off guard. The second dream wasn't able to react in time. If it weren't for that, then Lin Ling would have been defeated. Lin Ling is just a lucky piece of trash. In the midst of these worshipful voices, a young man was leading a large number of people through the square. Then he stopped and coldly shouted. Now the entire 7 Profound Martial House had taken Lin Ling as their idol. This situation made the young man extremely unhappy. Lin Ling, how could he obtain such honor? A win is a win and a loss is a loss. Why are there so many excuses? Just as the young man's words fell, many people voiced their dissatisfaction. In that peak battle, that handsome figure in blue and white robes had left a heavy shadow in their hearts. No matter where it was in this world, strength reigned supreme. As long as one was strong and also young and handsome, they would naturally be the idol of the younger generation. Many people spoke up for Lin Ling. You're talking to me? The young man's face was ice cold. He coldly looked at the person who spoke. That person was a 19-year-old girl. Her strength was only at the early Emperor Spirit realm, and yet she dared to refute him. Little Yun, be careful. Someone beside the girl whispered. Many people here knew that this young man was a top genius ranked in the top 100 on the Proud Son of Heaven list, Long Aoxiang from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. I'm telling the truth. However, the young girl stubbornly said, causing Long Aoxiang's face to become even colder. That's right. This great competition has shaken the entire Rainforest Holy Land. This is a matter that everyone has witnessed. Lin Ling has won. How can it be changed just because of your words? If you're so fierce, why don't you challenge Lin Ling? As the others saw the young girl's stubborn words, they began to support her. The dazzling battle was obvious to all. This was an indelible fact. Long Aoxiang must have said this because he was jealous. Long Aoxiang's complexion became even uglier. It was fine if one person opposed him, but everyone opposed him. Lin Ling had obtained endless glory, and even the disciples of the seven profound martial house worshipped him. But this glory had not fallen on Long Aoxiang's body. This made him jealous. Lin Ling, he was just lucky. If I had also participated in the semi-finals, then I would have absolutely let everyone know that Lin Ling is nothing but trash. Long Aoxiang clenched his teeth as he spoke. A massive aura erupted from him, as if he wanted to know who would dare to refute him. The crowd fell silent. Long Aoxiang was overbearing. Because he was jealous, he didn't allow everyone to worship Lin Ling. If anyone opposed him, then Long Aoxiang would use his strength to crush them all. Good, then I'll give you a chance. At this moment, a soft voice sounded out, causing everyone's eyes to turn. They saw a 20-year-old youth slowly walk over from a small path in the distance. He wore a blue and white robe and had a great sword. His long hair was tied behind his head, and he had a handsome face and deep eyes. He was like a divine jade, free and uninhibited. This youth was too familiar. It was Lin Ling. Many people's pupils shrank, especially the young girls. At this moment, their hearts were beating wildly. Many of them had been admirers of Lin Ling, but after Lin Ling's meteoric rise, their admiration had quietly shifted. Looking at him up close, he's even more handsome. Xiao Yun's beautiful face flushed red, her heart thumping wildly. As for Long Aoxiang, his pupils shrank. Lin Ling had come. You said that I relied on luck. Then I'll give you a chance to show yourself. Defeat me and you will obtain everything, becoming the #1 proud son of heaven in the 7 martial halls. Lin Ling didn't know what everyone was thinking, nor did he have the time to care. He only faintly looked at Long Aoxiang. Chapter 901. Bodhi Palace. Previously, he only said that because he was unhappy in his heart. Now that Lin Ling had given him a chance, he didn't dare to challenge him at all. Let's fight. Looking at the silent Long Aoxiang, Lin Ling took a step forward and spoke in a cold voice. As for Long Aoxiang, he took a step back. His mind was filled with memories of that peak battle, and the splendor of that sword strike. He began to hesitate. He had a feeling that if he dared to fight, Lin Ling would dare to kill him. Therefore he didn't dare to do it. Clang. At this moment, a cold gleaming sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. Sword finger, soaring dragon. Let's fight. It was still the same sentence, still frivolous and unrestrained. You can't accept me, but I'll give you a chance to fight me. Plop. The moment the sword struck out, a majestic sword intent burst forth. It was even more domineering than the sword strike during the pinnacle battle. Long Aoxiang's legs went soft and he fell to the ground. Lin Ling's strength seemed to have increased from the peak battle. That sword strike faintly contained the aura of sword profound. Is this the luck you speak of? Lin Ling smiled contemptuously. He slowly sheathed his sword and turned to leave. At the same time, his soft voice floated out, "You only know how to talk big. You're just a piece of trash." The crowd looked at the free and unrestrained figure, and their hearts beat violently. This was Lin Ling. Long Aoxiang's body was trembling. He had the noble bloodline of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, while Lin Ling was nothing. Lin Ling was only the champion of the semi-finals, but he didn't dare to say anything. He had lost all his face. He struggled to get up several times to fight Lin Ling, but in the end, reason prevailed over his anger. Shameful. The crowd glanced at Long Aoxiang. Previously, Long Aoxiang had bragged about how powerful he was and how Lin Ling had gotten first place by luck. However, the moment Lin Ling drew his sword, Long Aoxiang did not dare to fight. He was so scared that his legs went soft and he fell to the ground. Was this a top genius on the prodigy list? He was like a stray dog. As expected of the #1 genius of the 7 major martial arts palaces. So cool. As Xiao Yun looked at the departing figure, her heart jumped even more. The disciple beside her had an envious look on his face as he said, "When will I have his strength? At that time, no matter how big the world is, I will be able to do whatever I want." Dream on. However, the other geniuses struck a blow at him. Lin Ling was the #1 monstrous genius of the 7 great martial arts halls. Could others possibly surpass him? At this moment, Lin Ling had left the 7 profound martial house and was heading towards the Bodhi ancient tree. Although he was the #1 proud son of heaven in the 7 major martial halls, he did not have any arrogance. This was because he knew that there was always someone better than him, and there was always a sky beyond a sky. Not to mention anything else but just the 4 desolate races, there were bound to be many powerful bloodlines. And there were definitely many top geniuses in the Bodhi Sacred Palace. In addition, the Heavenly Fall era was about to arrive. Old Mother Benlu had said that that would be the era of geniuses. Therefore, what Lin Ling needed to do now was to not be mercilessly eliminated by the era. The 7 great martial arts halls are places where geniuses are trained. Currently, I am already standing at the peak of geniuses, but there is an even greater world waiting for me. As he walked forwards, it wasn't long before the ancient tree appeared in front of him. The area around the giant tree seemed to be a forbidden zone, without a single person in sight. It was clear that the Bodhi Sacred Palace was a mysterious place that not just anyone could approach. Is that Lin Ling? Beneath the ancient tree, an old man was sitting cross-legged. After seeing Lin Ling, his eyes opened and a sharp light flowed out. So strong. Lin Ling felt as if his entire body had been seen through. This old man should be someone from the Bodhi Sacred Palace, but his strength had reached a level that transcended the heavens. I've been waiting for you here for several days. Come with me. The old man said indifferently. His eyes were calm, but there was a trace of astonishment in the depths of his eyes. He hadn't watched the semifinals not long ago. In fact, with his strength, he wouldn't have watched the Heaven's Pride competition of the 7 great martial arts halls. However, he later found out that the winner of the semifinals was a young man who wasn't even 20 years old yet had the strength to shake the early stage of the Saint Spirit realm. Now that he saw him today, that young man was indeed extraordinary. Whoosh! A leaf floated down from the ancient tree. The old man stepped on it and said indifferently, "Come up, follow me to the Bodhi Sacred Palace." Lin Ling also stepped on the leaf. The leaf slowly flew into the sky. Geniuses of the 7 great martial arts halls, even if they have cultivated successfully and left the martial arts hall, very few have been able to enter the Bodhi Sacred Palace. You are the 3rd person in history. The old man said, looking into the distance. The 3rd person. Yes. Lin Ling was shocked. After so many years, only 3 people from the 7 great martial arts halls had been to the Bodhi Sacred Palace? There were so many geniuses in the 7 great martial arts halls, but none of them met the requirements? The Bodhi Sacred Palace nurtures perfect geniuses, and they must be under 20 years old. Therefore, although some geniuses are very strong, their age has already exceeded the requirement, so there isn't much value in nurturing them. The old man said indifferently. Of course, that was in the past. Now that the Heavenly Fall era has arrived, the Bodhi Sacred Palace will lower its requirements. What is the Heavenly Fall era? Lin Ling asked curiously. The geniuses of the 6 great sacred grounds will clash, and foreign gods and demons will arrive. The old man pondered for a moment, then said deeply. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. The geniuses of the 6 great sacred grounds will clash? He couldn't wait to see. We're here. At this time the old man walked out from the ancient leaf, and Lin Ling followed closely behind. Only then did he realize that they had almost reached the top of the Bodhi ancient tree. Looking from here, there was a misty mist and a sea of clouds as if it was a world of clouds. And in the middle of the sea of clouds, an ancient palace sat there, so sacred and inviolable. The Bodhi Sacred Palace. The sacred palace was entwined with a large number of vines. It was ancient and mysterious, and there were many spirit beasts flying around the sacred palace, as if it was an immortal palace from a mythical world. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. What a majestic sacred palace. The old man led Lin Ling forward, entering the sacred palace and arriving on a giant platform. This place was like the peak of the clouds, and one could touch the sky with one's hand. This was the core of the rainforest sacred ground. At this time, there were a large number of youths on this ancient stone platform, and they were looking at Lin Ling with some surprise, as if they were surprised that Lin Ling was not a chosen of the sacred palace, but he was able to appear here. Lin Ling, congratulations. A woman in a red robe smiled at Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to smile awkwardly. He didn't know this woman, but he still nodded. I underestimated you. Another cold woman, like a fairy in the moonlight, also looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had seen this woman before. She was the martial arts fanatic who had asked him about the martial path. He didn't expect that she would also appear here. Lin Ling, you're really late. Everyone is waiting for you. Another voice sounded, and it was a familiar voice. Lin Ling looked over and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This person was actually Yang Gan. Why was he here? Chapter 902. Holy Son, I'm a member of the Bodhi Saint Palace. Yang Gan knew what Lin Ling was thinking and smiled. This made Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. If Yang Gan was a member of the Bodhi Saint Palace, could he also be a powerful Holy Son? Silence. At this moment, a solemn voice rang out from the stone platform. Everyone quieted down. Then the old man who brought Lin Ling up walked out and sat down cross-legged. You are all geniuses with the most potential in the rainforest, so the Bodhi Saint Palace will focus on nurturing you. You are all holy sons of the Bodhi Saint Palace. The old man said indifferently. His eyes swept across the crowd, but most of them landed on Lin Ling. Some of the others were already holy sons, but Lin Ling was not, so the old man's words were actually directed at Lin Ling. Holy son. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed, but he remained silent. Were all the youths around him holy sons? However, they were all very strong and their origins were mysterious. They didn't seem to be from the martial arts hall, but they also seemed to be from the rainforest. They indeed had the qualifications to become holy sons. In short, those who could appear here were all people with extraordinary potential. What is the path of martial arts? The old man was incomparably solemn as he spoke again. Many people's eyes flickered, but no one spoke. A solemn atmosphere pervaded the air. In the most sacred and dignified Bodhi Saint Palace, they didn't dare to act recklessly or speak carelessly. The path of martial arts. First, borrow the power of heaven and earth to strengthen your body and be reborn. Second, communicate with the power of heaven and earth, comprehend the concept and momentum, and borrow the power of heaven and earth for your own use. Third, control the power of heaven and earth. The old man's voice seemed to have a magical power that made many geniuses understand. The first step was the beginning of martial arts, borrowing the power of heaven and earth to be reborn. This was already a concept that everyone knew. The second step should be the concept, momentum, and true intent. For example, the true intent of the sword was to borrow the power of heaven and earth to strengthen one's body, increasing one's terrifying attack power. The third step was no longer borrowing power but controlling the power of heaven and earth. This was a realm that everyone was exploring. This was also the requirement to reach the Holy Spirit realm. Some of you are very talented. You can control the power of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. This is the talent of a king body. The more pure the power you can control, the more it is called a king body. This kind of talent will allow a martial artist to smoothly step into a new domain. The old man said again. This world seemed fair, but in reality, it wasn't fair at all. Some people were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. Coupled with the enormous amount of cultivation resources, their cultivation speed was 100 times, or even 1,000 times faster than normal people. With good talent, there was no doubt that they could achieve twice the results with half the effort. This was also the reason why people with the talent of emperor physique could easily step into the Holy Spirit realm. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Auntie Amo had said before that he only had the king body. If he wanted to step into the Holy Spirit realm, he would have to master the ultimacy. Heaven and earth are merciless. They treat all living things like dogs. There is no such thing as fairness in heaven and earth. However, not everything is absolute. Even if you don't have a strong innate talent, if you have a strong perception and can control the power of heaven and earth, you can still be very strong, said the old man again. His meaning was the same as Aunt Mo's, to control the profound. In general, some of you have powerful innate talents and some of you have ordinary innate talents. However, since you are able to appear here, you naturally have your own powerful trump cards, said the old man meaningfully. Everyone looked at each other. Between them there was a powerful domain. Therefore their eyes were shining with pride. Being a king body is not absolute. For example, if you can cultivate two true essences to the pinnacle level and even fuse them together, you can also become a holy son, said the old man again. Everyone's pupils constricted. Cultivating two true essences to the pinnacle level and fusing them together. What a terrifying perception. Who could it be? Only the old man looked deeply at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's face was still as calm as before. He was not moved at all. It's him. Many people quietly looked at Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling was the champion of the semi-finals, they obviously didn't know that. After all, these people were not the Heaven's Pride disciples of the martial arts palace. They were holy sons. They didn't care about the martial arts palace's affairs. But now Lin Ling had unexpectedly received a special reward from the old man. This made them feel somewhat unhappy. I have said what needs to be said. Fellow holy sons, follow me, said the old man. He stood up and led Lin Ling and the rest to a higher place in the palace. The other holy sons' hearts surged. Were they going to that place? Yangon, where are we going now? It was Lin Ling's first time here. Therefore he asked curiously. Last time, you were lucky enough to experience the tempering of the moon essence. This time, it is the tempering of the sun essence. Lin Ling, you are very lucky. Both times you came to the Bodhi ancient tree, you encountered great opportunities. Lin Ling didn't speak. Instead, the fairy-like woman beside him coldly said. From their previous conversation, he knew that this woman was called Shi Jueyue. She grew up in the Bodhi ancient palace and was also one of the holy sons. This is the reward for the champion of the semi-finals? Lin Ling's eyes flickered with anticipation. The absorption of the essence of the sun and moon was something that could only be encountered by chance. He had indeed come at the right time. The essence of the sun is the life force and spiritual energy of the Bodhi ancient tree. However, it is overbearing and hot, not as gentle as the essence of the moon. You all must act according to your capabilities. After a while, the old man brought everyone to a stop in front of a huge stone door. It was obvious that this wasn't the first time that all the holy sons had come here. They all nodded, but their expressions were somewhat solemn. The essence of the sun was the essence of the sun. It was usually absorbed by the Bodhi ancient tree, allowing it to have a lifespan of tens of millions of years. Now, they had to borrow the essence of the sun to cultivate and comprehend their own martial arts. The process was naturally not easy. In this world, there are some people who can reach the Emperor Spirit realm from birth. That is because they have the talent of a god. Coupled with the tempering of the essence of heaven and earth, they have surpassed ordinary people from a young age. They are the children of the heavens. Although the Bodhi ancient palace cannot be compared to those demon god families, it still has some foundation. At the very least, it can allow you to refine the essence of the sun. The old man said indifferently, causing Lin Ling's eyes to narrow. Born in the Emperor Spirit realm, what terrifying talent. The world you see is not as small as you think. The old man seemed to know the shock in Lin Ling's heart and explained indifferently, outside the rainforest sacred ground, there are all kinds of demon god bodies. They are the true geniuses and you all are merely Hotian geniuses. The other holy sons nodded, not surprised. Only Lin Ling was still shocked. His expression was seen by the other holy sons, and they all laughed disdainfully in their hearts. This unfamiliar youth's vision was so narrow. If you have the chance, leave the rainforest sacred ground and walk around. You will know how powerful the outside world is. One of the holy sons looked at Lin Ling and said indifferently. This caused Lin Ling to frown, but he did not say anything. The other party seemed to be proud in front of him. However, the other party's background was mysterious. He was a holy son, so Lin Ling did not compare with him. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.